hit record and get going. Alright. Let's continue. Nothing to really say otherwise, so let's just get on with it. There's gonna be some positives given at least today. I can say that much. Let us continue. Ow. Oh, is this already a thing? Huh. It's so peaceful tonight. Everyone's probably fast asleep by now. We might have all spent our time apart in different ways, all with different things on our minds. But now we're finally back together as a class. It wasn't easy getting this far, but we have one less thing to worry about now. And I owe it all to thesis support and encouragement. Oh my god. Hi, Neko. It's thanks to her that I've been able to make it this far. Hang in there, Elise. I'll bring you and Princess Elfin back safely, I promise. When I do, I'll be sure to thank you again for giving me all I needed to come this far. To come as far as I have. Oh my god. Look, I know it's encouragement. He's just kind of remembering her, trying to be encouraging and helpful. But then I remember the incest angle that Elise desperately fucking wants out of Reen, and it disgusts me all over again. So it's not Reen's fault, but... Oh, that's weird. That is damn weird. Frickin' Twitch. Gives people problems all over the place. We still have to sit down and discuss what we're going to do from here on out, too. Can we even figure something like that out by tomorrow? I've got to bring at least some ideas to the table, but what? I'm happy we're together again, but we've got a lot to decide about our future, and it's something we need to decide as a team. Everyone's had their own challenges to face and conquer, problems to conquer, but each of them faced is what they were given head on. We ended up apart, but no one lost hope. Instead, everyone tried to make the best of the circumstances they were dealt. Thinking back on our reunions, I think the one that had the strongest impression on me was... Now, this has a lot less... huge implications... But this is another step towards... Yeah, that's... just my stream, too. Yeah. Okay, that is very weird. Because I didn't change anything. You know, my settings, so that's weird. Weird. Anyways. So this is just this is effectively just a small addition to the continuing to the Bond thing. You can choose whoever you want for this one. I am of course choosing Laura because duh. I forgot that this was right here. Otherwise, I would have recorded some of these. So, my bad. Oh well. I don't feel like reloading and fast forwarding through all of this, so. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it would be a thing to go ahead and do. I haven't seen most of these too. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Okay, let's do it. I know it's gonna be a lot of reloading and fast forwarding, but fuck it. This is an all content thing, so let's do it. You know what? No. I'll record it off screen and then I'll show it. That's what I'll do. There is one minor change that actually will happen later, which I am not showing all of, but that's beside the point. Let's just show off Laura. There's the Laura one. I think it would have to be Laura. We may not know where her father is, but she bravely stood up and defended Legram in his place to the best of her ability. And that couldn't have been easy for her with how worried she must be. Not once did she let her worries stop her from doing what needed to be done. She proudly fought to protect her home. I wish I could be like her. I wish I could be that strong.
Rean?
Laura!
Now the voice acting comes in.
I didn't think anyone else would come here so late at night. Sorry, I'll get out now.
You don't have to apologize, Rean. I should have checked if someone else was inside before coming in. Truth be told, I was thinking the same thing. I thought it would be empty by now. Still, this might make for the perfect chance to sit and talk, no?
Oh, you still want to come in?
There are few things more pleasant than relaxing in a hot spring while gazing up at the wintry sky. That tingle of warmth returning to my fingers and toes is particularly nice.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's my favorite time of the year to relax in the springs, too. But never mind that. Are you sure you're comfortable with both of us being here, Laura? It's pretty late, and with the two of us, it's kind of,
Well, I am modestly covered, so I don't think there's a problem, per se.
Rean, come on. Don't be so dense, buddy. Come on.
Although I'd prefer if you didn't look at me quite so pointedly. It's embarrassing for me to be here too, I hope you realize.
True. I wasn't doing it on purpose. Sorry. Anyway, you said you wanted to talk, right? Was it about anything in particular?
Well, I wanted the opportunity to say thank you.
You're thanking me? For what? I don't feel like I've done anything that warrants being thanked.
Huh. So Archive of Our Own wouldn't have accepted it even if I had finished Chapter 3 today. Huh. Not that I'm anywhere near, but still.
Everything, I suppose. I wanted to thank you for surviving all this time so that we could meet again. And I wanted to thank you for coming all the way to Legram to find us. Crow may not be with us, but you're the reason the rest of us are together again.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. Besides, it was only because of you guys that I was able to do anything at all.
Well, it's understandable that you'd feel that way. Still, I believe Class 7 is only what it is because you are at its center. You were the one who stood right back up and fought, and it's because of that we were able to make it this far. That's what I feel, and I know that's how the others feel too. So, thank you, Rean.
Wrong reaction.
I'd rather you didn't laugh at me. It took a lot of courage to come in here and tell you that, you know.
I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at you. It just finally hit home that everything Elise said was true. I had no idea that everyone was thinking of me as much as they were, or that so many people were looking out for me. It just made me realize all over again how blind I've been all this time. So I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
I see. In that case, be sure that you never forget what I said. We've been through so much together. The bonds formed between us will not be so easily broken.
Don't worry. I won't forget. And now that Class 7 is together again, I'm sure we'll be able to go back to the Academy one day. As long as we don't give up, I know we can make that a reality. So, let's give it everything we've got.
Yes, let's give it everything we got so we can make for one completely damn anticlimactic finish. However, I think I am just going to give these in general a plus, because they all, I've seen a couple of them and they all basically boil down to the same thing. I guess that would be more appropriate to say allies. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna add a positive for just this entire thing in general. Also, Bill told you just something similar? Interesting.
Of course.
I like that scene. It's a good thing. We'll go through the rest of it at some point. And of course, bond points, because of course. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a few of those ended up being 2 full holes. Yeah. Okay, our meeting in the Phoenix Wings cafeteria is until this afternoon, which means I've got plenty of time to figure out what we can do beforehand. Maybe it'd help to ask the others about what's on their minds, too. Yeah, sounds like a plan. So... Oh, it actually tells you about this. Okay, well, that's good. Good, so this time, Laura, Emma, Eustace, and Sarah have 2 bonding events each because they've been kind of away the longest, so they really haven't had time for bonding events. Everybody else has had one trip to Ymir, or each, to kind of have bonding events. So now there are 2 that can be viewed instead of just 1. Talking to one of these characters after viewing their first bonding event will allow you to view the second. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. And that's why when we have max bonding points, we have 15. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like 7 or so. But yes, 15 of them. Oh boy. So yeah, we're gonna be viewing bonding events a lot today. Hey, holy crap. Holy crap. Oh, that's a lot. Well, did you take good care of this in Angelica's place? I mean, yeah. This dog's named Badoo, right? He's cute. Yeah, Dad raised him to be a hunting dog, believe it or not. He's a sweetie, though. Looks like a smart one to me. Petting him's pretty relaxing, too. I'll stay with him for a bit, while I think about what we should do. Come to think of it, it's just about feeding time. Want to help me feed him? Sure, I'd like that. Be right back, I've got to go get his food. How's the taste? Good? Good? Looks like he's wagging his tail. Sorry for not being able to spare much time for you and Arthur, Badoo. He says it's okay. Smart dog. Can you understand what dogs are saying or something? No, I'm just guessing based on how he acts and barks. Back in the Corps, I used to look after the military monsters a lot. Really? That sounds like an awfully dangerous job for you to be doing. Well, I did get bitten sometimes at first, but after one of the other caretakers showed me what to do, I stopped. The way you talk about your time there, it's hard to believe the Jaeger Corps you were in was one of the strongest. Is Zephyr unusual by Jaeger standards? I guess. The boss was pretty easygoing, but it was always hard to tell what he was thinking. You remember what I told you at Mater Park? How they taught me survival skills and all that? Zeno and Leo taught me how to set traps and the art of close quarters combat. I can't imagine what it must have been like living that kind of life day to day, but it's easier to see how you came to think of them as family. Yeah, we were family. Until they left me behind after the boss died. I just want to know why. Why they all had to leave me behind. And now that I might have a chance to, I don't want to let it pass me by. Even if it won't be easy getting it out of them. Still. I think I understand what he's saying this time. Try not to overthink it. Something along those lines. There's no reason you need to try and find out alone. Not when you've got all of us with you. If that's what you want to know, we'll all make it work out. Well? You're right. How could things not work out when I've got you guys? Already level 4 with V. I mean, to be fair, she was also one of the first re-recruited, so... Well, knowing Talus, he probably, it was a spur of the moment thing where he was just like, yes, now I will kill you because I am really fucking petty and obnoxious and kind of a dick. Dick, there's a reason why in every continuity except for the Three Houses ones, I end up getting punted in the dick, in some capacity. We're gonna save Laura's for last. We'll save Laura's for last. What do we got over here again? And we got Milliam and Claire over here. We'll just do Milliam first. I'm super bored, so I'm thinking I might check out the souvenir shop. What kind of stuff do you think they got over there? Think it's cool? We're about to have a major discussion about our class's future. How can you be bored? Okay, don't answer that, but you could at least brainstorm something to contribute to the discussion. Nope. You know I'm never going to come up with anything, and no matter what you decide, it doesn't change things for me. One way or another, Lammy and I are going to keep on fighting with you guys. You just pick a path and we'll bust it open. Good to know. Oh, but we do value your opinion, so you might want to think things over. Maybe looking at some souvenirs would help clear my head. Tell you what, why don't I join you? I've been there tons of times, so you know I'll be able to recommend something nice. Really? You're the best, Reen. Okay, let's go, go, go! Man, there really is a bunch of unusual stuff here. Pretty good selection for a place smack dab in the boonies. That's partially thanks to Master Kafai. He always brings things when he comes to visit, like those manju, for example. They're a confectionery item from the east that have been tweaked a bit. I mean, yeah, you've mentioned that before. Oh, they look really good. You think Lecter would like them? Oh, so he's the one. Oh, so he's the one you're buying the souvenir for? You got it. He bought me a little Mishi strap when he was over in Crossbell, so I want to get him something too. I kind of want it to be something he can always keep with him over something that's going to go bad, like food, though. That's a good point. I thought he was missing, though. No one's heard from him since he was in Crossbell, right? Yeah. I had a feeling that was the case, Ace, to be honest with you. You know, the gems being your source of power and all that. Makes sense that it would be for each of you that have those same kinds of powers. Yeah, well, I'm sure he's fine. I mean, he's Lecter. It'd take more than a war to finish him off. Claire and I survived, so I can't imagine he wouldn't. He's just gonna show up one day and be like, "Hi," and that'll be it. I mean, she's not wrong. We saw that in Sky 3, we saw that in Zero, and we saw that in Azure. I mean, for God's sakes. Beans, well, okay, less so in Sky 3, but especially in Zero and Azure. You know, occult running things and screwballing, trying to screwball him, nothing. It didn't faze him. Having to deal with the Red Constellation, no issues. Dieter Croy's jumping the gun and being a crazy mad dictator? Nope. Did not stop him. Or Kilika, for that matter. Well, I have encountered a artifact known as a crystal heart before, so that makes perfect sense. Also, I have fought along warriors with these magical weapons called keyblades before, so there's that too. Anyways, well, at least you trust him, I guess. Then again, that makes sense. I mean, you Ironbloods probably think of each other like siblings, right? Oh, or, I don't know, do you? Though, if that's the case, that makes Chancellor Osborn your dad, maybe? Don't know, I've never really thought about it. Especially with Gramps. I've got siblings, sure, but hard to say if someone feels like a parent when you never had one. What? What does she mean, she's never had any parents? I wonder what's gonna happen to us Ironbloods now, though. Claire's got her job at the RMP, and she can do even without Gramps around. But without him there to give me orders, and all my old missions finished, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, really. I'm not needed as a piece on his game board anymore. Ouch! That's... Oh... Yeah, I've described Milliam as in desperately in need of a hug without ever realizing she's in desperate need of a hug. But that line just cemented it. It's like, well, Claire's got her job in the RMP, but, I don't know what I need to do now. My missions are all finished, and Gramps isn't going to give me any new orders, so, I'm done as a piece on his game board. Like, that line right there is the point the one that hits me the most. Like, oh my god. Because she's too young and innocent to realize it's just how bad of an idea that is, being nothing more than a game piece. And, yeah, I can buy that Osborn only saw her as a game piece. I will go ahead and freely admit that. God damn, like, oh. Which is funny because this is my version of frickin' Cold Steel 3 is like, it's all about shifting things over from being a game piece. Getting out of that. Don't think like that, Milliam. Or let me say this, even if you're not needed on some game board, you are needed by us. Okay, that was all. That was brilliant. That message just popped onto that message you just said about Milliam. Yeah, exactly, and at the same time, basically, because it popped up on my screen right when I hit the button to bring up this text box. Oh, I could not time that more perfectly if I tried. Oh man, that was beautiful. I didn't think I'd have perfectly timed. Yeah, and I was pretty sure you didn't even try. Because I'm pretty sure you've never played this game before. Because I think you mentioned at one point, I'm basically showing you the Trails series for the first time, basically. Which is why I wanted to go through all of the games. And she and even continues it. Yeah. And not as a piece. You're needed as a very important classmate and friend. Really? I can't tell you what you should do with your life from here on, but what I can tell you is that we're here for you. And even if you don't know what to do with yourself now, I'm sure you'll figure things out eventually, with or without us. Huh. Maybe you're right. I do feel kind of like sticking with you guys. These will help me figure something out. And speaking of figuring stuff out, I'm buying a manju. Ooh, my stomach's gurgling just looking at it. Aren't you supposed to be buying a souvenir for Lecter? Well, whatever. She seems happier now. I guess that's what matters most. Okay. So yeah, even though that is her, is that her first one? It's either her first or her second one. I'm gonna give Milliam's bonding event chain a plus. And the reason I'm doing so, the reason I'm just going ahead and pulling the trigger on this, is for one simple reason. The Lore Runner has a concept called Dragon Quest effect. This is it refers to something that is presented as all, lighthearted and fun and yay. And but then in reality, it is incredibly dark. Once you stop and you think about it, you're like, oh god, that's incredibly dark. Dragon Quest does this all the time. Right. Right? And I know that feeling. physically I'm here. Mentally, I'm elsewhere. Yeah. Because the funny thing is that Milliam, presents this as, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do now. I mean, Gramps is, I've never had any parents, and Gramps was giving me missions, and he's gone now, so I won't get any missions from him. I'm wondering what I'm gonna do. Who? I mean, I can't be a game piece on his chessboard anymore, so like that statement right there, of just of I don't know what I'm gonna do now because I can't be Osborn's chess piece anymore, is incredibly dark in several reasons. For several reasons, not the least of which being, well, child soldiers. Now, which I guess you could somewhat apply to, Fee as well. But I think that idea is more present with Milliam than with Fee, because with Fee it was more just, it's that typical, you're not really supposed to think of it like that, and Zephyr never really treated it as if she was a soldier. They trained her in the skills of a soldier, but she wasn't really a soldier, if you understand the distinction. No, Randy was the child soldier of the ex-Jaegers we've had. Let's just be blunt. Fee is just a 15-year-old with military training. Randy was the soldier at 15, if you understand the distinction. And that's kind of what I feel like with Milliam, the 15-year-old intelligence agent. And considering that Lecter will be referred to as Captain Lecter, yeah. You could sugarcoat it all you want, but Milliam was effectively being used as a child soldier. She was a agent of the military. There's no nice way to put that. And I love how quietly dark that is. Alright, next up, let's get Claire's out of the way. Captain Claire, something wrong? Hello, Reen. It's nothing major. I've just received an update from one of my men that contains some information I found personally relevant. Oh, well, I won't pry. But at the risk of sounding condescending, try not to push yourself too hard. Today is one of the few chances we'll get to rest. I appreciate the concern. Still, you have bigger things to worry about than my well-being, like the future of Class 7, for example. And with the town's defenses as solid as they are, now's the perfect time to sit back and figure all of that out. She's putting on a brave face, but I can tell she's more exhausted than she's letting on. Well, since we're so well defended, why don't we both take a little time to unwind? They have billiards at the Phoenix Wings, if you're interested. What do you say? Well, given how many people we are trying to keep the town safe, sure, I'll take you up on that offer. And of course, because it's a pool table, they're playing this song. I can't believe you pocketed all the balls in one shot. Unfortunately, they all moved exactly how I calculated that they would. I'm sorry, I've ended our game before you even had the chance to take a shot, haven't I? Thinking about it, games like these seem like exactly the kind of thing you'd be good at. I was probably walking into a bear trap the moment I invited you. Granted, I should have at least tried to hold back a little. Sorry. Lecter would have done a better job of making the game more enjoyable for both sides, all the while leaving certain elements up to chance and to keep things interesting. That lines right up with my impression of him too. I always did peg him as a trickster. Still, I wish I was a better player. I'd be able to put up a halfway decent fight in that case. Well, how about I give you a few pointers while we're here? You don't mind? Not at all. I can teach you some valuable skills that are guaranteed to help. Making good use of them will be down to you, but they should allow you to improve your score when playing. Well, if you're sure that you don't mind. Well done. That's the 9-ball I pocketed. That's the 9-ball pocketed as well. Thanks. To be honest, this is the first time I've been able to pocket all the balls without making a single mistake. You really are a natural at teaching. I wouldn't have been able to do anything at all if you weren't such a capable pupil. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to keep practicing with you if you're up for it. Really? You're a kind person, Captain. What makes you say that? Well, it's true. You went out of your way to help us countless times on our field studies, and now you've chosen to accompany us here and help with protecting the village. I mean, that was somewhat true right up until Ruhr, where she was completely where she decided guzzling paint thinner was a better idea. God. I mean, yeah. It's easy to forget sometimes that you're a part of the RMP or an Ironblood. It feels like you're always there, watching over us from the shadows, and I really do appreciate it. I think you're overstating how much I've really done. Yeah, actually, I agree with you on that one, Claire. You really haven't done that much. Reen just thinks that because they're writing him as if there's a potential for romance, which, in my opinion, goes straight into the drain. It starts going into the drains during Cold Steel 3, and at the end of Cold Steel 3, it's basically circling the drain. And then pretty much right at the beginning of Cold Steel 4, I know I'm hyping how much I despise Claire in Cold Steel 4, but let's just say her decisions are about on par doing a drinking contest with the Queen of Faerghus. As I am pretty sure that the Queen of Faerghus there could drink the King of Grappling under the table. Moving on. That's assumption on my part, admittedly, but still. I'm a Thors graduate as well, after all, so I can't help but want to look out for others from the Academy. In some ways, I just want to act like I'm still there, looking out for my classmates like an upperclassman would. Well, whatever your reasons, that doesn't change that I'm still grateful. I can't say for sure, seeing as I only have a younger sister. But if I had an older one, I have a feeling she would be just like you. Captain? What was that all about? Don't mind me. Please try to think of it as nothing more than a meaningless gesture. Well, if you say so. Oh. Rain. Stop letting Claire tempt you into cheating on Laura, you dummy. Regardless, I intend to continue doing whatever I can to aid you in the future. My primary duty may be to serve the Railway Military Police and carry out the will of Chancellor Osborne, but I have no reason to believe that I'll ever be doing anything other than an ally to you in Class 7. Now, okay, admittedly that reaction is because of future knowledge. I will grant you. But I have already stated that Osborne is the overarching villain of all four Cold Steels. The most non-spoilery way I can put that is that Claire is not on the playable characters list for Cold Steel 4, and leave it at that. That's all I'm gonna say on that subject. I wouldn't have it any other way. I know that any help you can give will go a long way for us. Ugh. And I know I shouldn't be holding future events against Claire, or I should be just focusing on what she does here, which is actually why I got so fucking angry at her in Cold Steel 1, because her actions there were actually really fucking stupid. But man, I need a palate cleanser after that. And Sharon, I need somebody with an actual brain in their head, please and thank you. Look, I don't care if you try to push Rean and Elisa together. Heather, you could shove us both into the hot springs nude, and that would still be less of a headache than Claire. Sure. Now, Lisa would be pissed at that, and I wouldn't blame her, because that's just like, what the fuck are you doing, Sharon? But I could see her doing that. Anyways. Doing some shopping, Sharon? That's right. Since you'll all be gathering for a discussion in the Phoenix Wings, I thought I might help out in the kitchen. I also thought I could prepare some food for your father, seeing as your mother has other business to attend to. I know, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Rean and Elisa is a good pairing. Don't mistake me. They are a good pairing. They're not my preferred Rean pairing, but they are a good pairing. The only pairings that, in my opinion, are actively bad pairings for Rean, admittedly, most of this is from future knowledge, but the only bad pairings for me personally for Rean are, incidentally, Claire and Elise. That's it. Every other pairing is actually has a degree of sense to it. Although I would extend that to... I would extend that to both Milliam and Altina, though. Though that's more of a Dotaru thing, more than anything. And, like I said, Yuna as well. But again, that's just because it's like... the Dotaru mentality is just kind of make me go... just kind of making me hesitate on that one. I mean, if you see her as a romantic parent, or Yuna as a romantic pairing for Reen, that actually does work. Once Yuna realizes who the real Reen is, but that's beside the point. That's awfully generous of you, thanks. With several Ouroboros members having recently revealed themselves to us, I can't help but assume they're up to something. I'd like to know, Reen, that no matter what happens, my alliance will always lie with you and your classmates. Please ensure that whatever you decide on this afternoon is something you can do without regret. Always, Sharon? Well, thankfully, unlike Claire, we'll be able to remind you of that. We'll be able to remind you of that should you ever forget, but that's beside the point. That's because you actually have loyalty to Elisa. Real loyalty. And I better shut the hell up before I spoil future events. Sharon, I swear we will. Glad to have your support. Till the end of time. It's great to know that she's got our back, but she's still cooking for Dad. Maybe I can help her out with that. Well, even if you are looking out for us, that doesn't mean I can't help you with cooking for my dad. Might as well try to pay him back a little bit for all those years of love and devotion, right? I'm sure your father would be overjoyed to hear you say that. As soon as I'm done with shopping, we can head over to the kitchen. Together, Reen and Sharon walk to the mansion, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're making Ymir-style borscht? Good idea. Yeah, it's got plenty of vegetables, and it should be great for warming him up to boot. I couldn't agree more. All of the protein in the meat I'll be using should help accelerate his recovery as well. Master Reen, could I trouble you to chop the vegetables? If you would, I'll set about preparing the meat and seasoning the soup. Sure. It's times like these where she seems like just any other maid. It takes me back to watching her cook for us in the dorm. It's hard to believe she's actually an enforcer of Ouroboros sometimes. Damn! I didn't even notice that too. Ooh, so the gameplay is... So the overall score is about even right now. Damn! Huh. I didn't even realize that until you pointed it out. Nice. It's hard to believe that she's actually an enforcer of Ouroboros sometimes. Ow! Is something wrong? Heavens, you sliced your finger. Sorry, I should have been paying more attention. I didn't cut it too deeply, though, so it should be fine. Oh no, that won't do at all. Would you hold still a moment, please? I'll stop the bleeding. Huh? Sharon, what are you... This is so awkward. And this is... The only thing that could have made that more awkward is if Elisa had shown up right there, like... No, this isn't what it looks like. I accidentally sliced my finger. There, that should do the trick. Sharon, I'm not sure it's a good idea to start sucking up people's fingers out of the blue like that. Any particular reason? I'll bring you a bandage, so please wait in the adjacent room. She's messing with me again, isn't she? I love that. There we we are. Hell better. Please leave the rest of the work to me. You should give your finger time to heal. You're probably right. I'm sorry that I couldn't be of more help. You needn't be sorry, Master Reen. You were a valuable contribution as it was. It brought back memories of Lady Elisa's younger days, too. Whenever she fell and scraped her knees, she would always start crying for me to come and help her. Ah, sweet. I can picture how embarrassed she'd be if she learned Sharon was telling people this. Oh, just you, Reen. Just you. I'm pretty sure Sharon would not tell this to anybody but you. And that's just because she's like... Because she's so tempted to just, while you two are discussing, to push you even closer together and be like, and now kiss. Yes. By the way, Sharon is like the biggest proponent of Reen and of shipping Reen and Elisa together. Even into Cold Steel 3, she does that. And like, come on. Come to think of it, you've been working for the Reinford family for a while now, haven't you? 7 years, in fact. It was shortly after Mr. Reinford's passing. But I cannot begin to thank Madam Chairman Arena enough for giving me the chance she did. It was only thanks to her kindness that I was able to begin a new life under her employ. Does that mean you'd never been a maid before she hired you then? What were you before that? Oh, whoops. As you no doubt suspect, I lived as an enforcer. A mission given to me by Ouroboros was what first led me to meet her, and she wasted no time in trying to hire me. I served in both capacities concurrently after that. You wouldn't find many executives who would knowingly hire an agent of Ouroboros. She never ceases to amaze, huh? She certainly doesn't. Nevertheless, it was thanks to her that I was able to find a new path on my own. It's too late for me to turn back and change what's already been done, but she was willing to give me a different future. What do you mean? Oh, nothing. I was simply thinking out loud. Regardless of what happens in the past, my love for the Reinford family will never waver. Perhaps in Cold Steel 3 I will exposit more about my past, Master Reen, but for now... please be sure to remind Master Alex to keep his mouth shut. You don't have to remind me, Sharon. Nor will my devotion to Class 7, Master Reen. I shall continue to do all that I can to serve you. Thank you. I know we can always count on you, and everyone else knows that too. I hope we'll always stay fondly in your thoughts, Sharon. All right. Excellent. Oh. Elisa's wanting a visit. She was even in the building during all that, too! I just realized that! She was up here in Baron Schwartz's office the whole time. Okay, that makes that even funnier. Because that was actually a possibility. That's awesome. Anyways, what are you doing in here, Elisa? Your mother told me that I could find some tools in here, so here I am. I need them for the work I'm going to be doing on the Orbital bike. Wait, you know how the bike works well enough to do that? Well, an engine's an engine, right? I should be able to tinker with it. After all Angelica's done for us, I at least want to make sure she gets her precious bike back in top condition. Might be nice if I gave her a hand. Need a hand there? Sounds like a two-person job to me, and I'd feel bad for making you do all the work when Angelica left it in my care. I figured you'd say that. It'll probably go more smoothly with an extra pair of hands, so sure. Alright, that's everything around the orbital engine taken care of. It could probably do with being taken for a test drive at some point, though. Oh, I should oil the moving parts, too. Man, you really are amazing. I know you were good with orbital technology and all, but I didn't expect you to be able to perform maintenance this well. All of this is just a stopgap, really. I had a few chances to look at it back at the academy, too, so I have a vague idea of what needs doing, but that's all. Doesn't make you any less amazing in my eyes. When in Nord, you worked out what was wrong with that truck and even knew the model of that mortar we found. At first, I thought it was just because you're part of the Reinford family, but I feel like it's underselling you now. Oh, you must have studied like crazy to know so much. Well, I did spend a lot of time studying orbital technology even before enrolling at the academy. I used my family name however I could in order to visit RF factories and attend lectures at the Institute of Technology. I'm more than confident I made the most of every chance I had to study and broaden my knowledge of the field. I have a feeling I know why you did all that too. Was it to rebel against your mother? Well, I can't deny that. Not to beat a dead horse, but it felt like Mother just stopped caring about us after my father passed away. Hey, I mean, she'd stolen the company from grandfather and everything. How could you do that to your own father? So I suppose you could say that all that studying was my way of trying to show her up at something. A little, at least. I see. So, were you able to? Not in the slightest. Now that she's missing, this isn't the time to be thinking about my next act of rebellion either. And you know what? That's fine by me. I've made up my mind to focus on the future rather than the past for now. I've got to keep that promise I made to her and Ruhr after all. I'll be running the company before she knows it. I think she'd prefer it that way, honestly. Green. Huh? Look at you. You were so engrossed in the bike that you didn't even notice all the snow that had built up on your head. Still, I think you found the right way to approach things. I'll have to pick up a few pointers from you. Can't let myself get too wrapped up in my past either. And that way, we'll both be able to find the best paths for each of us to take. I certainly hope so. I'll worry about that a little bit later. Come on, don't cry. Here, this'll cheer you up. Is that a bunny made out of snow? And look, you've got loads of snow on your head too. Don't worry, you can follow me back to Ymir. So stay close, okay? Okay. Are you kidding me? What's wrong? I can't believe I forgot. Remember how I talked about coming here with my family as a kid? I ended up getting lost out on the mountain. But just when I started to think I'd be lost there forever, a boy appeared out of nowhere, and he led me back the way back to the mirror. That boy was you, I'm sure of it. That does ring a bell, actually. The year after that was when the whole thing with my power happened, so I'd kind of pushed everything else to the back of my mind. Weird. We really did meet when we were kids. I was only joking about it before, but yeah, we really did. I'd forgotten all about it, too, probably because it was a scary memory for me. I don't blame you. Still, you don't get coincidences like this every day. I'd be embarrassed to try and attribute it to something like fate, though. Yeah, you're right. Maybe if we'd realized it sooner, sure. But it makes me happy to know it was you all along. Sorry? I didn't quite catch that. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Anyway, let's finish up with the bike, shall we? Yeah, sure. Rena and Elisa work together to finish the rest of the bike's maintenance, blah, 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 blah. Yay. Alright, so there we go. Almost level 4. Okay, so yeah. Elisa, the spawning event is done. Alright, next up. Well, since we were going... I only turned around because of a thingy, so let's head to the tavern next. Oh, there's no Tovalt one? Huh. Well, that kinda sucks. Yeah, it's only Emma. Huh. There's a whole bunch of the Phoenix Wings, though. I don't mind if you focus on Class 7 for a while, but don't forget that you've got a full-fledged witch to worry about. And to be honest, I think the sooner we deal with her, the better. Before the time comes, you might want to try hardening up that bleeding heart of yours. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I do hope she'll give us the chance to talk things out first. That's the kind of soft-hearted thinking I was warning you about. This is not my conversation to enter. It's so wonderful to be back with Celine again. Now I can focus on how we should act from here on out. Not that that will be a particularly easy decision. Yeah, we are glad to have you weigh in on the matter, though. Oh, I just remembered, there's something I need to buy from the shop in the village. Oh? I can't tell you what it is, I'm afraid. It's a secret. I have no idea what she's talking about, but she looks happy about it. Okay, now I'm getting curious. I know Celine's not allowed, but do you mind if I join you with your shopping? If it's okay, I mean. I know the shop here pretty well, so I might be able to help you find whatever it is you're looking for. Really? That would be lovely. But you've got to stay here. Celine. Rena and I can handle this on our own, so don't even try to follow us. Fine, whatever. All this secrecy's creeping me out anyway. Here we go. The color looks just right, too. That's wool, right? Wait, I didn't know... Oh, you can knit. I used to do it quite often back home, actually. I've been working on a scarf for Celine for a while now as a sort of reunion present. It's almost done, too, but I ran out of wool, so I came here to buy some more. Oh, really? In that case, why not finish it in our living room? That way, it should be able to work on it without her finding out about the surprise. That sounds like an excellent idea. Thank you, Reen. I made some tea, Emma. Wow, that looks great so far. Why, thank you, Reen. I think this deep blue color will really suit her personally. Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to see how it'll look when it's done. It's nice to see how close the two of you are. Close? Do you really think so? She's certainly important to me, but at the same time, she's not exactly pleasant to me most of the time either. I mean, yeah, we've established she's kind of a bitch. Nice. I don't think she means any harm by it. Don't tell her that I said this, but she was really worried about you the whole time we were separated. I know for a fact that she cares about you, even if she has a tough time putting it into words. Really? Thanks for telling me. We've been together since the day I was born, but I guess I still have a hard time reading her. Once I began training to become a full-fledged witch, she became my familiar, so in a sense, she's like a sister to me. Really? I'm kinda jealous. As far as siblings go, it's like you two who can be completely open with one another. But when it comes to Elise, I always find myself holding back from saying what I'm really thinking. You say that, but I'm sure Celine is still keeping plenty of things from me. I can certainly be more open with her than I can with Vita, though, at least. If you don't mind my asking, how are the two of you related anyway? You said she was something of a sister to you when we first found out her true identity. She's a sister in the sense that we both trained to become witches together. Excuse me. I always admired and looked up to her, both for her skill in witchcraft and her beautiful voice. Even now, I feel like I'll never be able to catch up to her in terms of raw talent. I see. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. All you can do is keep trying, really. I suppose. One thing's for certain, she won't be able to catch you won't be able to catch up with her in a day. You didn't learn how to knit that scarf in a day, right? That took time. Catching up to Vita shouldn't feel any different. All you can do is keep trying to better yourself. When you put it that way, you have a point. Thank you for the encouragement, Reen. I feel a lot better now. There we go. Excuse me. Oh my god. Throat. There we go. And, as we were told by the caption, there are two. I'm so glad that Celine ended up liking the scarf he gave her, even if she is still too embarrassed to wear it. I'm not embarrassed. I'm just distraught that you wasted your time and energy making something for me. Hey, make sure you get some rest now, okay? I will. They're so happy together. There's got to be some place where we can unwind together. In that case, why don't the three of us head out to the foot bath? Yes, we've got more than enough time, and it's a great place to relax. Oh, that does sound like a good idea. Inviting a cat to take a bath. Yeah, I'll pass, thanks. Suit yourself, Celine. We'll see you later, then. Because of course. This feels wonderful. Celine was right. About what? She'd mentioned how the hot springs of Ymir have the ability to promote mana recovery for those who use them. Perhaps it's due to there being a spirit vein nearby, giving them the protection of the spirits. Really? That's interesting. It's a shame Valimar can't jump in here with us, then. That's very true. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Just like submerge him in water, and then that allows him to absorb more mana. That'd be interesting. And kind of efficient, too. If you think about it. Ooh, if he could do that in the Xenogears universe. No, seriously, picture this. Picture this. Dominia is going up against Reen and Valimar like, Oh, you want some too, huh? Well, I don't care what your gear specs are. And then meanwhile, it's like, why is he not running out of energy? And then Valimar just... And then Reen is just like, yeah, that's actually a good point. Why aren't you running out of energy, Valimar? And he's like, I can absorb the mana from the ocean. Oh! So in other words, while we fight in the ocean, we basically have infinite mana. Correct. Well, shit. I know it wouldn't work exactly like that, but that'd be an interesting twist. It's why Reen and Faye can't team up. Because Valimar would just curb stomp the Xenogears. Oh. Yeah, honestly, I do like the idea of different mechs series combining. It's actually one of the reasons why I've been thinking about getting into the Super Robot Wars games. Especially after I saw a review of Super Robot Wars V specifically. I was thinking of trying to get a copy for the Switch specifically, because I could get I forget the term, but there's a version that it basically is the Japanese version, but in English. And we're not talking fan translations. We're talking like actual. No, really, there was a place where it was released, and the text was put into English. You know. Oh. Oh. Emma, your glasses have all fogged up, you know? Ooh, interesting. Oh, oops! I forgot to take them off. You didn't even need to get that worked up. Didn't need to get that worked up about it. Although, come to think of it, what is it? You're staring an awful lot. Oh, sorry. It's just something that's been bugging me for a while. Your eyesight isn't really all that bad, is it? You noticed? Things get a little blurry, but it's not a major issue if I use a little witchcraft to compensate. Thought so. You weren't wearing them for our concert, but your choreography was still dead on. But why wear them if you don't need them? In a sense, they're symbolic of a witch's way of life. A witch must carry out their duties while nestled in the shadows of history. Reveal your true nature, and you risk straying from the witch's burden and becoming swayed by basic emotion. Grandmother's always said that to me ever since I was a little girl. Huh, that's funny. I'd always pictured your grandmother as this friendly old lady, but it sounds like she's actually pretty strict. She has to be, really. Really, she has to be, otherwise no one will take her seriously when they meet her. She's both the Hexen clan's elder and a very powerful witch, so she has a responsibility to guide us in all we do. Both Vian and I were scolded by her fairly often during our training. Yeah, I can see that now. But then one day Vita broke a taboo and vanished from the village. Grandmother seems to want to find her and punish her for what she did. But as for me, all I want to do is talk with her and find out what made her do such a thing. If I could just learn that. Sorry, Emma. What are you apologizing for? But you know, sometimes I wonder if I'm being too naive when it comes to Vita. Even still, I'd like to think I've grown at least a little. Maybe it's about time I stopped wearing these glasses too. I couldn't tell you why, but wearing them somehow makes me feel like I'm always keeping secrets from you all. Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, admittedly, I've never done the Emma bonding events before. So, I'm gonna pull up my walkthrough. Ooh, if you will give me a moment. It's just before the intermission chapter, so I want it here. Okay, it doesn't appear that there's any real change to this. It's just would I prefer her to keep wearing her standard to be keep wearing the glasses, or that do I think not wearing them would suit her better? Huh. Like the Megazords and Power Rangers? Interesting. You know what? I do think going without the glasses does suit her, but... yeah, we'll just say not wearing them. If that's what you want to do, I say go ahead and do it. I think going without them would really suit you personally. Really? Still, whether you choose to wear them or not, and whether you're a witch or not, for that matter, you're still the same Emma we'll always love. Don't forget that. Thanks, Reem. That's such a sweet thing to say. Okay. Ah, she put the glasses back on. Ah, well. Let's have a chat with Toval while we're here. The guild should probably follow your guys' example and figure out what we're going to do next, to be honest. Hopefully we'll be able to keep working with you guys. Might be easier now that Sarah showed up again. I'm down if you are. There you go. But yeah, leave worrying about the guild stuff to us. You guys got your own stuff to take care of. True enough. Alright, next up... actually, let's do the snow... Let's break this up a little bit. Let's do Course A3. Yeah, the snowboarding minigame. Just so we have something other than a mass amount of cutscenes. Now. Ah, no! I meant to clear that. No! Well, as long as I can make it in 58. Oh no, I missed 2. That's not good. Oh no, I'm not gonna make it. Crap. Ah, nope, I missed too many. Retry. Yeah, there we go. I only missed 1. So let's not miss. Oh no, I missed. Crap. Ah. I'm just gonna accept that. Move on. Seconds, I see the end. I made it! Oh, close.
I did it!
Nice. Okay, we're done. We're done with that. We're good. Nice work. That there was an expert level course too. Well, here's your prize. Go ahead and take it. Passion leggings. Oh, and take this too. It's a new board that it's gotten real popular among the youngsters. Purple dotted board. Select board on the course is now on the course menu is available. The difference between the boards is purely cosmetic, so that's good. All right. Cool. Alright, now that we've dealt with that, I'm gonna head to the Phoenix Wings. Still got 8 more of these to go. Oh boy, who's over here? Sarah. Well, good enough. Well, seeing as Toval and Miles are safe, if I'm guessing all the bracers here in Ereboni are probably okay. Wish I could say the same for our colleagues over in Crossbell, though. I can't even get in touch with Wenzel. A friend of yours? We go back a ways, yeah. He used to be registered as a bracer here, but eventually he packed up and moved to Crossbell. Anyway, leave worrying about the guild to us. We've got enough on our plates as it is. Yeah, we have enough to worry about here without worrying about, Arios betraying the guild and all of the nonsense that's happening over there. So, I'm sure it'll work itself out. They've got the SSS over there, after all. Just focus on what move you guys are going to make next. If you feel like you need a break, I'd be happy to join you, though. Maybe I should take her up on that. That sounds nice, actually. Would you mind hanging out for a while? Striking while the iron's hot, I see. Alright, I could use the company. I was actually thinking of heading to the tavern for a drink or two. What do you say you do a little change of venue? That's fine with me, but I'll stick with living the dry life. Figured you'd say that. Come on, then. Settled for a ginger ale. Ah, that's the good stuff. It's got a very mellow taste, but it's sweet and refreshing too. I had no idea you could make something so good out of rice of all things. It's a kind of alcohol from the east that Master Kafai brought here, I believe. Gerald said it's called Junmei Shu. That Master Kafai sure knows his stuff. He sounds like a man I'd love to drink the night away with. He's always been a bit of a heavy drinker, so I'm pretty sure he'd take you up on that if you asked. But you might want to cut down on the booze. With things so shaky now, you never know when you'll need to take action. I know. I'm not planning on getting myself plastered when you've got that discussion later on, so don't freak out. I think I've earned a bit of alcoholic relaxation time personally. After all, it went cold turkey while I was in hiding. It was torture. Would you deny your poor instructor some sweet relief? Sure, relief. Let's call it that. What have you been doing all this time anyway? We didn't hear so much as a rumor about you. Oh, I was just laying low, gathering what information I could through connections from my guild peers. There's information that was of what was going on elsewhere in the country, the capital in particular, that kind of stuff. In the capital? Did you manage to find anything out? No more than you did yourselves, sad to say. The Noble Alliance is doing a great job of keeping information from leaking out of the city. After that, I decided to sneak into the Kreuzin province to follow the Alliance's movements from there. And that was when I ended up getting in contact with Eustace. I see. It's pretty impressive you were able to do so much all on your own. Well, working alone and gathering information are two things I had to get used to during my guild years, so it was nothing new for me. If anything, I'm more impressed with everything you've managed to do. I was glad to see everyone here was okay after that Jaeger attack too. Sounds like it was a high-ranking corps. Yeah, the Northern Jaegers under orders from Duke Alberea. Fortunately, there were no fatalities, even if the experience was pretty traumatic for everyone. Dad's woken up now too, so there's been no real long-term damage there. We had the goddess's blessings in that respect. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to help when you needed it most, Rain. You don't need to apologize. You couldn't possibly have known what was going to happen. Is something wrong? You look distracted all of a sudden. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking about what a relief it was that your dad's okay. He always seemed like such a pleasant man, especially for a noble. Handsome, too. I don't like where this is going. I mean, Sarah, Reen does not want to call you mommy. I mean, now knock it off. Oh, relax. I'm just kidding. Anyway, all that aside, you've made it this far, or you can make it the rest of the way too. Just keep your eyes on the future, and that it starts by deciding what to do next. You're right. We'll be counting on your support. Ah, this stuff is awesome. Can you at least let me finish before you wind up passed out on the floor? Oh, Sarah. Sarah. You putz. All these drinks got me feeling kind of sleepy. I can't afford to doze off during your discussion later. Maybe I should go out and get some air. A little exercise always sobers me up faster for some reason. How about it? Want to join me? Sure. Alright then, I'm up for it. You are? Attaboy, Reen. Actually, since we've got plenty of morning left to fritter away, I've got an idea. What would you say to a little one-on-one training? Sounds good to me, just maybe don't rough me up too much. Well, let's take this somewhere a bit less populated then, shall we? You've definitely gotten stronger while I've been away. Good to see that you're getting that night of yours hasn't caused you to start slacking on your training. I'm still no match for you, though. Just holding back, but only just. I think if I really try, I might just be able to beat her. She clearly wants me to do it, and if that's what she wants, then I'll show her just how much I've improved. You're all fired up now, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Let's pick things up where we left off. Right. Come on, that all you got? I hope it isn't, because you're not going to be able to rescue your sister or the princess if that's the best you can do. Ugh. You remember when I said you were the center of Class 7? Well, I still feel that way, even now. And I won't rest easy until I know that center's capable of beating me on his own, and at least once. He's... Yeah. Little cat. I am so sorry. Are you alright, Rain? Yeah, I'm fine. Just... I should have known that was no match for you. No, that was your victory, not mine. What do you mean? I knew that last attack of yours was going to be far more powerful than I thought you were capable of, so I was forced to stop holding back in order to block it. That's a victory in my book. Clearly, all that stuff you've been doing, it's been great for your training. I'd really like to think so. I'd chalk that one up to luck, personally. I wasn't even thinking. It was more like my body acted on its own. I'm going to need a lot more practice before I can pull off feats like that at will. If you understand that, then I need say no more. But don't worry. I'm sure that if you train enough, if you'll be able to do it. Have faith in yourself, yeah? You've got both the potential and the mindset to achieve great things. I'll try. I don't even want to think about how badly that last attack could have hurt him. I feel like this war is causing the old me to resurface. Good foreshadowing for future events. Alright. Now, we've got Elliot and we've got Eustace. Anybody over here? No? Well, that's interesting. Oh. It's over here. Elliot! Sitting in here brings back memories. Remember trying to lock down ideas for our concert in the middle of our trip? I guess it wasn't that long ago, but it feels like another lifetime, especially since Crow was with us then. Yeah, it really does. But it's not another lifetime, is it? It's this one. There's no reason that all of us hanging out and having fun has to stay a thing of the past. The only hard part is figuring out how to make that a reality again, which is admittedly pretty hard, but I'm thinking of ways to make it happen. Doesn't really sound like he's getting anywhere. Maybe a break would help clear his head. Come on, Elliot, let's take a break. The more frustrated you get over not being able to think of anything, the less likely it is that you actually will. Yeah, I guess you're right. I know just the thing to clear my head. Hey, you used to play the lute, right? If it's still around, can we take a look at it? Oh, no. Oh, well, that's nice. Rean and Elliot managed to scrouge up Breen's old lute from the darkest depths of the mansion. Instruments in hand, the two of them headed over to the tavern. Well, we've managed to get permission to play here, but I've got to say, I'm feeling pretty tense about this. I haven't touched this lute in forever, so playing it in front of a crowd all of a sudden is a bit... You'll be fine, just playing it like you played the guitar here during the festival. One of the best things that about music is that it can be made with any combination of instruments. Well, if you insist, I'll give it a go. Better to try and fail than to not try at all, right? Would not mind that, honestly. Actually, any of these would be fine. Phew, that was actually pretty fun. See? I told you it would be fine. Not being up on a stage or having lights hits in your face takes off a lot of pressure, too. I sometimes used to perform like this at the concert cafe back at home. Oh, really? Still, I'm guessing it'd be even more fun if I could play half as well as you did. I don't know if I'm really as good as you make me sound, Rean. I've got a lot of practice ahead of me if I decide to pursue a career in music. Emphasis on the if. That's right, your dad's finally giving you permission to go through with it if you want. Have you started giving it any serious thought yet? Yeah, a bit. Not that I'm getting anywhere. I'm happy to have his approval, but it's still not a decision I can make lightly. It's probably silly to even be thinking about it now. I mean, we need to focus on getting through this war first. Not at all. There's nothing wrong with giving thought about your future when you can. You're right that it's something you can't take lightly, but it's still hard to tell how things will be after the war ends. But if pursuing a life of music is what you decide to do in the end, and you've got my full support too, not just your dad's. Thanks, Rean. But right now, we need to focus on our future as a class. Once the war's over, then we can start living for the future. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Cool. I guess I should check that, shouldn't I? Let's see. This isn't showing me any of them. Okay, there we go. Well, okay, no, that's these three. Oh. Well, looks like it is gonna be Toval for that. Alright, you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. I thought Eustace was in here. Or is he outside? Huh. No, he's over here. Somewhere. Oh, there he is. I didn't see him because he blended in a little bit. Whoops! There you are, Eustace. Deciding what our class should do, who has proven more difficult than expected. Still, I left Berea hard so that I could make my own decisions about my life. I'll make this one for myself too. Even if this decision is yours, the burden doesn't have to be. House Alberea's problems concern every single one of us. There's no reason you need to sort out all of this on your own. We've been with you this long, and that's not going to change. Thank you, but I'm aware. I bet a break would help him clear his head and make better decisions. Should I drag him into one? Yeah. Hey, want to come look after Arthur with me for a bit? Who in blazes is Arthur? Oh, was that the name of our family's horse? Got it in one. Since you're kind of a horse expert, I'd really appreciate it if you could help me out with him for a bit. Why not? I'd like to see him myself. Lead on. This is a fine horse. It has a strong air of dignity about it, which, like the young horses back at the academy. Yeah, he does. He's pretty friendly too, isn't he? He's been here since Dad took me in, so he's getting up there in years. But he's still got the same energy. Dad still takes him out hunting along with Bidou. I see. I imagine his dignified appearance is a result of much experience then. He does appear to be in dire need of some exercise, however. His muscles aren't quite as defined as they should be. Wow, I'm amazed that you could tell. Well, you're not in the riding club for nothing. He hasn't had much chance to get out and about since Dad was injured, so that's probably why. Then if we can, I'd like to do something about that. What say you to giving him a good brushing before we take him out? I think he'd like that a lot, actually. He seems really happy to be out of the village. It's been quite a while since he last had the chance. So it appears. I imagine that he would rather go out hunting with his master, however. Horses are always far more comfortable with their usual rider. My family and the riding clubs are no exception. That makes sense, but with Dad's injuries, I don't think he'll be fit to go out hunting anytime soon. Speaking of the riding club, do you have any clue what's going on back at Thor's? You were the one who managed to get the bike out of there, so I figured you might know something. Mind you that I was only able to do so through the Noble Alliance. I tried to make use of my position as a member of House Alberea as best as I could. Unfortunately, my authority pales in comparison to Father or Rufus's, so I'm afraid that was the most I could do. That's a shame. Still, I appreciate you trying. I really do owe you a lot, even for little things like helping me look after Arthur. I hardly think I deserve your thanks. Being my father's son, some of the responsibility for his disgraceful actions falls on my shoulders as well. I would say you would be more responsible for making up for your father's mistakes and restoring the Alberea name, rather than you being guilty of your father's crimes, which is what it sounds like you're saying, Eustace. I know I went through this in the last session, but I'm saying this point blank. You are not responsible for Duke Alberea's shit. And that includes everything he has done and will do. I have a duty to do all within my power to atone for that to both Baron Schwarzer and Ymir's people. I'm sure my brother feels similarly, even if he appears to be prioritizing his role in the Civil War at the moment. Like I said back in Berea Heart, there's no reason for you to feel responsible for what happened here. I understand that you're concerned about your father and your brother, but dwelling on the past benefits no one. All we can do is to keep moving forward. You do have a point. No burden out there exists that you should have to shoulder alone. I'm not as long as you're a member of Class 7. As long as we're together, we'll be able to carry the weight of any burden. One would think I'd be used to how our class works by now, and the Imperial nobility should show its spirit through actions over words. Exactly. We both know that what we need to do. We swore to one another when we fought that moment you came back to us. Indeed, and I fully intend to do as promised. I do like that. I do. It's just... yeah. Ugh, still got 4 more of these left. Oh, man. I mean... that's the nature of the cheats. So, of the cheat I've activated. But that's just because I wanted to view all the bonding events. Especially considering, as we demonstrated with... actually, with Emma's and with Eustace's here, I haven't seen all of them, so some of these I'm viewing for the first time. I am going to AFK briefly. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. Alright. Time for bonding event number 2 for Eustace. Horses are wonderful creatures. After spending some time with yours, I have to admit I am feeling more optimistic. Despite the fact that I'm still freezing after all that time outside. Perhaps I should head over to the tavern and get a nice hot cup of tea. That should make planning our next move easier. I wouldn't mind a cup myself. Nice cup would hit the spot right now, actually. Mind if I tag along? I'll help you brainstorm. No objections here. Huh. Interesting. Oh, your hair ring. Hey, Elf. Hey, Kiki. Hello. Welcome to our tavern. Thank you for your hospitality. Are the two of you going off to play somewhere? Uh-huh. We're not sure what we're going to do, though. I wish we could have more snow like the last time you were here. That'd be fun. Please, no. I'm glad to see you're back to your usual cheerful self, Elf. I was horrified when I heard those Jaegers had used you as a hostage, but you don't seem too worse for the wear. They did? It was no big deal, and Mr. Baron saved me in the end. And he's just trying to act tough. He spent hours crying afterwards. No, I didn't. Anyway, hey, now that we've run into you, maybe you could come play with us? We haven't been able to play together in forever. I don't know. We've got a pretty busy afternoon ahead of us. I see no harm in joining them. We can't spare too long, but we could certainly play for a little while. Really? Hey! Okay, let's go outside then. What's gotten into him? Guilt. Everyone ready? Ready. Ha, found you, Kiki. Already? Well, that's boring. Okay, now to find everyone else. Aha! Found you, Reen. Wow, you couldn't have picked a place that was less obvious? Well, of course, it's going to be easier to find me if both of you are looking for me. I guess that just leaves Eustace. Okay, come on, let's go find him. Okay, I'm sorry, but this is just too funny. Huh? What you doing here, Eustace? Nothing. Go away. There he is. Found him. That didn't take long. You all suck at hide and seek. Huh? You're playing hide and seek? That sounds like fun. I want to play too. Oh. Man, children really do have unlimited energy. I'd say a certain classmate of ours has far too much energy even by those standards. Yeah. Still, I can never quite become used to playing outside. It's been a while since I last played outside like this. I wasn't expecting you to join in either. I know you're always a hit with kids and all, but still, I wanted to do something to raise their spirits a little. The sooner that boy can forget that awful memory of being taken as a hostage, the better. So that was what you were trying to do. That's really nice of you, Eustace. Still, you don't need to worry so much. The children of Ymir are made of sturdier stuff than you think. The thing we can do is make sure they never have to go through anything like that again. Indeed, I, for one, have no intention of allowing my father to do anything so foolish ever again. Oh, that hurts. It's a bit. But I know that I won't be able to stop him alone. I hope to have all of you standing at my side. That goes without saying. As both nobles and members of Class 7, we have a duty to do whatever we can. Alright. Okay, how many pluses do we have on the board for humor?
Right.
Yeah, I'm up in the humor plus to 3. Definitely. Alright. Well, that takes care of that. Now, let's head over to the church. Because it's time for Gaius. Now, what's funny about this one is, you can actually, this is actually something that is early, that you can actually, what we're about to do is actually give Gaius here a new ability. One that he would not learn for another 5 levels otherwise. So, yeah. I actually didn't realize that until here, but yeah, here it is. I figured a quiet church would be a perfect place to sit and think about what we can do. But so far, it hasn't done me much good. There has to be something we can do to help the people of Arabonia, but what? Yeah, though hopefully whatever we decide on will help people in Nord too. There's got to be something that only we can do that will help better people's lives. We just need to figure out what. That's about the point I'm at. Still, if we keep thinking it over, I'm sure the winds and the goddess will grant us their inspiration eventually. This does actually seem like a pretty good place to brainstorm. Maybe I should join him for a while. You know, now that I think about it, there's someone I'd like to meet. A friend of mine. I'd like you to meet. A friend of mine, in fact. A friend of yours? Yep, follow me. I'll introduce you. He should be in the village right now. Is this friend of yours here? I can't sense anyone. I suppose even you would have trouble sensing him, especially if you're trying to sense a person. What am I looking for if he's not a person? There he is. Yeah, it's the bird that attacked those Jaegers up in Nord. Is that a hawk? Huh. Looks like the one who helped save us from those Jaegers in Nord. The very same, in fact. He's a friend of mine who watches over the Nord Highlands from above. His name's Zio. He was named after one of the warriors who fought alongside Emperor Dracos during the war. He looks so cool up close. But what's he doing all the way out here? Your guess is as good as mine. I spotted him on the roof of the Phoenix Wings last night. He might have followed our scent. All the way from Nord, though? That's quite the distance. I wonder why he would follow us. I wish I could say for sure, but I'd like to think he wants to lend us his aid. He watched us slip up a few times during our battles, so I imagine he thinks he could make things easier. I see. Well, he's already gotten us out of a bind once, and if he's got your glowing endorsement, then he'll make a hell of an ally. Hey, welcome to the team, Z. Whoa! I think he's trying to say that he has no intention of getting too friendly with us. He'll just watch over us from above like he did before, lending us his aid when he sees fit. Hey, that works too. In that case, thanks for watching our backs, Theo. Phew, we're finding new allies left and right these days, aren't we? It certainly feels that way, though I bet he sees us more as weaklings in need of protection than allies. Either way, I'm sure his support will be invaluable in the days ahead. I mean, if he can be half as awesome as Zieg, the one who knocked a Jaeger flat on his ass just by flying at him, I think we're in good hands. I still love that moment from Sky 2. Who, Zieg flying in and knocking Gilbert flat on his ass. I loved it. That was awesome. Either one. Yeah, I don't doubt that. And I could say the same about yours. Likewise. Gaius has now learned to craft Hunter Wing earlier than he otherwise would. This craft allows him to summon Zeo to do damage in a line. Alright. So that's all of that. I could go ahead and do Laura's now, but I think it's time for a hidden quest. Hey there, congrats on finally getting all your classmates back together. I'm glad to see they're all safe, too. Not like they ever seemed like the kind of people who would go down easily. Yeah, you're right. Hey, the hard part's still yet to come, though. No. We might all finally be reunited, but now we need to sit down and decide exactly what it is we need to do to make a difference. Well, good luck with that. By the way, completely unrelated, but do you mind if I ask you a small favor? A favor? It's not often you ask favors of me. You see, we've got a noble called Annabelle staying here at the moment, but I haven't seen her since she left to go fishing yesterday. She's been gone for a whole day? That's right. She's always seemed to be crazy about her fishing, but this is the first time she's been gone this long. It's the middle of winter, too, so I'm a bit worried about her. If you're free, I'd really appreciate it if you went to look for her. Yeah, I can help you out with that. Her discussion isn't until a bit later. If she went out to fish, I'm guessing she's probably somewhere around the valley behind the village. That's what I figured too. The hard part's finding out how far down the path she's gone. I don't have any leads there either. You're just gonna have to comb it from top to bottom. Alright, I'll be sure to bring her back as soon as I can. Stranger than fishing. Alright, 5 allies. Alright, let's see. Fee, Gaius, Laura, Koval and Sarah, why not?
The wind is behind us. Let's go!
I'll handle it.
Here I go.
Leave it to me. There!
Leave this to me.
My turn.
Here I go.
I'll handle it.
Leave it to me. There!
Onward.
My turn.
Let's move. All right.
I'll handle it.
An opening. Together, Laura and Fee.
Spells victory.
Still love that. Okay, actually, that's the one I want to see more than any of them.
Here's our chance. Don't mess it up.
Sure thing. You're off balance.
You're mine. My turn.
Let's move.
My turn. Die! They're off guard!
Got you.
Leave it to me.
Sure thing.
Here I go.
Leave this to me.
Let's move.
Okay.
There we go.
Gotcha.
Thanks for lending us a hand, Toval.
My pleasure. Let's get him.
My turn.
My turn.
Sure thing. Sorry about this.
Will do. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
I'll come back.
Here's our chance. Don't mess it up. I'll handle it. My turn.
My turn.
Onward! Die!
My turn. My turn.
My turn.
Okay. Leave it to me. Now's our chance. Let's get him, Fee. Understood.
Nice.
You just keep getting faster. Call it a growth spurt.
Well, I guess now we can do that.
The advantage is ours.
Got you.
Leave it to me.
Here I go. Now!
Done!
My turn.
My turn. My turn.
My turn. Okay, it's safe for now.
Enemy sighted!
My
Let's take
turn.
him out!
Now,
Got you.
leave it to me.
Let's move.
Too slow. Okay.
Onward. Now's our chance.
One for me.
Too slow.
Okay.
My turn. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Dang. So close.
The advantage is ours.
Okay.
Let's move.
Okay. Okay, we're burning daylight.
There you are. Oh my, already tired? Oh yes, you certainly are. Any fish would be after fighting all night long. Got you! Come on, come on, come on! Drat! Took my bait and swam off. Again! Why? Why, fish? Is your fishy stomach a bottomless pit of hunger? Hunger? How do I know this was how we'd find her? I can't believe she's been fishing all night. And again, I totally can. Excuse me, Annabelle? I think it would be best for you to return to Mir and get some sleep. Considering how tired you clearly are, or if you were to fall into the water, I dread to think what might happen. Oh, hogwash! Fish, I'm so close to finally catching it, I can already taste its deliciously filleted body. I refuse to go back empty-handed. That's simply unthinkable. Her passion is commendable, but I hardly think letting her continue is wise. She's so focused on fishing, she's not seeing things clearly. Is there nothing we can do? Oh, I know. What if I caught the fish that you're after in your place? Ace, would that work for you? Oh, a fishing battle is what you want, is it? I'd be happy to accept. Let's see who can catch the little devil first, shall we? That's not what I... Sure, game on. I hope I can actually catch it. Sounds like it's a big one. Alright. Let's try it. There we go.
Not what I had in mind.
Caught mystery fish. God, it's huge. Did you catch it? Did you? Did you catch the mighty blue devil? I don't know, but whatever it is, it's gigantic. Come on! You caught it! You really caught it! This is the elusive blue devil. This is not the time for rejoicing. Stay back, it's a monster! What? Uh-oh.
Hostile spotted. Beginning combat. I'll handle it.
Well, shit.
My turn.
Let's move.
Big spot was spilling from the bottom. Yeah, I think I better just start smacking it.
Gather on my blade!
Behold the might of the Arsen!
And of course,
Let's see if we can live through this! Let us storm!
ooh,
Here I go! My turn.
god damn.
Okay.
Knock that off.
Here I go!
I know what you're trying to do.
My turn. Okay. My turn.
There we go.
You still have a lot of training to do.
I can honestly respect that. Million being your favorite character. She is absolutely a bundle of joy. Then again, I kind of just like all of Class 7, if I'm honest. Anyway, it wasn't easy, but I managed to bring her back. Heck, sounds like things got pretty hairy out there. Allow me to apologize for exposing all of you to danger like that. I thought I could handle myself in dangerous places, but my overconfidence may have been my undoing this time. I feel as though I've learned anew just how dangerous it can be to leave the shelter of a town. Well, as long as you understand that, I suppose that's all that matters. Yep, no one got hurt, and she gets what she did was wrong. You really helped me out by finding her. Here, take this as a little something from me. Are you sure I can just have this? Sure as can be. Hey, it's nothing that special anyway. In that case, I feel as though I should give you some kind of reward as well. I wouldn't be much of a noble if I didn't repay someone for their kindness. Prankster. Nice. Thanks. Thank you again for saving my life. And I may have been careless this time, but next time I'll be sure to be fully prepared for the possibility of being attacked by the fish I catch. She didn't learn a damn thing, did she? Oh boy, looks like it'll take more than a brush with death to get her to give up her dangerous fishing excursions. But of course. Yeah, let's grab Breeze, why not? Alright, so we gained 2 new orbments from that. Effort, which gives us Tellus and Cura, and gives a 70% chance to make a superb dish when cooking. And Prankster gives a 70% chance to make a peculiar dish when cooking. So, yeah, that's actually kind of awesome. Not that we're doing too much cooking, because, you know, I'm not really doing that, but... there we go. I don't really need turbo mode on. It's not that big of a distance. Because now, it's time for the final 2 bonding events. And as you can tell, they both belong to Laura. So let's do it. Even the air here feels clean. It's not hard to see why the Yunkafai is so fond of this village. I hope that I'll get the chance to bring Father and Klaus here one day. We'd be happy to have them, and don't worry, I'm sure that you'll have plenty of chances once the war's over. I hope so. I suppose that's another reason to for us to hasten its conclusion. But I'm still at a loss as to how, though. What should we do, I wonder? She's definitely racking her brain over this. Maybe a break would do her good. Why don't we go somewhere and take a break? It's good to take a breather sometimes when you're stuck on a difficult problem. That sounds reasonable. In that case, I'd like to ask you a favor. Would you escort me to your room? It's like, whoa! That escalated quickly. I admit when I did this the first time, I was like, whoa, that escalated quickly. So this is your bedroom? The decor has something of an Eastern feel to it, fitting for a former student of Yun Kafai's. Is there anything here that's particularly representative of the 8-Leaf School? I should have known. You caught me off guard when you asked to see my room, but it figures that's what you were interested in. Why would you be surprised? Oh, it's nothing. As for your question, I don't have all that much, I'm afraid. Wait, actually, I have some tea leaves Mr. Kafai gave to Dad a while back, I think. How about it? You up for having some green tea? Really? I'd like that very much. That was quite refined. This has quite a refined taste indeed. It isn't my first time tasting green tea. Monica let me sample the teas he served at her class's tea house during the festival, but this seems to have more depth to its flavor and fragrance. Master Kafai is a huge fan of this kind, apparently. He brought it back from the East himself. He's always bringing gifts whenever he comes to visit, so he's popular among the locals. Everyone here likes him. Really now? I've yet to have the opportunity to meet him in person, but I can easily see why he and Father get along so well. Would you happen to know where he is now? Nope, afraid not. That letter I received from him during our vacation here didn't specify. He's always been something of a vagrant. He wanders the continent throughout the year, stopping off whatever he pleases. So while I couldn't tell you where he is, I'm sure he's just fine. I imagine so. If rumor is to be believed, he's as proficient with a blade as Father, if not more so. Are you worried about your dad? I am. I try to avoid admitting it publicly, but it's a fact. His skill is as immense as ever, but given the various new weapons that have come into play during this war, along with other powerful warriors such as General Aurelia and that knight from Ouroboros. Yeah, I can't blame you for being a little concerned under the circumstances. Still, all we can do in the meantime is keep going and do what we're able. Well, so long as we keep that up, I'm sure we'll be reunited with them in due time. Maybe. No, you're right. In a sense, this is but another trial we must overcome to reach greater heights. Yeah, and I know we can overcome it, so as long as we're together. Link level 4. Cover and powerful strike. Yeah. Alright, so that's a character profile point done. Let's move on. That tea was delicious. Thank you for allowing me to join you. Incidentally, Toval mentioned that you used to train somewhere deeper into the mountains. Is that true? Yeah, in the Eisengrad range. Wait, don't tell me you're planning on going up there on your own. Well, after that break, I feel like doing something more active. A walk in the crisp, snowy mountains should clear my mind just perfectly. I wouldn't mind a mountain walk. If you're really that interested, I can show you the way there. Would you? I'd be very grateful. Then we should set out at once. Phew, I wasn't expecting the climb to be quite so lengthy. Or that far, really. You conducted your training a remarkable distance from Ymir for one so young. Yeah, we spent about a month living up here away from civilization. We trained almost every day, but even when I wasn't training, he was teaching me how to live side by side with nature. We had to catch our own food, secure a place to sleep every night. Sometimes we'd even challenge monsters as practice. Oh my, that does sound rather harsh. You were just a boy at the time of your training, yes? I can't fault it, however. The Arseid school does have similar practices. Even when I was a child, I would often join the students in training in the mountains. I'm not surprised to hear the Arseid school training's right up there with the 8 Leaves. I made it through in one piece, but I was completely exhausted by the end. Elise was really worried about me. She wouldn't stop crying when I'd finally come back home.
Oh my god.
Ugh. Game, stop, please. That's not hard to picture. After taking a look at the scenery, there's not a doubt in my mind that training here would be a valuable exercise. Yeah, it certainly was. Standing up here and being surrounded by nature serves as a reminder of just how small and insignificant we really are. I suppose you could say the same about our swords in this war. Sorry, Laura, I'm not following. No matter how much it's wielded or trains, realistically, a mere swordsman stands no chance against a force of tanks or soldats. That being the case, what significance do swords even have in this war? I have been pondering this a lot lately, and I still haven't reached an answer. That's a good question. And yet, when I look around at the vast mountains surrounding us, I feel like I've been liberated from those worries. It wasn't just because she was a skilled warrior that the Lance Maiden was able to end the war of her time. That played a role, certainly, but she must have possessed numerous other qualities that contributed. Yeah, that's true. And in the same way, I'm sure there's a role that swords can play in ending this war too, even if they can't do it alone. My thoughts exactly. We simply have to find it, and as a class, I know we will. Good. Alright, I believe that's it. So, I know I missed something, but regardless, that is gonna do it. I've still got time left before the meeting starts. Maybe I should get some rest. So, choosing this to rest will end in the free day and will cause all the bonding events and everything to disappear. So, still love that that's a continuous thing. Eventually, the clock struck 12. One by one, Class 7 began to make their way to the Phoenix Wings cafeteria. And once they had all gathered, they jumped right into discussing what they were going to do from that point forward. Notice the jump. Another 2 ranks. That's nuts. 9,000 mirror for that.
Oh, you went up a rank.
Went up
Here's
2
a little
ranks.
something from the guild.
Braveheart and Invigorate.
Keep it up.
And... oh,
You should be proud
nope,
of yourself.
I got yes. Never mind. I thought I missed something, but I did not. Okay. Oh, right, because there's a hidden one coming up, actually.
I've thought long and hard about it, and I think we as a class need to find a third way. A path of our own, separate from the ones the reformist and noble factions are taking.
A third way, you say? I do agree. It wouldn't feel quite right for us to directly support either side.
Yep. Very true.
True, we might be military academy students, but we're still students.
Involving ourselves in a civil war isn't something we should take lightly. We might have a divine knight on our side, but we're still going to need to be very careful how we proceed.
Whatever we do, Valimar will certainly be at the center.
No doubt. We've all seen how powerful the Divine Knights are. If we use them right, we can intervene in the war as much as we want.
They're quite literally beings of legend. However, his potential influence on the war is all the more reason why he will need to be used cautiously.
What are we gonna do then? Even if we agree on not siding with either of the factions, I'm pretty sure each of us have different stuff we want to do. And different things that we have to do too.
Yeah, that's true. For my part, I need to rescue Elise and Princess Alphen from the Noble Alliance's clutches. Whether it's alone or with you guys, it's something I'll do.
There's no way you'll be alone for that. We're with you all the way. I'm concerned about Dad too, what with them having him under arrest.
I still can't get in contact with Fiona either. I'm glad I was able to see Dad, but I'm worried about her.
For me, I'm worried about Ruhr as a whole. It's a huge relief to see you're alright, Sharon, but Mother's still unaccounted for.
I'm sorry I can't do more to comfort you, my lady.
And I have no idea where Father's been for the past month. I'm certain he must be well, but all the same.
We're all worried about our families, I see. Hopefully, we can find some information on all of them before the fighting gets any more fierce.
I'm certainly not worried about the safety of mine, although, suffice it to say, if we choose to intervene in the war, conflict with them is all but inevitable.
That goes for Zeno and Leo too. They've been hired by the Noble Alliance, so I'd say it's likely we'll run into them in the future.
Plus, Emma and I still need to talk to Vita to see what exactly she's trying to do. To figure out what's so important to her that she was willing to break a taboo to do it.
That's true.
Whatever you decide to do, you'll have my full support. Just as the warriors of Nord did 250 years ago, I'm determined to fight to protect my second homeland and those who live within it.
Oh, same! We can do this! I can back him up, right, Claire?
How could I say no? I have my own duties to take care of as part of the Railway Military Police, but I fully intend to support all of you with everything I have.
I'm thinking it's about time I return to helping the guild, actually. But I'll still be in touch with Sarah, so I'm sure I can lend a hand or two anytime you need it.
Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to continue serving as your dormitory's caretaker.
I'm your instructor, so you're stuck with me to the very end. Whatever you choose to do, you'll have my support. You're going to need to decide on a more specific course of action, though. Resolving to find a third way is a start, but only a start. It also leaves plenty of questions that need to be answered on top of it all.
Well, then how about this? Let's figure out right now whether or not we want to keep using Ymir as our base of operations.
Just so we're clear on this, there's a limit to how many people can use the Spirit Path at any one time. And with as many people as we have now, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be at this point.
And we're limited on how frequently we can use it.
Oh, right.
But we're also just as limited on where we can go otherwise. We haven't exactly been the most subtle group around. Who's to say we could even operate elsewhere?
An astute point. The Noble Alliance will no doubt be even more wary of us than before.
In the end, no matter what we decide, we lose.
Indeed. Yet we're short on time, so a decision must be made now.
There's gotta be something that only we can do.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. And I'm sure that we'll find it. The best thing we can do now is keep talking things out until we find a way. There's no point in rushing into a decision.
Well, doesn't this look fun? Mind if I join in?
Yeah. I mean, he's stating... Makia stated the obvious, obviously, but yeah.
What in the world? It couldn't be.
Vita!
It's lovely to see you again, Emma. You were finally able to reunite with all of your classmates. I'm happy for you. Really, I am. The goddess was on your side after all,
Cut the crap, Vita. Have you been listening in all this time?
Where are you?
I'm not far at all. Listen closely now.
That sounds just like... Is that...
It's coming from above us!
Isn't that the Noble Alliance Force's flagship?
What's the Pantagruel doing here?
Damn it! I didn't think she'd tell the rest of their army where we were.
But why now?
Why? Because our preparations are finally complete.
Vita! Vita! You're here!
Yes, I am here, in the flesh. Good day to you all, Class 7. As nice as it would be to finally give you a hug, Emma, I wouldn't want to keep our guest of honor waiting any longer. So, without further ado...
Yeah.
Can't be. Isn't that
The Azure Knight. Crow.
Long time no see, guys. Sorry for dropping in on you like this, but I'm sure you know the drill by now. You ready to have some fun?
Is that really you, Crow?
There's no doubt about it.
See. You damn terrorist.
Come on!
Right! Heed my call! Valimar!
Not that he had any kind of choice. I mean, let's face it. This was coming eventually. The problem is that this has just been too soon.
I'm not gonna lose this time. Because at the end of the day, he's just an obstacle that needs to be overcome. So lend me your power, Valimar!
Very well. Use my power as you see fit.
You've really taken to piloting since your last encounter, haven't you? I was hoping you would, and you didn't let me down. You boys have so much potential. But potential is only that. Potential. And you, Rean, might want to reevaluate just how many obstacles need overcoming.
Oh, I should have rested at the hot springs before this. Shit.
This is bad.
Aren't those the Alliance's allies?
Long time no see, kiddos. You doing all right, Fee?
I see the purple lightning has joined your ranks.
Xeno. Leo.
Zephyr!
And a few members of Ouroboros, too. Guess all the big guys wanted a piece of us today.
And look, Sammy's here too.
Kindly stop referring to Clown Soleus with that bizarre nickname.
No, we'll keep referring to it as that. Because you're an evil bitch in this game, little Tina.
Ah, it's such a pleasure to visit this wintry wonderland once again.
Oh, it's a pleasure, all right. The time for my long-awaited revenge has finally come. Now you shall pay!
It's only been 2 days since you first fought them, you know.
This could pose a problem. Why send so many powerful allies here? And all at once?
You've proven to be rather formidable adversaries after all. It wouldn't do to underestimate you.
Rufus.
Rufus!
I'm pleased to see you all again, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. As for you, dear brother, I was told that you'd run away from home. It does my heart good to see you safe and sound. So, you've finally gathered up the will to make the difficult choices life set at your feet, I presume. Even if those choices place you in my line of fire?
Yes, I have.
Can't believe he's shown up too.
The Noble Alliance is pulling out all the stops to finally get rid of us, aren't they?
Rean, we'll take care of everything here. You and Valimar have your own battle to fight.
Are you sure? We're in for a real brawl out here, but a guy couldn't ask for better opponents.
Leave the battle on the ground to us.
We've no intention of backing down without a fight. Wait, Sharon!
I know they're all strong, but still.
Well, what do you say we get started?
Here it comes!
I'm impressed. You managed to hold your own better than I expected you to. It's only been a month or so, but you've really grown as an Awakener, Reen.
Well, it's hard to go through the kinds of things I have without growing from the experience. And now that I've done all that, I'm going to be the one who takes you down!
No, you're not. I said you could hold your own, not that you could win. Remember, there's still a 3-year gap's worth of experience between us. And it's time you realize just how much of an impact that gap has.
That's enough, Crow!
Do they really stand a chance?
Well, they're putting up a good fight so far, but...
Yeah, it's not looking good. They're outnumbered for one thing.
Then it's time we lent them our aid.
Agreed! Weapons at the ready, guys!
Always in a rush, aren't you? Stay right where you are. I'll serve as your opponent today.
You will?
Trying to stop us from joining in?
I'd rather our intrusion cause as little inconvenience as possible for the people of this village. I'll let you make the first move. It's been quite some time since I last instructed you in fencing uses. I look forward to seeing how you've improved.
Wow.
His guard's perfect.
Stay alert. Rufus is a master of court fencing. We'll need to put all we have into this battle to even stand a chance against him.
I would have it no other way.
Okay, so now we can choose who's going to participate in this battle. Should be pretty obvious some of the characters I'll be using, but that kind of goes without saying. Actually, instead of Emma, I'll put Gaius. Alright, let's do this. Alright.
Show me what you're capable of.
Start automatically.
Too slow.
So,
Okay.
he has a max HP of 128,640. You need to do 64,320 to get the bonus 3 AP within 40 turns. If you think I'm doing this without Notes capsules, you're freaking nuts.
You have my things.
Very well.
Onward!
Thanks. Righto!
Alright, let's get this started. Well, I can S-break into that, so that's what I'm gonna do with Laura then. Yeah. Alright, how much is that gonna do? 11,797. Not bad. Ow.
My turn.
Strength down. Didn't realize I could even do that. That's alright. Crystal Saber. 6886. Ugh, I do not like that. Alright, we'll crit with Gigantic Breaker. $17,230. Ugh, I do not like my chances. Ugh, I really don't. 15,000?
I'll handle it.
Alright, that actually bodes a little bit better in my favor. Fuck, I don't know which side she's on. Up. There we go.
Show your strength. Begin.
I had to do like 30,000 more, and I just did, so I think we're good. Whoops, I turbo loaded by accident. But yeah, there it is. Alright. Who's ready to hate me? Because I am actually retroactively giving a negative for the previous encounter. And for this one. So I could be a lot harsher about this, but I'm not going to. One negative for McFern and Duvally, because that fight wasn't exactly very pretty. That fight is literally just crap, you know? It'd be bad enough if it was Duvally on her own, but McBurn just makes it feel even fucking worse. Because, again, it makes it so that you probably won't even bother to try because you'll recognize that it's a forced loss battle, and you'll just not bother because it's like quarter of a fucking million HP. At this point in the game, well, how the fuck am I supposed to beat that? You know. But I am also giving a triple. But I am also giving a triple negative. Wait, hang on. Did I do that? 40. Oh, okay. I haven't put it on the screen yet. However, for Rufus, I am giving a triple negative. Now, allow me to explain myself here. Rufus fights fair until he whips out his fucking S-Craft. And his S-Craft did all of the damage that it did. I hate it. I hate when the game fucking cheats like that. And that is something that Cold Steel 2 does way too much. Cold Steel 2 wants to be this epic, wants to show off its characters. It wants to show off its opponent characters and show how powerful they are. But the problem is that it goes too far in the direction because, again, it tries to dangle the idea that we can defeat them in front of you. Spoilers, we don't get a rematch against Rufus in this game. Okay, we don't. We don't fight him in the, depending on how you score it, third to last dungeon. Second, how you slice the divestment chapter, second last or third to last dungeon, or third last dungeon. Because there's two. Basically, it's the one that feels like the final dungeon, then the divestment chapter, then the final dungeon. That's what I mean, and I always get my terms screwballed on that. But the point is that the final Civil War dungeon. I guess we can call it that. The final Civil War dungeon is the freaking it does not give us a rematch against Rufus. It'll give us a rematch against Duvalie, Blue Blanc, and McBurn. Which okay. Gives us a rematch against Duvalie and McBurn, the other two forced loss battles, and Zeno and Leo. Which is the other two, because Duvalie was one, and then Zeno and Leo were the other one. I hate the forced loss battles in this game because of the very nature of them. And it just pisses me off every time I go through this. Because, again, if you action replayed your strength up to being able to defeat it, Rufus would stay on with 1 HP. And if this is another fight where if you have any 100% evasion tank, congratulations, you just soft locked the game. I have no tolerance for this shit. Because it is that age-old tradition of forcing me to play the game a specific way. And it kind of pisses me off, and I hate it. So there we go. I'm going to AFK briefly for a bio break. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I just really needed the bathroom. Holy crap. All right.
Well, I won't deny that was an entertaining diversion, but you'd do well to intensify your training regimen if you hope to best me.
How is he so strong?
You didn't stand a chance.
Like I said, with McBurn and Duvalie, plot contrivance.
He might even be stronger than Sarah.
Are you guys okay?
Hey, you really think you've got time to be worrying about them? You ain't getting out of this one, Reen.
All right, bring it on! It's time to settle this, Crow!
And here's another unwinnable battle.
This'll be a tough one. Be careful.
Body for this one. Sure.
Now! Gotcha! Time!
Spark slash.
There! Gotcha! Think you can handle this?
240,000. Ugh. Yeah.
You're wasting your time! Eat this!
Criminal list.
Hope you're ready!
This is bad.
I mean, we knew this was
Darkness!
Gotcha! Hang in there!
Alright. Yeah, that's another gameplay negative. Oh.
Settled enough for you?
Yeah. Shut up, Crow. Oh, don't see him. This might seem overly harsh, but this is getting another 3 negatives, and I have to explain this. I want to explain this. Because here's the thing. And, you know, honestly, I wouldn't be so harsh on this. I wouldn't if this was game, like, 2 of 5. Okay? In the whole series. Okay? if this was Trails 2, basically. I'd be like, okay, that's dumb, but whatever. Okay, I get it. This is Trails 7. There is no excuse for this point, especially when 5 games ago, they got this right. Cutscene. Make it a cutscene. Don't make it a fight in which I think I can win. That's just cheap. You could have saved us some time and effort by just making this a cutscene. Ordine attacks, unbalance, finisher move, done. We didn't need to see Arc Slash, and we didn't need to see Criminal Edge. I know this seems like I'm being way too harsh on this, but I hate this. I do. I know I'm being awfully harsh about this, but at the same time, like, again, it's the same problem I have with the status effect fetish. You're ripping the control. You might as well rip the controller out of my hand because it's the same fucking difference. And all for plot reasons. This is all happening because plot, because of what is about to transpire. So no, I am giving all of the negatives on the gameplay axis for this because Jesus, no.
You didn't even bother to use that trump card of yours.
He wasn't even trying last time, then was he?
Come on. With the way you are now, I don't even need to try. I'll always win. And that rune perfectly illustrates just how massive the gulf between us is. Maybe you think you've had it tough up till now, but you're gonna need to go through a hell of a lot more if you want to even the odds.
I see the battle here has come to an end.
Oh, hey Vita.
I can't help but feel a little bummed that everything went exactly as I thought it would. Still, it just goes to show how much faith I have in your skills, my sweet Azure Chevalier.
Funny, I don't recall ever becoming yours. How's everything up top?
I think it's only a matter of time before the battle is decided. But we've caused enough trouble for the people of Ymir already. It's about time we brought this to a close. Fenestrum Phantasma Window.
My apologies for not coming down to speak with you in person, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy. You know who I am, of course, but I am Duke Cayenne, ruler of the Lemaire province and supreme leader of the Noble Alliance.
Duke Cayenne?
So even the big guy himself is here.
I must say, what a curious group we have here. I'd heard as much, but allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations. My expectations have thoroughly been exceeded. When I saw young Eustace and Laura in Legram earlier this year, I could never have imagined this is how we would next meet. Oh, I'm sure your parents must have warned you against wandering off with such disreputable individuals on a number of occasions. But I suppose every child thinks that they alone know what is best for themselves. Duke Alborea was simply livid about what happened. But it can't hurt to learn more about the outside world,
Every word that leaves his mouth is condescending.
Big time.
Did you come all the way here just to tell us that?
Don't be silly, child. Reen Schwarzer. I had this meeting arranged because I wanted to speak with you. Perhaps the method was a touch too garish for something so simple, but do forgive me for not formally requesting an audience.
Actually, that's a good point. Why didn't you just... why did you go through this big giant hubbubaloo when Crow himself would have been more than enough? Actually, no. No. I just realized that. I've just realized that. This is stupid. No. This is story negative territory. I just realized that. Let me cool my jets a little bit, and then I will explain. Think about what has been placed on the what Du Cayenne did placed here. Okay, all right. I know Rufus has that line. It wouldn't do to underestimate you, but that's hogwash. It has been hogwash from the very beginning. The only players, the only bits. Oh. Actually, I need to reword this a bit. I should mention that Bardius and Le Guin aren't here, but still, you sent all of your major players aside from Bardius and Le Guin to come and attack Ymir. Now, I know Rufus said, we can't afford to underestimate you, but as Rufus proved, without a shadow of a doubt, Crow and Rufus alone were more than enough. Why did you bother with this, Du Cayenne? Does the Do you even know what overkill means? And yeah, I know. Well, there's the purple lightning and all of that. Okay, you want a little bit of extra insurance? Xeno and Leo. Or Duvalie and McBurn. Like, because to be honest with you, Duvalie and McBurn alone would have been more than enough to even the odds. But the problem was that they just piled all of it on. And it's frankly idiotic. Blue Blanc, Duvalie, and McBurn would have been more than enough to even the odds. It's without having to throw in the rest of them. It's an intimidation tactic, and for no other reason than we really wanted Rean to come with us. Hell, you could even even Rufus could have literally just said, could literally have just done it himself. That way we can still have the Rufus fight. Because it literally amounts, because the others being there literally amounts to jack shit. They showed up, they villain monologued a little bit. Well, Duvalie villain monologued for a bit, and then they go off and they and then like the bigger allies of of Class 7 went ahead and frickin' fought, and that was the end of that. This is overkill for the sake of overkill. And I hate it because it makes no goddamn sense. Again, Crow and Rufus would have been enough. That's the whole point that the gameplay has made. But instead, you waste our time with this drivel. So, no. Triple negative for this. This is horse shit. Moving on.
With me?
With you. Allow me to get right to the point. I wish to invite you, Ashen Chevalier, aboard our flagship.
Huh? Wait, why?
I've heard all about your magnificent exploits across the land, and so I thought it would be nice to sit down and have a long, pleasant chat with you about the past, the present, as well as your future.
Are you suggesting...
You want Rean to join the Noble Alliance?
Should you accept my invitation, we will withdraw peacefully from Ymir. Furthermore, I give you my personal assurance that we will leave this village alone for the duration of this war. A fine proposition, is it not? Are we interested?
Not that you've given him much choice. And again, this still would be you have no goddamn choice, because remember whose double saber is currently pointed at Valimar right now.
Very well. Allow me to accept your invitation.
Don't be an idiot! This is clearly a trap! They wouldn't come all the way out here and take you into their flagship if it weren't.
Yes, but what choice does he have, Celine? He refuses, and Ymir is leveled to the ground! Wake up!
I appreciate your concern. But trap or not, this might be a good chance for us, too. I think I'd regret it if I let it pass. Valimar, transport Celine back outside.
Are you certain?
Now hold it right there!
Don't worry about me. The odds were against all of us getting back together, but we did it. And I'm sure we can do it again, too. So just wait with Emma for now. I'll be back before you know it. Valimar, if you would.
Very well.
Wait!
No, this is the correct call, because if he does anything other than this, Ymir's fucked. And never mind Class 7 as well.
It seems the time has come for us to part ways once again. But remember this. You're an Alberea. There is power and dignity in that name. To whatever end you would use it, I want you to prove that the convictions you cling to are worthy of your loyalty. Not for my benefit, but for yours.
Wait!
Lord Rufus!
Well met, Lord Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to extend my apologies for the harm my father visited upon this town and its people.
Never mind that. What do you intend to do with my son? And what is a promising young man like yourself?
We're simply going to borrow young Reen for a short while. There's nothing to worry about. I'm a busy man these days, though, so for now, I bid you adieu.
Reen!
We all finally got back together, too. Why?
Sorry, but I'll be back, I promise. So stay safe.
Reen!
Reen!
Yeah, like I said, this is the only move Reen had. There's no hand waving this. Okay, you know what? I know this is gonna sound seem harsh, but I'm actually gonna go ahead and give another negative to this. Negative for Celine's protesting. This sounds harsh, and I acknowledge I'm probably being a little too over harsh on this point. But you know what? If I'm going to give Tifa slapping the shit out of Scarlet in FF7 a plus all on its own for how satisfying that was, then I can give a negative to Cold Steel 2 for how dissatisfying it was. I didn't pull my punches when it came to Cold Steel 1. There's no reason I should pull my punches when it comes to Cold Steel 2. Excuse me, when it comes to Cold Steel 2. This is stupid. As I just finished bitching about, Celine's protesting is for nothing. Because what was Reen's option here? Like, no, seriously, sit down and consider this for a second. What was the alternative for Reen? What could he have possibly have done to, not go on the Pantagruel and save Ymir? There was nothing. The second he said, looked at Cayenne and said, "You can take your deal and shove it," McBurn would just turn up the heat and lay waste to the fucking thing, into the fucking village. Killing all of Class 7. Meaning Class 7 would be dead, the entire village would be razed to the ground, and all of his friends and family in the frickin' village would be dead as well. Again, Noble Alliance is evil. Pure evil. The only exception to that is freaking Altina right now. If I may be so bold. Well, and Xeno and Leo, admittedly. So with those three exceptions, everyone else in the Noble Alliance is, well, I shouldn't say pure fucking evil, but is at the bare minimum evil. It's so stupid to be fucking protesting this. Is because, again, there was no option. And on top of that, there'd be no option even if it was just Rufus. I know I'm probably getting more angry at this than I should be, but again, I cannot sit here and pull my punches when it comes to this, because this is fucking stupid. Yes, it's going to lead to some great stuff, but to get there, we had to suffer through some really stupid crap. And they don't even bring up the fact that there was literally no fucking choice. Like, seriously, Celine, you knew. You saw what we were all up against. What they were all up against. Cut me a fucking break. There's a difference between being concerned for Reen and realizing, oh fuck, he's got no choice. Like, oh my god. Ugh. I'm sorry, I know I'm harping on this, but it just pisses me off. Reen and Elisa got to link level 4. Autothelis. Ooh, that's actually not bad. Reen and Elliot. Art support. Nice. Reen and Machias. Machias. Anger. Nice. Reen and Emma. Auto charge. Cool. Reen and Eustace. Anger. Okay, cool. Reen and Gaius. Also anger. Nice. The guys are all getting angry. I find that kind of funny, actually. Reen and Milliam. No! Bad time to get that, Milliam. Reen and Sarah. Or a cover. Okay. Okay, that was good. That was funny. Anita me. But yeah. Alright. Well, now that I've gotten all that negativity out of the way, let us continue and get some positivity out of the way. Shall we? Noble Alliance Forces flagship, aerial battleship, the Panther. Of course they got Valimar chained up. They're not foolish enough to not.
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close. It's hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance. Although, I guess we did meet back in Legram before the war broke out.
Reen Schwarzer, truth be told, we don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
Really?
I mean...
We only
yeah.
acted as we did, due in part to our dearly departed Chancellor's behavior being far too unreasonable to justify turning a blind eye. He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property.
I mean, that's true, but that doesn't justify half the shit you've done.
Surely you too noticed this.
Well, I can't say I disagree. We did hear story after story during our field studies about how aggressive his policies were, about the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist groups like the Imperial Liberation Front.
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone. Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more. The key to this bright future lies in putting aside our differences and joining hands. Am I wrong?
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside their differences after all the Alliance has done? You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family. And let's not forget how you're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Gorelia Fortress. After all that, the Imperial army would never bow their heads to the likes of you, even if the rest of the population did.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply under our loving protection. They certainly haven't been imprisoned.
It's called a velvet prison, asshole. Oh, and yes, that's imprisonment.
But that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have two of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
I don't think it's that simple.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldats units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility. But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Well...
We're only human. As such, we are as captivated as we are terrified of giant beings bearing human form. And if that holds true even for mass-produced Soldats made with modern technology, it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead, and with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire.
Yeah, but the problem is that you want it to be with you in charge. That's the problem. So where do you draw the line? I mean, Cayenne, do you force Emperor Eugen to hand over a whole shit ton of political power to you? Who? And then who's to say you'll stop with that, Who knows? You might even start to realize, oh, hey, annexing other places is actually a good idea. Maybe I should follow suit with that. Hey, let's go take Crossbell and Liberl, and hey, maybe we'll take a crack at Calvert while we're at it. Yeah, no. Again, like I said, you're trading one dictator for another in that sense.
Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
Are you trying to...
Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed. I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Yeah, no. Considering what the end of the Civil War storyline is going to entail, I beg to differ on that front.
Rufus.
We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors. And in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
Please come with us, Master Rain. We will escort you to your guest room. Food and refreshments will be provided for you there. Intermission aboard the Pantagruel. The next day. The guest area of the Pantagruel. By the way, no positives or negatives for that scene, because it just plays into Duke Cayenne's character. Again, like I said, he's a Krennic, and he's not even realizing all of the implications. Right? And yeah, no, like if you're really wanting him to join, you have to at least promise that Elise and Alphen are going to be safe regardless of what he decides. Because for one thing, you actually want Alphen still alive, because otherwise more people are going to fucking turn against you. And on top of that, you harm Elise, and well, then your whole plan with Rean falls completely apart. This is why I say them capturing Elise is fucking stupid, because it just motivates him to turn against them all the more, right? Whether it's now, because they have her, or later when he frees her. So,
all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you.
Repetition.
After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for.
We literally just heard this like not even a minute ago. Like, come on, game.
I look forward to hearing your answer.
It's hard to argue that this war began because the noble faction went too far. But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer. Am I really okay with that? If I join them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again, free Elise and Princess Alphen. No, this isn't that simple. Think, Rean, think! I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Alphen are still in the Alliance's custody. What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about me. What do all of us want to do?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming out of your ears.
What do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look.
Oh gee, no! Considering you literally were a frickin' masked as terrorist and caused all this devastation. Oh, and you've been palling around with Duke Cayenne the entire time instead of slitting his throat like you could easily have done a million times by now. Oh, you're sided with Vita, not Cayenne. And really, when you think about it, ugh, whatever.
I figured I was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it. And what do you know? I was right.
How about you mind your own damn business? And don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war to be hanging out around here.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone. What's that in your hand, anyway?
Grub, of course. Kinda early, but I brought you your lunch. Mind if I join you?
Hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh? I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the chef to whip something up.
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Cool. All right, dig in.
This tastes kinda different from a normal burger. Oh, no wonder. It's got whitefish in it.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers. Pretty good, right?
Yeah. The tartar sauce makes for an unusual extra flavoring, too. Oh. This tastes amazing. I like this way more than the food I had last night, to be honest.
Well, glad to hear it. Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to the test after all.
Wait, you made this?
Was my first time cooking in a while, too. Sharon could probably do better, though. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Jirai, where I grew up.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching for the leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, and he was right under our noses. Crow Armbrust from the Jirai SEZ.
Oh, yeah. Vita was using some weird thing of hers to let you see what was going on, wasn't she? So I guess you saw what happened there.
Yeah, Jirai was that special economic zone in the Northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too.
We didn't run into anything like that in the Jirai Special Economic Zone. Though, I guess that makes sense seeing as it's under the direct control of the Imperial government and not a noble.
I seem to recall that it was annexed 8 years ago. Is that right?
Yeah, the Empire stitched it on nice and neat without much opposition. Now it's prospering as a special economic zone on the coast. Seemed like a pretty lively place.
So you ended up going back to your old hometown then?
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
It's been bugging me for a long time now. What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front? What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborne that much? Enough to take his life? Oh, tell me, Crow. Please. I want to know what it was that made you who you are now. What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past? Save all that talk for your number one in class. Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee? And don't tell me it's Milliam, because, you know,
I'm serious, Crow. I really want to know. Think of telling me your past as paying off the interest you owe in that 50 Mira. Because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
Crow?
My past really isn't that big of a deal, you know. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, I warned you. So, you really want to know?
Yeah. Nothing you say will change my mind. Please.
All right, you win. Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story. Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it, like it never even happened. Back in those days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, North Ambria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, all things considered, until about 20 years ago. That was when the North Ambrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of North Ambria was turned to salt. And as a result, trade on the northwest shore was reduced to virtually nothing. Day after day, Jirai's prosperity started to fade away. Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out Northumbria. In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather. He was the last mayor Jirai City ever had. He was a stubborn old bastard, but he had this wry sense of humor and was well loved by everyone. I lost my mom and dad early, so he was also my only living relative. He taught me just about everything a guy could know. He was like a mom, dad, and your old master rolled into one, I guess. Anyway, fast forward to 10 years ago. Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian government. They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jirai. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail. The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were more bustling than ever. But keep in mind, this was a result of huge amounts of imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money. Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jirai. My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jirai. Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all imperial capital. The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos reigned. That was when he showed up. Chancellor Gileath Osborne, in his third year as representative of the imperial government, personally came to Jirai. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army. In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jirai will come under the wing of our glorious empire and attain even greater prosperity as a special economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer. Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back. The council, made up of influential merchants and all their greed, jumped at the offer. And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too. And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident, my grandfather. He loved Jirai more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike. Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jirai formally became part of the empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day.
Yep.
That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible. They just turned a blind eye to the truth. See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
I don't know what to say, Crow.
Yeah. But I do. Obviously, we're gonna give a plus for Crow's past, because of course we are.
What happened to him after that? Your grandfather.
One day, he just up and died. Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all but forgotten. He lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that. He just lost the will to go on, I guess. Like I said, he was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I was 13 at the time. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by. That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor. And with his financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me. That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I'd also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who would often come to see Cayenne. She guided me to a place below the city of Ortis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone. And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background, and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head. Come on now, what's with the face? You look sadder about all this than I do.
Yeah, I guess.
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
I mean, to be blunt, Crow, I would actually call him evil, but that's just because of... No, yeah, even now I was considering him evil. Because I do think he's evil, but just in a different way.
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather. And he may have lost, but Pop's always loved a good gamble. It's thanks to him that I'm pretty good at chess, card games, that kind of stuff. I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse. I studied those problems, worked out how to use the situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble. But when you think of how peaceful Jirai is now, I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace. So it's only when that's done that my game is truly over. I don't want whatever your decision is to be influenced by my past, okay? Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for. For you, more than anyone else.
Yeah, but Crow...
Anyway,
that's good.
I think I've stuck around here for long enough. You're gonna be treated as a visitor. Well, sort of. It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead and pass the time however you want.
However I want? What else can I even do here?
Of course it was a frickin' DDoS attack. Ugh. Yeesh. Anyway.
There'll be no guards outside your room, so if you want to try and escape, be my guest. Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too. Not to mention me, Scarlet, and Vulcan. So if you're up for a gamble of your own, get ready to take all of us on.
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's this real cute visitor in the guest of honors room on the second floor. I think she'd perk right up if she saw you, so why not go pay her a visit? Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
Yeah.
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honors room. Well, I can't waste much time here. I told everyone I'd definitely come back soon. Right now, I need to gather as much information as I can. I can make my choice after that. At least then, it'll be an informed one.
One thing I kind of like is my choice of Ride-Along character. Because, I have the Ride-Along Estelle. Here on Reen's shoulder. And keep in mind who was, whatchamacallit? Who was, taken on board an enemy airship back in Sky 2. So, yeah. A lot of this is kind of repeating beats from Cold Steel. Or from Sky 1. I'm gonna AFK briefly again. I will be right back. Okay. Let's do some more. Let's have some more cutscenes, shall we?
I can sense someone inside.
Huh? It's open. Come on in.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
Oh, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, not C, and he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name. But to us, he's always gonna be C. That's our leader. He might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him. Anyway, take a seat. Got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
I like that, admittedly.
Just out of curiosity, how many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take. We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
Basically, yeah. We all came from different backgrounds, but the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts. So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around. Can't say I blame him for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was the last part of his game. Are the members who haven't left sticking around for similar reasons?
Interesting question. Can't speak for the others, but me, I don't really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight. I've always lived for war, and teaching those dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing, even if it's a pain. If we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see. I can't defend the assassination of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista, but I'd be happy if you chose to disband at least.
You're a funny kid, being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
Well, I don't count you as part of the Noble Alliance, so... I mean, if we do, then yeah, I'd say you're on the list of not evil.
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough. The crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war, do you?
That's enough of the niceties. You've got time to worry about us. Use it to worry about yourself. Whether you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them, you've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not. Make sure to think long and hard before you decide. And if we end up as enemies again, show me what you got. On the battlefield, I mean.
Excuse me.
Think I might have been too harsh on the kid.
No, he needed that.
Still... yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
He saw right through me. He's not wrong, though. I should be worrying about myself right now. He seemed kind of different, though. Like he'd lost his spark. His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Jaeger Corps killed by Osborn. Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that?
Sounds about right.
I can sense someone inside, and judging by the fact that V is in the next room...
Come on in if you like.
Excuse me.
As expected.
Hello there, love. I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another at some point.
Hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to. Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they? Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful noble, I suppose.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too. Your father is a baron, isn't he?
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well off than yours.
And Scarlet, I heard she lost her old hometown when he went and built a railway through it.
What kind of family did you come from then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's what you're wondering. They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
You're wondering how someone like me became a terrorist? It's written all over your face.
Well, I can't deny that I'm curious. I heard that you lost your hometown because Osborn built a railway through it.
Oh, did C tell you? No, I suppose it must have been V. He never was one to keep quiet about things.
So, I mean, what happened?
Some things are best left unsaid, I think. It's not as if knowing would somehow allow you to change things.
I suppose.
You're so adorable, Reen. Now I know why C took a liking to you. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girls and boys? It'll be fun, I promise.
Please stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you for the tea. It wasn't just made with high-quality leaves. It was brewed exceptionally, too.
You're very welcome.
Oh, actually, I may as well ask while I have the chance. Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church. A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Surely you must be talking about some other church, right? You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian Church who use weapons like that?
Oh yeah. And they're ridiculously badass, Serene. Well, allow me to tell you about this chick named Reese Argent sometime.
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine. Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was complete.
Oh?
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair?
Well, considering we know Reen's not joining, there is a way to get the full story, but we basically have to go and see her like multiple times after a point in the story. It's kind of annoying, if I'm honest.
And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms, I suppose.
She ended up being a lot friendlier than I expected her to be. I wonder how much of what she was saying about being a sister was true. She seemed to really hate the Chancellor. I wonder what she intends to do now that he's gone.
Okay. Alright, so we took care of that one. There are 4 more scenes to see. Yay.
Good day to you, Reen Schwarzer.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable. What are you doing here?
Ha ha! Why wouldn't I be? I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous. And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you. Ah, and speaking of opportunities, don't just stand there. Take a seat and join me in having a drink. You've been blessed with the rare chance to sit and chat one-on-one with the most beloved thief of our time.
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself. Well, what the hell? I'll have a drink. Nothing alcoholic, though.
Okay, admittedly, that's kind of funny.
Funny. I didn't realize you'd met Prince Olivert.
Indeed, there are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his. Between our shared love of beauty and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love, he forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you. It would have changed your view of the world completely.
It really does sound amazing. Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal? He has so many interesting and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
Ha ha! A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects, Reen. There. I was able to steal much of your time and your interest. Perhaps I stole your heart as well?
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is now, would you? Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagine Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself. But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with him.
So the Courageous is missing too, then. Although the Duke's got some nerve if he expects Prince Olivert to side with him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, these kinds of things are simply what the great nobles of this country have always done. The War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some standing backing potential successors to the throne. Emperor Dreichels, as a late arrival to the war, was a mere exception to the rule. I wonder, does Prince Olivert think himself as the second coming of Dreichels?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
I don't think he does. From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Dreichels.
Oh? Do tell.
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things in my head a bit.
Ha ha! I'm pleased to hear it. I will be waiting at the edge of my seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Ashen Knight's pilot, but I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
Yeah. Next. Let's get this one out of the way.
Having to travel to and from Crossbell like this is utterly exhausting. No, I mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
She sounds awfully familiar.
Who goes there? Wait! You're the Ashen Knight's pilot!
I remember you now. You're with Ouroboros. Duvali the Swift, right?
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced? You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear! Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in, though. Sorry about that.
So, now that we're understood, what do you want? Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
Can you not jump to conclusions? Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own, but for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever. I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
Plan? Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde, is it?
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the 7th, not the 2nd. She's the leader of the Stahlritter, the great light which guides us. Gallant yet beautiful, proud yet merciful. She's the strongest knight of all, and oh, she's simply divine.
Well, you've made it clear how great you think she is. So the head of the Stahlritter is also a woman?
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her. No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
Okay, I get it. She's strong. Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stahlritter, but she really does sound like Saint Sandlot.
I see I've got you thinking. Incidentally, I may have already mentioned her title, but one can never share my lord's glory too many times. She's known as the Steel Maiden.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
And with that, I believe that's enough idle chatter. If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such, we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon, right? Is there any reason for that?
You just had to ask. Enforcers are selected by the Society's leader, the Grandmaster. And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness. But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, all right? I'm quite strong.
I didn't say you weren't, but it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. Like someone who hates anything that strays from the path of righteousness.
I'll thank you not to spout such nauseating drivel in my presence. Now get the hell out of my room!
She chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden. Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden? Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during our August field study.
there's a... I'm just trying to work on the dryer, so I muted in order to keep the noise out. But I am absolutely giving 2 negatives to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, there we go. Let me explain. Duvalie's fangirlism for the Steel Maiden is aggravating to me. It comes across less like Duvalie is some powerful knight that we need to worry about and, possibly deal with at some point. But... Alright. The other side of the coin... but the other side of that coin is... her fangirling is... It feels like that's all there is to the character. And it also doesn't help that she blushed when Reen said, "Oh, you follow the path of righteousness, okay." Instead of something like, "Well, of course I do," or something like that, it was like, she blushed as if, she was like slightly aroused by that idea of Reen praising her. This is where Reen's reputation of being a womanizer is all about. One of the big criticisms of Reen as a character being that women fall for him way too goddamn easily. And this kind of crap is what contributes to that. So, no. This is not... This is not... it's not good, in my opinion. It's just irritating. Never mind the fact that literally serves no purpose other than to hint at how one becomes an enforcer, which is... honestly needless, because we can just look at that, because we can just kind of ascertain that based upon meeting enforcers throughout the series. We don't need Duvalie to say enforcers are picked when a darkness is noticed within them by the Grandmaster. That's needless information. We don't need that. Especially considering that is basically just blatantly hammering us over the head with the, in case you didn't get that over the course of 6.5 games, here you go. And considering this could be potentially be somebody's second Heckin' Trails game, that's not good. Good writing. It's not. Moving on.
I wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
Excuse me.
Love that.
Figured it was you. Sup?
Have a seat. Bourbon? I suppose not.
No.
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly, though? I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now. We're Jaegers. Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day that's sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
I shall have to politely decline. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. Fee seems to think pretty highly of you. Have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine night. Not that I'd have any intention of losing even then.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Huh. Oh yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little Fee putting her heart into her education.
And don't forget, she was the youngest of her classmates, too. The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too. Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still young. She has plenty of time to develop on that front if she so pleases.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child. And yet... If you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Fee behind? After your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean.
Oh, Fee told you about that. It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her, have you?
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you. She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well, we had our reasons. Let's leave it at that. I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time. Until then, leave the issue be.
All right, I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. In that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand, you're sure you haven't tried to make any moves on her?
Come on, spit it out.
They really are like two overprotective fathers. I was hoping to get a bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee the whole time. Oh well, at least now I know that the guys in Zephyr really cared about her, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. I can sense someone inside. What the?
Oh, it's you. Forgot you were staying here too.
Yeah. What was that? It's gone now anyway. Maybe it was just my imagination.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass. So, what do you want to ask?
When we ran into each other back near Bereahard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time, but what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one. It's just something you feel. What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature. It's kinda hard to put into words.
Yeah, seems that way. I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head around what you're saying.
Just watch. There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic. And I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Something that just gives you results, without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Well, true. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
It's the same kind of thing. People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them. Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Oh.
There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you. Sure, you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't answer them.
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already. I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
Good for you, I guess. So, we done now?
Yeah, thanks for your time. Oh yeah, so how much of you is unnatural?
Me? All of me.
His circumstances seem very different from mine. Guess all I can do is remember what he said. Maybe there will come a time when it'll all make sense. I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. What the story behind me being given this power as a kid is. One day.
Just as I was about to ask. I was gonna ask if you wanted me to help you with that, and then you got it. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, so yeah. Alright. Nah. There wasn't really too much about Burn in that, so I'm just gonna say yeah. That's that. But I will explain why I gave the Xeno and Leo thing a plus. You know, now that that's done. I like the Xeno and Leo discussion. I really do. The McBurn one's alright, but the Xeno and Leo one was just kind of really cements the idea that they are Fee's family and care deeply about her. Hence the whole them asking, you know, like hammering in the questioning Rean hard about whether or not he's made moves on Fee. And the answer is, of course not. He would never do that. Besides, I don't think Fee would let him go unscathed. He'd go about unscathed if he did. So, there's that. So, there we go. Oh. And like I said, the McBurn one is fine. I mean, for what it is, it's just kind of there. Alright, next.
Huh? I think I can sense someone inside. Given the circumstances, I imagine it must be one of the people who fought us in Ymir.
Really, game? This is the one you expected to be done first? Come on.
Huh? It's open. It's Empty. Weird. I could have sworn I sent someone in here. Oh. Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child. Maybe 12 or 13? Somewhere close to Milliam's age. How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
Who are you? Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
Situation assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagrule. 9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
Guess she's sleeping comfortably enough here. Then again, she needs it at her age. She's got plenty of growing left. Wait.
Huh?
Good morning?
Rean Schwarzer. Why are you here? Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
So you're an intruder then? Clown Soleus.
No, it was just an innocent mistake. Whoa! Can we at least talk about this?
No mercy for trespassers. So you claim to have no inappropriate motives for sneaking into this room.
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim to temptation and chose to act in accordance to your desires.
No! No, I didn't! How many times do I have to explain what happened before you'll believe me?
I was making a joke.
Sorry, Altina, but no. Making a joke about Rean being a pedophile is not funny.
Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't proves your innocence.
Well, at least you have that much common courtesy.
Oh, right. Then what was all that for? Oh, whatever. I suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission. Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I didn't even know you were in here. I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though, and just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering, what are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
The answer to your first question is, I was ordered to do so. As all information regarding Clown Soleus is confidential, I am unable to answer your second question. And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget it. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
The Black Workshop.
What?
That's the name of the place I belong to. It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance. Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells, and loaned. That makes it sound like I suppose it's none of my business. Thanks for telling me. I'll be sure to remember that name.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I did not. The Black Workshop? Loaned? Sounds like stuff worth remembering.
Okay, so we got all of those out of the way. Just one more left.
This should be the guest of honor's room. Time to see who's inside.
Yes? Who is it? Please come in.
That sounds like... Excuse me. I had a feeling it was you, but I didn't dare to hope.
It's you! It's really you!
Your Highness.
How did you get here? This all feels like a dream. Please don't tell me it is. I don't think my heart could handle the disappointment.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this. If I hadn't been so weak and careless, none of this would have happened.
You mustn't apologize. Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely. I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for the job, but I'm not going anywhere.
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Yeah. I was happy all of us were able to get back together again, but then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto the ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here, talking to you.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Now I know why. Strange as it may sound, I suppose I owe the Duke my thanks. After all, if not for his invitation, we wouldn't have been able to find each other like this.
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board to rescue you or something. Incidentally, I hesitate to ask, but...
You want to know where Elise is, right? She's not on this ship, I'm afraid. I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parents.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere. And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant. So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Really? I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel exactly the same way, even.
But why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision. I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up. Using you like that.
Yeah, big time.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And as princess, I should do what's within my power to help calm their nerves.
Yeah, but it's on his terms.
But at the expense of your own feelings? I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but... Oh, why even bother? You see through everything, don't you, Reen? Anyway, putting my feelings aside, what do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne tells you to.
Well... I'm really not sure what to do. The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. But even so, I don't feel as though siding with the Noble Alliance is the right course of action. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
I see.
There's so much to think about. You're being used as a puppet against your will? And then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being forced to do who knows what. I have to act somehow to change things.
That wasn't your fault, Reen.
Ever since I was taken in by my family all those years ago, I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son. And she's always treated me like a real older brother. You saw that power of mine, didn't you? And what I look like when I use it?
Well, yes, I did.
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. I ended up using it right there in front of her. She should have been terrified of me. But if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me exactly the same as before. And that was when I swore, deep within my heart, no matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her. And that's why I can't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder if now's the time to live up to that promise, if I should put her before everything else, even if I have to ignore or outright betray my own personal beliefs in the process.
Reen. As your honorary little sister, I order you to get a hold of yourself!
What? Your Highness.
I know Elise far better than you think I do. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Reen, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you even now. And she even told me that, while she hated how she felt the tiniest bit happy because of it. Because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else. And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was. She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her, more than anything else. She wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward, she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Reen, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
How could I have been so blind? All this time I thought I was trying to protect her, and it's been the other way around since the start. And that's not just true for her either. Mom, Dad, Master Ka-Fai, all my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious? I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways. Others try to support me just like I try to support them, and I have as much of an effect on them as they do on me. How How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon. But better to realize late than never, I suppose. Because now I finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control again.
Reen has attained a new state of mind. He is now ready to use a new craft, Spirit Unification, when the time comes.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. And I've got you to thank for that. Forget honorary. You sounded just like my real sister for a minute. So, thank you. I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer. But I suppose all good things have to come to an end. Take care of yourself, Reen. I'll leave Elise's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please. Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I? There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this. I will get the two of us off this ship. So stay close to me.
Right!
Damn right. So now we have Althen joining the party for a bit.
So, do you have an escape plan?
Valimar, the Ashen Knight, is on the deck. He's chained up there. But if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
Alright then. I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Anyway, let's get going.
Okay.
There are a lot of very strong people here, so try to keep your voice down.
Not to worry.
So, yeah.
This looks like... Thought so. It's a vent.
Well, that's convenient. Might it lead to somewhere else on the ship, you think?
Most likely. Still, I can't very well ask a princess to crawl through a vent.
Nonsense, Reen. Of course you can. I'm ready to begin our great escape.
But it's going to be all dark inside. And probably filthy, too.
A little bit of darkness and dirt never hurt anyone. I had to travel through some fairly narrow underground passages when escaping from Heimdall, too. All right? How about I go first? I'm smaller than you, after all.
No, definitely not. Well, as long as you're all right with it. But I'll be going first. Like I said before, just stay close to me.
All right, then.
You'd think a princess would be more mindful when she's wearing a dress.
Okay, actually, I should probably give a positive to that scene. Yep, there we go. Let's go. Oh yeah, I guess I should show this off. She comes with Pandora. least look at it on this screen? No, I cannot. That sucks. Ah, well. No, but yeah, she comes with that, and she comes with an S-Craft. Her S-Craft. Oh, she doesn't have one. Never mind. She has no crafts or anything. She's an arts user. Through and through.
I'm surprised. It's not dirty at all in here.
Maybe it's because the ship's newly built?
Oh! There's a corner!
We must be past the guest area then. Looks like we're in the clear for that part of the ship at least.
My, that was intense. It's like I've stepped right into the world of one of those spy novels that are so popular these days.
Anyway, here's hoping we can make it to the deck without getting caught.
What is it?
Soldiers are coming this way. Keep a safe distance and let me handle this.
It feels like the closest thing we have to someone ordinary around here is that kid. It's pretty nerve-wracking having to be around them all.
I just wish I could get to see Princess Alphen in person.
Oh.
What?
Too late! Now's our chance! Let's get him! My turn! Burn to ash! Fall!
Gladly!
So yeah, Alphen cannot use attacks or crafts, but she can use arts.
Arcus, activate!
And she's pretty good at it too.
Here I go!
Okay, I don't have spirit unification yet, but that makes sense.
It's my turn. Arcus, activate!
Huh! Huh!
Oh,
my turn!
Come on!
Okay, it's safe for now.
Not gonna give that a negative.
Oh, they're strong.
Are you alright, Your Highness?
Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, of course. Let's be going.
Good. Alright, here we go.
Alright, let's get the hell out of here.
Good luck, Green!
My turn!
Gladly!
My turn! Let's move!
Gladly! Arcus,
Thanks! My turn! My turn!
Gladly! Arcus,
Yeah.
My turn!
Gladly!
My turn! We'll cut our own path!
There we go.
Were they mechanical monsters?
They're called archaisms.
And yeah, they are as dangerous as they seem.
Gladly!
Let's move!
I don't suppose escaping through the windows would be an option.
Probably not. We'll have to do this the long way. move.
It's my turn.
Crap. I won't give up.
Oh,
Thanks. Thanks. My turn.
Get out of
We'll
here.
cut our own path.
There we go.
There they are! Recover the princess!
Whew.
2 soldiers, 1 military monster. Shouldn't be a problem.
Alright. Except for the fact that I have to AFK again. Ugh, be right back.
Stay back, please.
Right.
Enemy sighted. Let's take them out. Here I go. Sit. Careless. Sorry, everyone. Enemy sighted. Here I go. Yeah! We'll cut our own path. I'm shocked how skilled you are with arts.
You are? You're so sweet. Good luck, Green!
Let's move. Yeah!
You're so sweet! It's my turn! Arcus, activate!
Let's move. Arcus, activate. Yeah! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
I did it! Good luck, Green! So sorry.
Sorry, everyone. My turn. Sit! Thanks! Here I go.
Right!
Here I go. Sit! Let's move. Sit! We'll cut our own path.
Oh, look! A staircase!
Hopefully this will lead to the deck. Sit! How did you get ahead of us?
Ha ha! I'll freely admit I wasn't actually expecting you to join the Alliance. But not even in my wildest dreams did I imagine you'd try to flee the ship with our dearest princess.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that.
I wasn't expecting to run into either of you on the way out either. You guys aren't called the Phantom Thief and Duvalie the Swift for nothing.
Trying to praise us won't get us to let you pass.
Ha ha! Princess Alfin is one of this nation's most precious treasures. You surely couldn't have thought that I, the Phantom Thief, would allow you to steal her from us, could you?
I'm not being stolen by anyone. If anything, I was the one who whispered sweet nothings into his ear and tempted him to run away with me.
Oh my! What a passionate young lady you are. Forgive me for being so presumptuous. You've no doubt taken after your brother in more ways than one.
I'd like to believe that I'm not quite the oddball he is. I couldn't agree more with his belief that love is the truest form of beauty, however.
Really now?
They're actually hitting it off.
I think that's enough messing around for one day. You're an enforcer, Blue Blanc. Take your work seriously and behave!
Ha ha! I think the number of enforcers who take things seriously are in the minority, I'm afraid. Still, you're right about us having played around for long enough. I find the many mysteries surrounding you fascinating, but there's a certain appeal to them remaining forever unsolved, too.
You may think yourself a swordsman, but allow me to show you how little you truly know.
Are you sure you can do this?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. The gap in skill between us is small enough that I should be able to force our way through.
Oh?
Small? The difference in our strength is like night and day, you boor! And if you're foolish enough to be unable to see that, then allow me to make you realize your folly and pay for your arrogance.
The one being foolish and arrogant is you.
My.
Rean?
I owe me being able to do this to you, Your Highness. You and Elise. No. Everyone who's done anything to aid us in coming this far deserves thanks.
What's happened to him?
Could this be your ogre power?
8 leaves, 1 blade school, intermediate level. I, Rean Schwarzer, will be your opponent.
I will enjoy this.
This is his ogre power?
Come, my minions.
My turn. Gather on my blade.
How can this be happening? What is he?
ha ha! Splendid! Simply splendid! So you finally conquered your power and made it your own, did you? You continue to fascinate me, Rean.
Green!
Forgive me, Your Highness.
What for?
Goodness!
Wait just a damn minute!
Whoa, what's going on here?
I don't know, but I don't think it's worth us chasing after them.
We'll make our way directly to the deck. Are you all right, Your Highness?
Yes! Perfectly! My heart just feels as if it's about to burst.
That doesn't sound very fine.
Come on, is now really the time to be flirting with each other?
You're here too!
You got some real guts, kiddo. But you ain't getting past us.
Zephyr's guard shall not be easily broken.
Looks like he's picked up a few tricks from our fee.
The targets have broken our line of defense. Commencing pursuit.
I'm sorry about that, Your Highness.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. But, I hold on to you a little tighter?
Of course.
Targets in sight, commencing capture. My suspicions outlining you as an indecent person seem to have been confirmed.
Can you not make me out to be some kind of pervert all the time, please?
Target lost. I may have underestimated you, Rean Schwarzer. In more ways than one.
so sorry, Your Highness. I didn't really have any choice but to do that. I realize that's no excuse.
I know you didn't, but she seemed even younger than me. How could you, Reen? That truly is indecent!
Try not to pay any attention to what she says about me. There's the exit.
Don't change the subject! That's the Ashen Knight? Isn't that... Crow? And...
Huh. So that's how it manifests for you.
You finally mastered that power you got, huh? Still, you're one busy guy, you know that? One minute you're down in the dumps, the next, you've got one of the cutest girls in the country cheering you up.
Well, I can't deny it, but she wasn't the only one. There was my sister, classmates, even you, in a sense.
Come on.
Can't say I'm not curious to see what that power of yours can do. But I think you get priority here, right?
Yeah, let me have this one.
Your Highness, if you don't mind.
Alright.
This is your first time fighting me without the mask on, I think. With our Divine Knights, I come out on top. But let's see who wins when it's just the two of us.
Sounds good to me. You managed to win against 3 of us at once in the catacombs below Heimdall. But it's just you and me now. And this time, I'll be the victor!
Go ahead and try. Alright, you ready, Reen?
Here we go! Too slow! My turn! Here we go! My turn! My turn!
Not bad.
Eat this! My turn! Let's move! Here we go! Eat this! Here we go! Here we go! My turn! Arcane Field! Too slow! Let's move! Here we go! My turn! Gather on my blade!
Damn!
That's what I can really do!
Huh. You actually did it. I sure wasn't expecting you to beat me one-on-one.
You fought pretty well yourself. It couldn't have been easy to last as long as you did against me like this.
Rean!
Why did this have to happen now?
Guess your luck ran out.
We finally caught up to you.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Popular?
But I think you may have been slightly too reckless this time.
That wasn't a bad fight. Even if you lost, at least you tried, I guess.
Your Highness, please move away from me.
Hey, don't be too rough with... Look sharp!
Crimson Wings?
What are you all?
Sorry for the wait, Rean.
Yo, we're here to save the day.
You caught us all off guard back in Ymir.
So this time we opted to take the initiative ourselves.
We meet again, Severing Chains. And I see you brought the Purple Lightning with you.
She brought more than that. Check out the Icy Maiden and that big shot arts user from the Bracer Guild.
We couldn't ask for a more impressive group. However,
Here it comes again.
Your lordship!
Uncle Victor!
It's good to see you again, Rean. And it relieves me to see you're none the worse for wear, Your Highness.
Ugh! Radiant Blade Master is here too?
Well, you're strong.
That's quite the nod, coming from the blazing demon himself. I can see now why you're considered one of the fiercest in Ouroboros, and why some even claim you to be the Steel Maiden's equal.
Well, I know who I'm gonna be fighting.
Don't you go forgetting about us now.
You're all here too?
Are you okay, Rean?
Looks like we've landed in the middle of something pretty crazy.
And not a moment too soon.
You came!
Glad to see you're all right.
You certainly seem to have kept yourself busy. Enjoying your scandalous elopement with Rean, are you?
He gave me the time of my life. You guys were having that much fun, huh?
And with our princess, Rean?
To think we were so worried about you.
You're not supposed to take it literally.
So this is what you threw me out of Valimar for? Doesn't look very fun.
Crow, you're here.
It feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
You're looking spiffy, Crow.
I'm hanging in there. Sure wasn't expecting all of you to show up, though. How are we even gonna settle this?
That is the question, isn't it? I'd roughly estimate both sides to be of equal strength.
Yeah? So we'd probably just end up at a stalemate, huh?
Oh, doesn't sound like much fun at all. What say we just forego the fighting and have ourselves a party instead?
Ha ha ha! I could never turn down a party!
That sounds simply wonderful.
I'll bring the booze.
Ah! No, no, no! Can't one of you take this a little more seriously?
This is getting us nowhere. Look who decided to show up.
Krianos! Vita! Welcome aboard the Pantagruel, Emma. Your overall ability as a witch might still be lacking, but that transportation spell was exceptional. I must apologize for the untimely intrusion. As displeased as a few of you might be by the idea, I think it best if we let one another peacefully go our separate ways this time. I'll be the one who bears the brunt of Duke Cayenne's anger.
Vida.
Can't say I understand why we should.
It's not our place to question the orders of our clients.
Whatever. Gives me something to look forward to later.
Okay, see ya, Fee.
Next time we meet, it will be as enemies.
Yep, I know.
Aww, I was kinda hoping we'd be able to talk some more.
I expect we will have multiple opportunities to do so in the near future.
Well, catch you later, Phantom Thief.
Or not. You do know that no one likes your stupid pranks, right?
Tut tut! There's no need to be so harsh. It's a shame we couldn't resume our debate on the nature of beauty this time, my most worthy rival.
I could wax eloquent about beauty till I'm old and gray, but honestly, I think it's about time we settled things between us.
Next time we meet, Radiant Blade Master and his daughter, it will be to battle.
Well, I certainly have no objection to that.
You seem to bear some manner of ill will against my household. I don't know your reasons, but should we be granted the opportunity, I would gladly settle things with you in battle.
Yes, well, let's not be too hasty. I can wait.
Guess that wraps things up for now. You've definitely grown, but you've still got plenty of room for improvement, especially when it comes to piloting Valimar. So unless you're up for another beatdown, I suggest you get to work on fixing that.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and just to confirm, you were the one who told Toval where I was, right?
2 days ago, I got a call out of nowhere on my Arcus. They gave me this crazy amount of detail on exactly where to find you. Then they just hung up. Didn't even say who they were. Oh, now that you mention it, he does have the same voice as that mystery caller. I did think he sounded familiar. That must have been because I'd heard it during your concert at the festival.
Damn, looks like the jig is up.
You really did that?
Oh, Crow, there's no shame in admitting that you care, you know.
And if I might be so bold as to offer a word of advice, get Valimar a better sword, one like yours. If you think you're such hot stuff you can beat me without your 8 Leaves training, you're in for a world of hurt.
Correct choice of armaments is indeed paramount. Selecting one the Awakener is well suited to will increase combat efficiency exponentially.
I can't pretend to know much about this kind of thing.
He's right. Eastern blades like Maitachi are the heart and soul of the 8 Leaves, 1 blade style swordsmanship. All right, I'll take your advice. And when I've got myself one, I'll finally take everything back. The Academy, Elise,
And even you, Crow.
If that's how you want it, I'd like to see you try.
Courageous! Full speed ahead!
Commence retreat from this airspace!
I didn't. Didn't mute. Whoops. Alright, so. Let's... Alright, so let's... Excuse me. Let's scroll up. Oh, crap, that's a good question. Did I give Viscount Arcade a plus back in Cold Steel 1? Characters. Okay, Ringing Guys, Marcus, Thomas, Lisa. I did give him one. Okay, cool. Alright. We haven't fully gotten her on there yet, so let me scroll up a bit because I want to check something. Did I already give? Yes, I did. I gave Elfin her plus already, so there we go. So it's just those two for the moment. Which means we are something tells me I haven't been updating the HUD. So we are there on the story axis right now. Still not as good as it really should be, in my opinion, but here we are. It really makes me wonder where the hell the score is going to end up in the end. But yeah, that is pretty much where we are at right now. So we are at a net plus 31 to story. That's awful. And a net 20. Net plus 20. I need the gameplay. It's third from the bottom right now. Yes, third from the bottom. Because Sky 1 is overall was plus 60. That's not great. That's not great. Still, could be worse. Could be worse. Let us continue. Because, yeah, I'm going to go until 6 today. Nortia Province airspace. As we begin Act 2.
If that is all, I will return to a state of inactivity.
Thanks for all you've done, Valimar. I'll be counting on you if anything else comes up.
Acknowledged. Prepare yourself for your next encounter with the Azure Knight, my awakener.
Don't worry, I will. We lost last time, but I know that's not all I'm capable of. As long as we're all together, I know I can get stronger.
I eagerly await your results.
Looks like he went to sleep.
So, this is what the Great Ashen Knight looks like up close, huh? I've heard all manner of rumor about it, but I never expected I'd stand in the presence of a legend.
I can't possibly begin to thank you enough. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come to my aid. And that goes for everyone else, too. Thanks for coming to rescue me, guys.
We're just happy you're okay.
Just don't scare us like that again, alright?
True. We were all on edge waiting for you to get back.
And yet you somehow managed to come out unscathed with Her Highness in tow.
You make it sound like it was easy. Well, easy or not, it was worth going on board. I got plenty of useful info out of it. So funny enough, I'd say their invitation worked to my benefit more than theirs.
I guess there's no harm in looking at the positives now that all's said and done.
Look at you, acting mature and all grown up. Brings a tear to my eye.
Looks like we have some catching up to do.
I'd like to follow Reen's lead and extend my thanks to each of you as well. Thank you, all of you. And, dear brother, it's a relief to see you safe and sound. Though I never pictured my great escape would end with you in this airship of all things.
We did time our appearance fabulously, if I do say so myself. My only regret is that we weren't able to blow in with a storm of rose petals when we boarded them.
Okay, admittedly, that would be awesome.
Perhaps I should have asked Emma to look into the feasibility of making such a magnificent entrance.
Oh man, that would have been so cool!
Well, it's probably not impossible.
Now you're just being silly.
Sounds about right for our prince.
Yep.
Well, at the very least, I'd say we're clear of any immediate danger. And given this opportunity, I'd like to sit down with you to discuss our situation and exchange any pertinent information. But first, I think we have a few more reunions to celebrate.
Reen!
Toa and George.
Toa! George! I thought I heard your voices when we started flying away from the Pantagruel. So you were on board too?
You bet. Good to see you, Reen.
Whoa!
It's really you. You're really okay. No sooner had we found out that you were still alive, we got told you had been taken by the Alliance.
Let's just get this out of the way. And while we're at it, wait, did I give? That's a good question. Let me double check that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that then. And we'll give George a plus while we're here too. So yeah.
We've been so worried about you.
I'm a real troublemaker, aren't I? Sorry, Toa. But I'm glad to see you and George made it out okay. Everything I've said to you has been at the back of my mind ever since we parted ways in Trista, and it's kept me going every step of the way.
Oh. You remembered. You promised me you wouldn't die. And you didn't. We still need to work on that one, but I know you're not the kind of guy who'd go back on his word.
See? Reen's a guy you can count on. Nice to see you're holding up okay. Still can't believe you made it through all that fighting in Trista in one piece, but... well, here you are.
Good to see you again, George. But how'd you two end up on the Courageous to begin with?
We'll bring you up to speed once we all sit down for our meeting. There's a conference room on one of the upper floors. We can meet there when you're ready. Courageous began its independent operations right before Heimdall was first occupied. I realized what the Alliance was planning, so I gathered a skeleton crew, met with Viscount Arcade, and we hurried straight to Trista, where we found your classmates locked in combat with the Azure Knight.
I see. That explains why you were in Trista.
I shudder to think what would have happened if not for the Courageous's timely appearance. What have you been doing since then, Father? I hadn't heard anything about your whereabouts until now.
Eventually, we were able to shake off the Azure Knight's pursuit, and we've been traveling around the country ever since, preparing to find you and take you on board.
George and I haven't been here long. The principal managed to get in touch with the Courageous without anyone noticing and sent us here.
He did?
I hope he's still alright. By the way, what happened to Major Vander? You two are always joined at the hip.
Alas, he is currently indisposed. His military obligations have him heading up the 7th Armored Division in Western Erebonia. They're working with your former instructor, Major Neidhart, as well.
With him too?
So he's over in the west now.
Huh. I should have known the 4th Armored Division's ace wouldn't get his ass kicked so easily.
Oh, right. Dad said he'd heard from him too, remember?
Still, the west side of the country contains Marquis Hyarm's Sutherland Province, along with Duke Cayenne's Lemaire Province. The fighting there would no doubt be even more fierce than it is here in eastern Erebonia.
Correct. A large percentage of the Imperial Army's military strength still remains intact. But the Noble Alliance forces' constant attacks have put them at a disadvantage. On top of that, a number of townships in the region have been caught in the crossfire and suffered great losses.
That's terrible.
I'd heard as much, but it still pisses me off to hear it.
With the 3rd and 4th Armored Divisions occupied on the eastern side of the country, one can only assume the Noble Alliance intends to use that as an opportunity to crush the forces in the west.
Yeah, but they're not stupid. I bet the army in the west is putting up a pretty good fight by themselves.
It's too early to call things just yet.
An astute assessment. The situation in the Western Theater could change at a moment's notice.
Right. But that means we're uncertain what course to pursue now. And having said that, we have a question to pose to all of you. The question, really. With the whole of the Empire caught in the throes of civil war, what exactly do all of you intend to do from here on out?
Us?
We were in the midst of discussing that when Reen was taken to the Pantagruel, in fact.
This is a full-on war, and our fellow Erebonian countrymen stand on both sides. No one here is delusional enough to think that a group of students like us are capable of stopping it by ourselves. Still, during our field studies, we found ourselves up against the problems this nation faces again and again. And because we have that experience, I believe there's a place for us to change things in all this. A part only we can play. We may not be able to compete head-on with the Alliance, but together, we can move things in the right direction for Erebonia as a whole.
That was wonderful, Reen.
Still, we aren't all gathered here for the same reasons. Be it rescuing Elise or settling things with Crow, we've all got something that we personally want to accomplish. But accomplishing those things won't be possible with the situation as it stands. And that's why, no matter how stacked the odds are against us, or how fierce the fighting becomes, we want to put everything we have into making all the difference we possibly can, in whatever way we can. I think I speak for everyone in Class 7 when I say that.
You bet! I agree completely. We may all come from different walks of life, but this time, that can work for us.
Exactly. We have something no one else does, and because of that, we can do things no one else can.
And what kind of class would we be if we didn't take advantage of that to protect the people and things we love?
As well as find our own answers to the questions we have looming over us.
As Reen said, however big or small it is in the long run, we have a place in this war, and we have every intention of following it.
Sounds like it'll be a pain, though.
No biggie. We're Class 7. Throw in a few of Reen's trademark speeches and we're raring to go.
Look at you kids.
You all sound like you've really thought long and hard about this.
That's the Class 7 I'm proud to serve.
And you guys aren't the only ones who feel that way. Everyone at Thors has something to bring to the table. Remember the Academy's motto? Arise, O youth, and become the foundation of the world.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was what Principal Van Dyke said to us at the welcoming ceremony.
The words of Dreikels the Lionheart serve to inspire us to this day, it would seem.
Of course. They ring as true as ever.
It's like you didn't even have to think about it. You guys just knew.
Yeah, you should be proud of yourselves. And it's true that Thor students are scattered all over the country right now. But I'm sure that each and every one of them are fighting too, and they feel the exact same way that you guys do.
I understand, Your Highness.
Indeed. I figured you would have already given it some thought, but I wasn't expecting such a stirring conviction. But I think this at least settles the matter of what course to take. If you would do the honors, Captain.
As you wish. We're about to do something neither side would ever expect us to do. We're going to entrust this ship to you. From here on out, the Courageous is yours to command as you see fit.
What? What?
Father, would you mind elaborating?
It means exactly what it sounds like. The operation of this ship will be left entirely to your discretion. I imagine your journey to make a difference in this war needs a home base to begin from.
Well, yes, but...
But then what will you do?
We plan to disembark and make our way to the western provinces. Once there, we'll begin working with the 7th Armored Division and the other neutral forces in the region. The intention is to ensure that as few innocents as possible are harmed by this conflict.
I was actually worried this airship might prove a bit too conspicuous to aid us in pursuing that goal. But with us headed west, we'd be leaving all of Eastern Erebonia in your hands.
Wow.
I see. That does make the most logical sense.
Kinda. If we've got the Courageous, we could give our third faction some real weight. Neither side could afford to ignore us.
I'm not even sure the Guild could come up with a plan this wild.
Well, it's fair to say I've learned a lot from the way the Guild's members handle things, yourself included. Oh, and Alphen?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you to remain on board the Courageous as well. This ship is technically the property of the Arner household, fathers in particular. It should give them a certain freedom to act if they have concrete backing from a member of the Imperial family.
I'd be happy to. Henceforth, I, Princess Alphen Raisay Arner, will guarantee the legitimacy of their actions. So do whatever you see fit to do. You have my full support.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Wow!
We are truly honored to have you with us.
No turning back now.
Yeah, seriously.
We hereby humbly accept custody of the Courageous.
Please, leave Eastern Erebonia to us.
We'll be counting on you then.
I'm looking forward to toasting your future successes.
I'm leaving you in charge of the Courageous's day-to-day operations.
positive for this whole sequence, because of course.
I don't doubt you'll make a fine acting captain.
It would be an honor.
I'm gonna put these down here. So, how do I look? Wow, it really does suit you. Yeah, the size is just right, too. Fortunately, I had a spare on hand that was a size smaller. That is quite fortunate. You're kind of like a cute mascot, like a human Mishi. Perhaps we should capitalize on this opportunity with an irresistible line of Captain Toa merchandise. That sounds like a wonderful idea. Oh, you two are terrible. Actually, I wouldn't mind some Captain Toa merchandise. Gotta say, the hat's a nice touch, Toa. It really suits you. Yep, you definitely look the part of a captain with it. I think things will be just fine here in our absence. Yeah, you guys won't be needing us around much longer. So you guys are taking off then? You'll be disembarking together with Father, yes? Yeah, it was nice to help out until you guys got back together again, and now that you are, there's no use for me sticking around. With the situation in the West what it is, I've decided to help out over there instead. I intend to return to commanding the RMP. I believe that's the best way I can contribute to bringing this war to an end. We understand. Bye-bye, Claire. If you bump into Lecter somewhere, make sure you say hi for me. I'll be sure to do so. I have been entrusted with a number of research tasks by Chairman Arena, as it so happens, so this is farewell for now. That doesn't sound shady at all. But, well, stay safe, alright? Whether you're a member of Ouroboros or not, it'll never change how your our family's made. Oh my. I'm touched to hear you say so. Please, my lady, take care of yourself. Still, let's keep in touch, okay? I'm gonna keep gathering as much info as I can through the Guild's intelligence network. It's not like Ereboni is the only place where strange stuff's going down now. True, I'm particularly concerned about what's happening over in Crossbelt. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Give my regards to Miles. You know it. Thanks for everything you've done for us. I'm sure that we wouldn't have been able to come this far if not for your help. Hey, no need to get all little stiff all of a sudden. You're embarrassing me. We may be working separately from now on, but I intend to do all I can to aid you in the future. Take care, everyone.
Reen, this is just a little parting gift from me. It's always come in handy for me when I was in a pinch, so I hope it'll help you out too.
Quickcalibur S.
Thanks, Toval. You've done a lot for us. It always felt like you were looking out for me, even when it came to my future.
Think nothing of it. You kids are the future, after all. But remember, this is where it starts getting serious. Get yourself through this war in one piece. Find something you want to dedicate your life to. And hey, if you ever decide you want to follow the same path Sarah and I did, you'll be welcomed with open arms, okay?
I'll be sure to give it some thought.
Okay. Knock it off with the scouting.
Well then, it's time we bid you all a fond farewell for now. Chin up, Alphen. I'm counting on your charm to keep everyone motivated.
May the goddess be with you.
I look forward to the stories you'll have to tell when next we meet, Laura.
Good luck, Father.
Well, there they go. You think they'll be okay on their own?
Only the goddess herself knows for certain. Still, with some already calling this a second advent of the War of the Lions, I can only hope they make it through unscathed.
Oh, I'm sure they'll all be just fine. They don't bear the symbol of the horned lion for show.
Yes, I suppose you're right. And the same goes for me, too. I can't very well call myself a Thor's alumnus and fail to deliver.
Well, aren't we birds of a feather? Proud Thor's graduates unite. I'll be in touch with them plenty in the coming weeks, so don't worry. The Old Guard will do as it must to keep watch over the young and vigilant. Speaking of the Old Guard, Chancellor Osborne was also a Thors graduate, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Sorry to say, I can't picture it.
Was he now?
He and I may have had our differences, but I still feel a certain loss with his passing. I'd like to express my condolences to you while I have the chance.
I'm afraid I never had the chance to truly get to know him, but there's no doubt in my mind that he was one of the greatest men of our time.
Thank you.
Still, it must be tough for you with Heimdall under the Alliance's thumb. Were you able to find out where his funeral was held?
Actually...
Captain?
Is something amiss?
It's just that I received a strange report on that very issue. I was told his body was taken into the custody of the Imperial Guardsmen when the city was occupied. But then after that, it simply disappeared at some point.
Disappeared, you say?
Is it possible the reformist faction could have taken it from them?
I'm afraid I don't know. It is possible that the Intelligence Division did something to that effect.
A disappearing corpse is certainly cause for concern. It's difficult not to draw parallels with the Lance Maiden's sudden death following the War of the Lions.
Unbelievable. I'm almost impressed how much trouble one man can stir up, even from beyond the grave.
Yeah.
He had
No
so
kidding.
many plots in motion. I doubt even his death put a stop to them all.
Oh, you have no idea, Oliver. You have no idea. Touring Erebonia 1.
No change in weather or wind direction since entering Kreutzen provincial airspace.
We are currently cruising at a speed of 3,000 SPH. Nothing abnormal detected on the radar thus far.
Detour around the Twin Dragons Bridge, staying within the clouds. Take extra care that we aren't noticed by the Noble Alliance's surveillance.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. She's a real natural at this.
Yeah. It's hard to believe she's only been in the position for a day.
Indeed. She has proved a worthy captain in Father's place.
As if anyone could fit the role better than our student council president.
She still looks like a mascot character, though.
That's just one of her many charms.
Yeah, and besides, I can feel at ease knowing she's in charge. So, today's the day we start our journey anew, right?
Right. We settled what we'll be doing last night. Now all that remains is to do it.
And of course, you gotta flash back to it, because why not? Why show these events in order?
Well, Toa and George should be able to handle the day-to-day running of the ship, so that's out of the way. And whatever we decide, it's not like we're going to be able to do anything major today. I think it's time we start hammering down exactly what we're going to be doing from tomorrow onward.
In theory, the Courageous gives us the ability to fly around the whole country with ease. But, in reality, the Noble Alliance has control over most of Erebonia, so we're limited in where we can actually go.
Yeah, we don't want to risk getting too close to Alliance territory. We'd run the risk of being captured, or even worse, being shot down.
It's sad to think how we barely have anywhere we can land with an amazing airship like this at our disposal.
Care to share your thoughts on this, instructor?
Oh, you kids can just do whatever you want. I lost the will to put in any effort after Captain Classy got off.
You slacker.
I'm pleased that you think so highly of my father, but...
But no banning him, damn it.
Maybe Laura can hook you up with a one-on-one lecture on the Arcade School of Courtsmanship, if you know what I'm saying.
I was kidding. In all seriousness, if you need more people fighting in whatever you end up doing, I'll be happy to help you out. Just don't forget that the Courageous was entrusted to you kids, not to me. If you want my advice, then you got it. but you need to be able to make all the important decisions on your own.
Of course.
You almost sound like an instructor for once.
Getting back to the matter at hand, we don't need to decide everything right at this moment. What say you to figuring out how and what for now?
Come again?
I assume what would be our overall goal. Something realistic that we can all work together towards. And the how would be a basic idea on how we intend to achieve it?
Uh-huh. It's a little trick we use in the student council. It's easier to get motivated when you have a specific goal in mind.
You guys were doing the same kind of thing in the weeks before the Academy Festival, remember? The concert was what you were working toward, and all your other planning was how you intended to pull it off.
I see. That makes sense.
We did spend a lot of time before and during the festival working out all the details, come to think of it.
Not to mention taking care of the things we couldn't plan, like the strange stuff at the old schoolhouse.
We were coordinating with all of the other classes and clubs at the same time, too.
When you break it down step by step, we did so much without even realizing it. And we may have our own personal goals right now, but if we can wrap those up into one overarching goal, it won't seem half as much.
How about making it something related to the Academy itself, then?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
I wonder what's happening there.
Toa, George, the Academy is currently under the Noble Alliance's control, right?
That's right. The staff and students who are there are doing what they can, but...
As you know, during the attack, a lot of the students managed to flee Trista and are now scattered across the country. Now, most of the upper-class students chose to stick it out, though. They've got no reason to fear the Alliance, being nobles and all.
All right, then. I think our what should be taking back the Academy.
That sounds good to me. The Courageous will serve as a good means of transport, but we'll need a proper base sooner or later.
But with it, we can get a better look at the current state of things in Erebonia and try to reach out to those who are in need.
And whatever information we learn along the way could bring us that much closer to liberating the Academy.
Can't see taking it back going that smoothly, though.
No doubt. It's near the capital, so its defenses are gonna be rock solid.
Still, I like it. What goal is more worthy of us than reclaiming something we hold so dear?
Indeed. Regardless of personal motivations, I can't think of an objective more fitting to us as a group.
And if we actually manage to achieve it, the sky's the limit for us.
I'm genuine positive.
Oh, come on. Don't glitch out. Come on. Ah. Ugh.
Well, their optimism is probably their strongest point.
We were thinking of something along the same lines, in fact, so it works out. And hey, if we all thought about it, what's to stop the others from thinking it too? So if you happen to bump into anyone who escaped from the Academy, why not go and ask them to join us? I'm not saying it has to be your primary focus or anything, but the more people we have on our side, the better.
That's a great idea!
Yeah, we'll be sure to keep an eye out.
We have about the bare minimum crew we need to fly at the moment, but it's not like this is their full-time job. I'm sure our current staff won't be here forever, so we're gonna need a few extra hands on board at some point. Ideally, we could have whoever's here now stick around long enough to train anyone we end up recruiting.
I know our numbers are small right now, but the more people we can get on our side, the higher chance we stand of making Trista and the Academy our home again. And I don't know about you, but I get this weird sense of satisfaction knowing that we students are gonna be the ones to do it.
I know the feeling, actually. Everything works for me.
I'd say that's our how decided, wouldn't you?
Agreed. To wrap all this up, we'll use the Courageous as our base, and as a way to get a good idea of the current state of things in Eastern Erebonia. Along the way, we'll try to recruit as many fellow Thor students to help us out as we can. All for the sake of our primary goal, taking back Thor's military academy.
False alarm there. Well, I suppose what we need to decide next is where we should head for first. Yeah, we don't have many places we can go at the moment. There's Legram, Ymir, the Nord Highlands. Ah, damn it. We're able to land at the 4th Armored Division's base too, right? Yeah, I asked Dad about that yesterday and he's fine with it. Probably better for us to swing by all of them once, really. Oh, almost forgot. Prince Oliver sent you a few requests to take care of. He did? Oh, joy. The details are all right behind you. Behind us? There's an orbital computer here. Here, I've only ever really used one in class. No need to fear, technology doesn't bite, plus it'll be easier in the long run for you to grab stuff from there. So go on, take a look. Sure. Oh, lucky us. These are made by the Epstein Foundation, so they're identical to the ones we used in class. There we go. Something's popped up. So this is how everything's displayed. The Intelligence Division has some of these too, I think. Alright, so we got Monster Madness from Elder Ivan. And so there's a monster in the Highlands we need to go deal with. Find our first years, which apparently is oh yeah, it doesn't have to be your top priority. Sends in a required quest is to go recruit Monica, Mint, Casper, and Vivi without leave. Eve, which is straight from Elliot's dad, and Badass in Danger. Okay then. So we got some work to do. There's one from Nord, one from Legram, and one from Guerrilla's Proving Ground. Seems like we got plenty of work in store for us all over the country. And how I wish it were my imagination, but I think I saw a depressingly familiar name on one of them as well. I'm kind of worried about the one Dad sent us. And I don't think we can ignore the unusual monster that's appeared in Nord either. Prince Oliver took the time to gather and send all of these to us himself? Wow, how'd he manage to do that? He just left for Western Erebonia. He's a guy with plenty of connections, especially through the Bracer Guild. Said he's going to keep finding stuff like this. It's that he thinks you can handle and send them your way. How many you end up doing is up to you, but I recommend taking care of the more urgent ones at least. Understood. I don't think any of us mind one bit. Indeed, it helps us bring focus to our goal of touring the region and helping those in need. With that being said, I would assume checking the safety of our fellow Thor students is our top priority. I took the liberty of giving you that one myself. We're slowly getting information in on other Thor students, where other Thor students would be. Anytime we find something, we'll update the computer, and who knows, maybe they'll be willing to join us too. How convenient. I'm suddenly very grateful to those classes. Guess we'll be checking this thing pretty often. Well, I think that's almost everything. When you've decided where you want to go first, let me know, okay? Oh, and George is hard at work setting up an orbital factory in the shop's hold, so if you need any modifications made to your Arcus or any quartz, you can sort those out there. While you're at it, it's worth checking out the other facilities on board, too. It's not much now, well, we're short on staff, but I'm sure any students we recruit will get creative with their space. Might as well. Still, do you guys mind if we figure out who's going to be making up our active party when we disembark first? Actually, if we're doing that, would you mind including me? I'd like to see that strange monster from the Highlands request myself. I don't mind at all. That sounds fair. Here, I can come with you if you need a hand, too. You just let me know if I'm needed, okay? Thanks, instructor. Now let's see. It's temporarily not possible to remove guys from the party. So we'll bring Laura, Fee. We'll bring William and Sarah, why not? Alright. Okay, let's get going. Right. Let's go, go, go! Act 2, The Awakening Lions. More dialogue, come on. I should probably do as the instructor recommends and tour the facilities on board at least once before disembarking. There's not much, but it'd be smart to go see George in the ship's hold and pay Valamor a visit. Might be good to see Princess Elfin, too. You can now view the student info tab in your notebook. Yay. Oh my god, so much dialogue. I'll be right back. Heck, I drank too much Pepsi today. Sorry about that. Alright, next up. So now we just have to go and tour the ship. So, character notebook has been updated. So now we have some, so now we can go find some characters to recruit. I think specific characters have things that they can do. So, yeah. So, floor 4 has the training facilities and the royal room, which is where you can meet with Princess Elf. This floor has the conference room and the royal room. The latter is exclusively for Princess Alphen, obviously, but I bet we'll be using the former quite a bit. Okay, this might seem a little harsh for me to do, but there is a negative I've been kind of waiting on to kind of see how I feel about it, and I do feel like I need to give it, unfortunately. Alright. Now, obviously, I have to explain myself on this one. Pacing. See, the problem with... Now, honestly, I don't think there's really that much padding in this story. I don't. Not really. But the pacing just feels like plot points don't flow into each other. Let's take Final Fantasy VII as the prime example, right? Because I gave both a positive and a negative because of how plot points flowed into each other. In Part 1 / Disc 1, I gave a positive to the pacing because I felt like the events kind of flowed very smoothly and very fluidly into each other. Each plot point felt like it naturally progressed into the next plot point. Now, it wasn't completely smooth, but it still felt like there was a natural progression. All of the stuff in Midgar being a great example of that. Okay, so you have Reactor 1, and then you have all of the scenes at Tifa's bar. Okay, then they go on to a Reactor 5. Okay? Cloud gets separated. It starts heading back towards Sector 7. Then, and Tifa is he notices Tifa being carted off to Wall Market. Cloud and Aerith go after Tifa and go and help Tifa out. They learn that Sector 7 is about to be destroyed by Shinra. They go and try and stop that. Then Aerith is taken, so they have to go to the Shinra building. All of that just kind of flows naturally, one plot point into the next, and it feels like there's a very smooth progression through all of that. Here, it kind of feels like it gets just janky, because we will be, we're going and dealing with a bunch of quests for Prince Olivert. Okay, now we have to go to the Twin Dragons Bridge. Alright, now let's do some more quests for Prince Olivert. Oh, and now here's the next plot point. Right. Alright, now we're going to do some more quests, and now it's time to liberate Trista. There's a jankiness to that. And it's not helped by the fact that now we have got quests that have already put us all over Eastern Erebonia. Nord, Legram, and Garrelia. It doesn't really help the situation, right? And it just kind of it feels janky. And that's the problem with the pacing. However, unfortunately, the negatives are not done yet. Because I unfortunately have to give a negative for padding. Because the gameplay itself does have a bit of padding to it. Like, for example, right here is a prime example of it. The game is forcing me to go through all of this. And even the Pantagruel chapter, which I was singing the praises of before, from a story perspective, I actually do kind of like it. Then I went through it with a fine-tooth comb and realized, there's some nits here. There's some nits here I cannot ignore, right? For example, there's the whole problem of Duke Cayenne and doing that elaborate stunt in order to get Rean on board the Pantagruel. Celine protesting Rean accepting Cayenne's proposal, despite the fact that he had zero alternative. Then there's Rean and Duvali's discussion, which I was just like, oh, this is dumb, and move on. But now that I go through it again, I'm just like, no, that scene was dumb and 2 negatives. Right? Then there's Altina, which just added 3 negatives because of her pedo jokes, and then just her character in general is just aggravating, right? And, even the Pantagruel kind of had some pacing problems to it. So I feel like I need to just give the triple negative for pacing and move on. So, yeah. I know some people are going to say I'm being too negative, but again, I have to be honest with myself here. Which is just hilarious to me. How many overall negatives did I end up giving Cold Steel 1? Let's take a look at this. If I can ever scroll past all of them. Because I'm actually curious how close Cold Steel... Oh my god. Cold Steel 2 has already surpassed the number of negatives I gave Cold Steel 1 in general. Holy crap. yeah, that's... I gotta be honest about all that. Tutorials again. Alright. So we're quite done on wasting my time. I guess we could talk to Eustace. I take it my brother had already left the Pantagruel by the time we arrived. To be perfectly honest, I breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't come out to meet us. After all, now I can see the gap between the two of us more starkly than ever. We wouldn't stand a chance as we are. Eustace? I've never seen him this completely drained of his confidence. Having this ship in our possession is like having a sword dangled over our heads. The day will come when we have to face him. We are nothing to him now, but if we use the time we have wisely, perhaps that won't be the case next time. We can beat him. Don't lose hope. Alright, so... Where's the rear? I certainly didn't expect this ship to be equipped with training facilities. I've been told that we're welcome to them should the urge strike us. However, the door is to remain closed when not in use. I can't imagine being given a more perfect set of wings. It's going to be difficult to repay Father and Prince Olivert for such an incredible gift. True, but we know where to start. There's a lot we can do to better people's lives now that we have this ship. Indeed, between our swords and our ship, I'm certain we can make a difference, and together we shall do so. Nice and elaborate, thingy? Setup? Hello, Rean. Hello, Your Highness. What's that document you've got there? Oh, just a little formality I need to get through before we really get started. It's to show that control of the ship has been temporarily passed as from our family to you, and that you've been given the legitimate right to use it as you see fit. Oh, right. Well, if you need any help to cross any T's or dot any I's, let me know. Oh, you've been gracious enough to join us on the ship, so the least I can do is help you out with whatever you need. Oh, don't worry. Half of being a member of the Imperial family is paperwork anyway. I can handle it on my own. Besides, you've all helped me more than enough already. Come to think of it, I never did thank you for saving me from the Pantagruel, did I? Properly, I mean. Thank you very much, Rean. I truly never expected that you would be my knight in shining armor. That's not something I need to be thanked for. Back in Ymir, I swore that I would rescue both you and Elise from the Alliance. I've completed half of that task, and now I've got to finish the job. Then let me help you with rescuing her. I'll be keeping a close eye on you all all the while to see if you're really Order of the Phoenix Wings metal material. What's this now? It's a very exclusive honor that my family only awards every few years to people who are really deserving of it. There are 3 medals in all: charity, love, and strength, awarded to the people who exemplify said virtues. It just so happens that as a ship of the Imperial family, we have some of those medals on here, so I have them to give. That's remarkably convenient. So, if you demonstrate your worthiness for any of these medals, I'd like to give them to you. Though in your case, I'm sure it's more of a matter of when than if. I don't know if I'd say that. Still, it can't hurt to try to live up to those lofty expectations. But medals or no medals, the most important thing to me right now is rescuing Elise, and helping you reunite with your family, too. Of course. You can now read about the Order of the Phoenix Wings in the Royal Room's bookshelf. So let's get that out of the way. So, the Medal of Charity is an award granted to those who independently and voluntarily strive to better the lives of others across the land. Medal of Love is an award granted to those who have demonstrated love for their fellow human beings, showing and earning the trust and understanding of many people. and Medal of Strength, an award granted only to those who have performed great acts of strength, defeating powerful foes to protect this nation and its people. So, these medals are awarded for completing 20 quests as charity, filled a total of 90 notes in the friend notes, that's Medal of Love, and defeating 5 cryptids.
Right.
Hit 5 cryptids. So, and they are specific cryptid fights. So it's not. So no, the one we defeated in Legram does not count. The ones that we defeated in Legram and Nord do not count, I believe. I mean, I doubt they'd give us a medal that boosts strength by 100 and speed by 10 just that quickly, you know. All right, so next up is floor 3. Shops and the decks. You can access the front and rear decks from this floor, and it's where all the shops are. I'll probably see a lot of this place. And a rest area where you can rest. Only one shop is available for now, but by recruiting Thor students, you can raise that number up to 4. Also, you can restore HP and EP for free. 100, okay. Well, time to go test this out. Whoops. Wrong room. There we go. No. So this facility does not gain any positives. None whatsoever. Alright. So, now we can upgrade our weapons. We haven't been able to do this for a while, so let's get some weapon upgrades going. And some power upgrades going here. Shall we? There you are. There we go. Oof. I've run out of money. I might as well sell the weaker weapons while I'm here. Alright. And I'm just gonna sell that. Sell those off. Alright. Alright, now. We were on Beast Fangs. Let's upgrade that. Elder Spear. Earth Shaker. Twin Vipers. Now we've got the Ceramic Coat, which is a 30 decrease for 170 defense. Yeah, no. That's not even a question. Ceramic spikes. Okay. I think we are good there. We are good there, methinks. But I should at least. Speak with all the whole group. Elliot and I have been talking about what we should do now that we have this ship. Making sure everyone from Thors is alive and well should definitely be one of our top priorities, if you ask me. I think it would be helpful to have the entire lacrosse club on board, but the other students probably wouldn't hurt. The more the better, in my book. We'll need as many able bodies as possible when it's time to take back Thors, too. So we should get everybody if we can. Yeah. Hey, Elliot. Doing violin maintenance, I see. Yeah, probably seems kind of strange, huh? I wouldn't have thought so, too, but Prince Oliver changed my mind with a few choice words of encouragement. He said, "War or no war, the power of music never weakens. If the path of a musician is truly what you aspire to, then even the way you fight should reflect that, and be your own." That makes a lot of sense coming from Prince Oliver, too. He plays the lute, doesn't he? That's right, he's performed all over the country and even outside of it. I'm not exactly sure what he means about finding my own way to fight, but I'm going to try and figure that out. Maybe if I just keep fighting while staying true to myself, the answer will come to me. I sure hope it does. Yeah, it's only these 3 on this deck. So let's go speak to Gaius. Oh hey, it's that hawk again, Zio, right? Yep, I was surprised to see him too, but he must have decided to find us. He seems happy to see that we're all together again. That makes 2 of us. My people revere hawks as sacred birds, so I think this is going to... there's a sign saying that this ship has the wind's blessing. The skies may be vast, but with the winds looking after us, we should be able to fly them with ease. Then I'm even happier to have Zio here. Alright. Next floor. We're not missing anything with these explanations. This is the leisure and infirmary. Infirmary, blah, 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 blah. This place might have some importance in going forward, so you can actually view some stuff. So, yeah. All of the ship's operating manuals are in here, and shockingly, are relatively easy to understand. In fact, the biggest hurdle to reading them is extricating all of the other books that have been jammed in here. I think we can blame that on Prince Oliver. He doesn't really strike me as particularly organized. Given the state of the game room across the hallway, I'd say that's sugarcoating it. Maybe that's for the best. I was pretty nervous when I heard that we'd be looking after a military ship, but after seeing the state that the prince left it in, the pressure's off. Yeah, maybe this maybe this all was deliberate. Like he's sending us a message saying that it's okay to relax and unwind sometimes. We obviously need to take our work seriously, but if he didn't see any harm in taking a break, then neither do I. Yeah. So we have a kitchen with Fee and Milliam here. Milliam making more sense than Fee in my opinion. This ship's got everything we could ever want, but how's it compare to the Pantagruel? Well, the Pantagruel is bigger and more luxurious, but the Courageous matches it step for step in terms of facilities. And it's more mobile. It got a cooler sounding name, too. Thought so. And there's still room to add more. Oh, that reminds me, I had the chance to sit and chat with those 2 Zephyr members while I was on board. They weren't exactly in the chattiest of moods, of course, but it was pretty clear that they're still thinking about you. Well, that's nice. But you're my family now, and that's what's important. I'll find out what they're after if I have to do it, even if I have to do it myself. You don't. No, we're all in this together, and we'll help you get your answers. William? This ship's so fancy! There's so much to see, I can't even decide where to start. I mean, I would if this thing had a chef. I was hoping for some tasty grub. Well, we're flying with a skeleton crew right now. Chefs aren't exactly essential in a crew compared to, say, engineers. But that's why we need to get to work to recruiting students. The more we get, the better the Courageous. Makes sense, and hence when you put it like that. Makes me kind of jealous of the nobles, though. I bet the Pantagruel got some real top chefs on board. They gave you some super fancy food when they took you on board, right? How was it? It's not like I could really enjoy it that much, given the whole hostage thing. Oh, I guess it couldn't hurt to ask. Have you ever heard of something called the Black Workshop before? Huh? Hold on. Who told you about it? I figured she might know. That Altina girl mentioned it to me. She said it's the place she belongs to. She also said that they loaned her to the Alliance. Just what kind of place loans someone else a girl? How much can I say here? Is the confidential info in their intelligence division file enough? That sounds like stuff you shouldn't be telling me, but sure? Well, we don't know where it is or anything, but it's a really unique arms workshop. They make weapons to order, but one thing they have in common is that they're all super powerful and super hard to use. You know, for terrorists, high-level Jaegers, customers like that. That huge rifle Crow used to shoot Gramps was probably made there, too. Think? Well, it was designed to hit a target over 3,000 ARG away with pinpoint accuracy, and that's pretty nuts. Claire says it's the same one he used when he faked his own death back at the mine, too. But if they did make it, I wonder if that means they're allied with the Alliance. That's a lot to take in. But why would a girl like Altina be affiliated with a place like that? Then there's that Clum Soleus of hers that's basically her personal Ergetla. Wait a sec. Does the Black Workshop make the combat shells or something? What about Ergetlum, for that matter? Haha! Ding ding ding! Gramps used to do business with them through the intelligence division, from what I hear. But about a year ago, I guess all contact with them just stopped. Lecter was trying to find out where the actual workshop was for a while, but he didn't have any luck. Is that so? Still, I bet you're gonna run into that girl and her Sammy sooner or later. I'm getting a kind of rival vibe from them, you know? Me and Lammy have got to keep up our training so we can beat them. You know, we're going to do 1,000 arm swings a day and 1,000,000 push-ups. And we're going to be so buff, you won't even know what hit you. Just be sure to do those arm swings on the deck and away from people so you don't hit anyone. Now that I know more about that workshop, though, it's more mysterious than ever. We might need to add them to our foes to watch out for list right under Ouroboros. Yeah. And up in the infirmary, across from the games room, we have Celine and Emma. What a well-stocked infirmary. All of the usual essentials like medicine and bandages are here in ample supply. That's good to know. As much as I hate to say it, we'll probably end up needing all of that. After all, we're dealing with a war here. Even I'm not quite optimistic enough to think none of us will ever get hurt. That's true. Hopefully we'll be able to avoid losing anyone, even ignoring the tragedy of it. A loss like that would make taking on Crow and Vita nearly impossible. Yeah, you're right. There's another good reason to stay alive. Oh look, it's Mr. Do-It himself. Guess you're too cool to to care about the potential risks of kicking your support out of the core, huh? Talk about holding a grudge. Hey, I'm sorry. Really, I am. You better be. Just make sure it doesn't happen again, you hear me? Sure, Emma's got most of my attention now, but when you're fighting in Valimar, I'm your support. I need to see just what you two are capable of, so don't count me out yet. I can live with that. Well, make sure you don't start getting ahead of yourself. Is it too dickish to say that I'm fucking glad Celine isn't in the cockpit every fucking time we fight in Valimar or in Cold Steel 3? Because I really don't like fighting. Because I really don't like that. Anywho, Blade. It feels like ages since the last time I had a chance to play Blade. Oh wait, didn't I end up with some cards when I was on the Pantagruel? Hang on a sec. Sorry about that. Ugh. Huh? What is this? Welcome to the new and improved version of Blade, creatively named Blade 2. It's basically the same thing, but with a few more cards to make it more strategic. Give it a shot, and I think you'll like it. Just don't let it distract you too much from becoming a better night pilot, okay? Crow. When did he get this into my pocket? He could have just given it to me when we were sitting together, but I guess this is a much more Crow approach. Oh well. I imagine he slipped it in at some point, like before they even had their conversation. Still, I like the sound of more strategic. Maybe I should try inviting someone to play a game sometime. I have to get all the practice in that I can if I ever want to beat Crow anyway. So you can now play Blade 2. Inspecting one of the card tables allows you to play with a classmate to play a game. And playing against someone will allow you to deepen your bond with them regardless of whether you win or lose. However, you can only deepen your bond with 5 characters at a time. Characters you have deepened your bond with get a star next to their name. After each major story development, the stars are removed, allowing you to deepen your bond with any 5 characters of your choosing again. So, the idea here is you want to ideally come to your screen here and choose the 5 characters you don't have the best bond with. So in this case, I would say that's Sarah, Eustace, Milliam, Elisa, and Elliot. So that's who we're gonna play Blade 2 against. We'll start with Elisa.
Let's get started. Go on, draw a card. Same score, huh? Want to redraw? After you, then.
Okay, so Force. Force doubles your current total. I do not want to do that. I'll do that one.
Force!
Woof! Really now?
What? You can't do that.
Yes, I can.
Same score, huh?
Whoops.
Want to redraw? Same score, huh? After you, then.
Yeah.
Bolt!
Oof!
Mirror!
Oh, you little!
One more game?
Wait. Why didn't you... Oh, your AI made a mistake. Because Blast takes a card out of my hand, but because I had no hand left... looks like you win. You won't be so lucky next time, though. Oh, I tricked her AI. Okay, that's actually epic. Next up, Milliam.
It's time to duel.
Okay, I would honestly like to face Milliam and Yu-Gi-Oh! That would be interesting.
Come on, draw a card. Come on, draw another one. You're up first, I guess.
That one. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna bolt. Dang it! I was hoping you wouldn't do that.
Time to power up!
Oh, come on! Don't do that! Okay.
Whoosh!
Okay. Well, that's annoying. Aww!
Yeah, I win!
Damn it! Yeah! Who won? I won. I'm the best. If you're feeling bitter, I'm always up for a rematch. Just let me know when you want to play again.
Go easy on me, okay?
Okay, well this
let's
is a better
draw.
opening hand.
Looks like you're up first.
Fuck it.
Being tied
Get it
means
out
we
of
have to redraw, right? Well, looks like I'm up first. Mirror!
Ooh! Oh, you little!
Didn't see that coming.
Ah.
Being tied means we have to redraw, right? Well, looks like I'm up first.
Alright.
Being tied means we have to redraw. Looks like you're up first.
Alright.
Force! Really? You're playing that now?
Yep.
Blast! Oh, that's too bad.
Haha! Yes! A well-timed Force won. I was hoping I'd win that one too. I'll get you next time, though. Alright, next up, Useless.
If we have to. Draw a card. Go ahead then.
Bolt.
Now you've done it.
Oh! Oh, you're kidding! Alright, fine.
Take this!
Oof.
How about this?
Oh, you little.
Can't believe this. Be gone!
Yeah, sorry, Useless, but I don't think you've got a 20 card.
At least it wasn't a complete waste of time.
I mean, granted, he could have, actually, because Force would have counted. Well, I concede defeat. This time. And Sarah.
Okay, let's get this thing going.
Not sure how I feel
Go
about
on,
this
draw
hand.
a card. After you, my dear. Ugh, I'll so get you for that.
Alright. Let's see. That one.
Come, lightning!
You know what? I'll play that
I'll
game.
so get you for that.
Yeah.
What? Wait a second! Mirror! Look at me go!
Damn it! Where's the other card that Useless could have had? I still got it. Well, see you around, Reen. Well, that sucked. But it was fun. Alright, so that it takes care of this deck. Next up, the final floor. This is where you can power. This is where the hold is, and where the orbital factory is. Hey George, everything doing okay here? Yeah, the orbital factory is all ready for use. So if you need any work done in your orbits, don't. Ah, damn it! If you need any work done on your orbits, don't hesitate to ask. Thanks. I'll be sure to take you up on that very soon. By the way, you're the one who brought the orbital bike on board, right? Guilty as charged. I figured it'd come in handy at some point. It was still in good condition thanks to Useless, but I did make a few modifications to it. Modifications? Like what? Oh, I changed a few parts so that they'll be better suited to riding off the road. So now you should be able to ride it on rougher terrain. Feel free to take it for a spin anytime. We can ride whenever we want, really? Really? Even if you were to break down or something, it wouldn't be hard to come and collect it with the Courageous. So go ahead and have fun riding it around. Thanks. I've got a feeling that'll come in handy. And to be honest, just the thought of getting to ride it all over the country gets me excited. Angelica would be proud. Oh, just one thing. About that sidecar we added to it. It was roughed up pretty badly during the attack on the Academy. Sorry. I can fix it for sure, but it's gonna cost a lot of Mira to buy all the materials. So you'll have to go without it for a while, at least until we have the funds to repair it anyway. That's a shame. It is, but what can you do? Oh, one other thing about the bike. Hey, what would you say to giving it a brand new paint job? Paint job? Yeah, I saw this special feature in an automotive magazine about painting those recently. I thought it might be kind of fun to give it a shot ourselves. You know? We've got the perfect test subject. I can easily set up a station over there. Why not give it a go if you're interested in it? I see, that does sound interesting. Yeah, I'll give it a shot once we're all set up. It sounds fun. So you can now ride the Orbital bike by pressing square around the highway to open the navigation menu and pressing it again to ride the bike wherever you are. You can also customize the Orbital bike now. So now we can buy the sidecar unit and the yellow coloring, which is added. We have Murakumo, and I am going to sell some Mira to see if I can get some stuff going here. And I can't really get it that high. That sucks, but that's okay. I am never going to use Vanish, so it can get the hell out of here. I really don't care about poison, so it can go too. You know what? Oh, whoops, what am I doing? Alright, so yes, and yes. There. Alright, now to customize some weapons. Yep. There we go. I mean, might as well. I would be only one short if I had done it before. So there we go, all nice and customized. All right, now let's see who could use a boost to their EP. That actually is a good question. Who do I want to boost the EP of? Well, actually, I should just boost everybody's slots as much as I can. So we're gonna boost both of those and that one for you guys. And then we'll do that. And as for Laura, that one, and I think that's all I'm gonna be able to do right now. Yes. Anything I can do for you? You guys? No. Okay. I'm just gonna double check everybody's stuff. I'm gonna boost that for Fee. I cannot do anything for Milliam. Or for Sarah. I don't think I can do anything for Elisa. Oh, I can upgrade that one for her. Let me make sure nobody else needs Elliot. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Elliot. Sorry, Elisa. You'll get yours eventually. Alright. There we go. Alright. So, if we come over to the orbital bike, we can actually customize. We can add the sidecar, and now we have different colorings we can do. We will gain different colorings as we progress. I will be keeping an eye out for those. So this is to talk to Valimar. Was there anybody else on this floor? No, it's just talking to Valimar now, that's it. And then those on the bridge. Greetings, Awakener. Hey, Valimar, I take it your mana has recovered a little now? Affirmative. It stands at 50% replenished. I see that a new power has awakened within you as well. I don't know if I'd call it new exactly. This power's always been within me. I just didn't understand what it was or why it was there. But thanks to everyone's help, it finally feels like it's a part of me, if that makes any sense. Still, I need to keep practicing using it. I can't have a repeat of what happened on board the Pentagram. You appear to be aware of your own limitations. Much like how you learn to better synchronize with me through practice, humans must improve their specifications through similar means. You need only work towards improvement to gain optimal proficiency for the battles to come. Huh. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I can't help but feel that one day this power will be useful to me as an Awakener too. I won't be able to use it all the time, but I'll do what I can and to get better at making use of it. I look forward to it. So now Rean can use Spirit Unification. Spend 100 CP and he's basically beefed up for a number of turns. Activating it cures all status abnormalities and increases Ring's strength in battle significantly. You can now use the quick travel in the Courageous by pressing the square button. We couldn't before, because of course we couldn't. Alright, I think I've seen all the key onboard facilities now. Now all that's left is to tell Toa where we're going next. Talking to Toa and selecting will allow you to both select a destination and organize the party. Regardless of who is selected as Reen's support in battle, Reen will tour the Courageous alone. So, after landing, you can press square and press as the start button too, which in the case of the PS4 is the options button. Checking and reporting quests. You can confirm and report quests by inspecting the orbital computer on the bridge. Reporting quests nets AP, which in turn will periodically raise your student rank and earn new rewards, making it wise to check in frequently. You can also check student info for different students that are around Erebonia that you can recruit and get to board the Courageous. God, this is a lot of fucking tutorials. Kind of sick of them already. I'm here if you need someone to talk to, or if you just want some advice. But at the end of the day, don't forget, Prince Oliver trusted the Courageous to you kids, not to me. I don't think you have to worry about that. Our field studies really drove home the importance of being able to think and act on our own. This is as good a chance as any for us to put some practical lessons to use. Then I suppose I need say no more. Show me the value of that Class 7 education and make me proud. Alright, so. Now, we can check or report quests. This. We can view student information, so we can actually look to see where each one is. So Monica's over at the Borrelia Proving Grounds. Mint is assisting the Imperial Army at the Watchtower in the Nord Highlands. Caspar was sighted in Legram. Vivi was also sighted in Legram. Clara was sighted at the ancient quarry in the Nord Highlands. Emily and Nicholas, who you find together, they formed a resistance group with other second years, and they were sighted along the Corellia Byroad. Then you can also change different things. You can toggle whether or not it shows the flight animation or skips it. You can change Toa's outfit, so you can either have her in the casuals or have her with her hair down. So we'll go with that. And for now, you can also give her glasses. You can give her rimless glasses, the black framed glasses, set of sunglasses, red oval glasses, square glasses, the other sunglasses, which actually look kind of weird on her, I'm not gonna lie. If you want to go Goofy, want to go Mystique, or want to be silly. So we're just gonna remove the glasses. That's enough. There's also the accessories, so we can actually give her an accessory. I am going to give her Tio, because Tio is just awesome. Listen, we'll put Tio everywhere. So there we go. Alright. What time is it here? 4:42. Well, I think we can do a few quests before calling it a day. And then I gotta go deal with some other crap. And then I gotta deal with some crap. We'll see how it goes. Alright. Oh, by the way, there's something I heard right before I left the academy you might find interesting. Apparently, there's a number of second-year Thor students out there trying to fight the Alliance. Really? Yeah, supposedly after helping the first years escape, they split up and spread out across the country. They've been on the move ever since, trying to set up Arcus relay devices wherever they can. And God damn it. I mean, can I stop having hiccups? Wow, I can't believe it. Though our second years are pretty tough. And don't you forget it, but seriously, if we can find them, I'm sure they'd be a great asset to our cause. There's a chance you'll run into them in a populated area, but I'm guessing you'll have better luck on the highways. I'll keep that in mind, Toa. Thanks. So, I hate to do this, but this is another negative I have to give both of them. I have to give both axes. I do. I have no choice. So, I'm going to be generous and only give one negative on the story axis, but it is still a negative I have to give. The story's pacing takes it right up the ass because of one simple thing. We have to talk to Toa a lot during what I will call the courageous stretch of the, like, basically for the rest of the Civil War arc. Eric, you will when you go to talk to Toa, who I remind you is how we are supposed to pick our destination or organize our party. That is how we get, we have to have Toa go through an entire dialogue where she gives her thoughts on the situation every single time. So unless it's just you're in between specific events. So when you're ready to finish going through a part of Act 2 here, she has to comment. She has to give us commentary on it before we can get going, and that's honestly kind of irritating, when all I want to do is just get on with it. If I want to hear Toa's thoughts, then why isn't talk how I do that? It's monotonous. Never mind the fact that what she says is just empty text, which honestly wouldn't bug me so much if it wasn't forced down my throat. But because it is forced down my throat, it gets the negative on the story axis. And now that I've mentioned that, I unfortunately have to give it on there as well. I'm going to be nice and I'm only going to give one pacing there, but... However... So, I am going to have to explain this a little bit, because the way that I am structuring this is that I am giving a negative to pacing and a triple negative to having to go through Toa's dialogue constantly. This is similar to something that came up in Borderlands 3, back before, before the shenanigans from earlier this year happened, okay? Where did I give that? So I gave this one negative on the gameplay. in Borderlands 3, you are told to talk to the character of Lilith constantly. Constantly. And it really breaks up the pacing and gets really old fast. Now, it was only one negative there, because it never felt like, because oftentimes the game was just, that was where, Lilith was where you went to go continue the story. And you did continue the story, because that's how you got the next plot point. And admittedly, I probably should have just upped to more negatives, because it's the same thing with here with Toa. The game is basically making it so that Toa has to exposit about how she feels about a given situation every time. And just like with Toa here, just like with Lilith in Borderlands 3, it was frustrating to have to keep talking to Lilith, talking to Lilith, talking to Lilith, talking to Lilith, talking to Lilith. Well, it's the same thing here. The only difference is that, well, yes, talking to Toa is how we, go through this. The problem is that the game's trigger is to trigger dialogue instead of just bringing up this menu. Again, like I said, if the dialogue was an optional thing, where if I hit talk, Toa would give me her thoughts on the given situation, that'd be one thing. But it's asinine and backwards to make it so that I have to go through that dialogue every time. Because again, why the hell should I have to hold the frickin' circle button to go through that dialogue super fast, as if I've already seen it a million times? It's pointless, and it drags the pacing down considerably. So yeah, triple negative for that. Because that is garbage. That is bad game design at its finest. Got a destination in mind, Dreen? I think these are the only places it'd be safe to land right now. So, now we have to go through this. You can now travel to Ymir on board of the Courageous. You can now travel to Nord. And you can travel to Garrelia Proving Ground. And Garrelia Fortress itself. Well, the remains of it. As well as Legram. Once you've decided, we head there.
Where do you want to go?
Alright, so we've got a mission in Legram, we've got one at the Garrelia Proving Grounds, and we've got one at the Watchtower and Lake Lacrima. So, I am going to start with the Garrelia Proving Grounds.
Leave it to me!
Why not? Alright, so we have a side quest over there. And we've also got Monica over here.
Alright. Leave this to me.
Might as well talk to her as Laura. Laura! And the rest of Class 7 too! I've been looking forward to seeing you again for quite some time, Monica. I'm so glad to see you're safe and sound. Same to you. I've been so worried all this time, but I'm happy to see you were able to find the rest of your classmates. Yeah, we finally got back together in Legram not too long ago, actually. But we didn't come to tell you that. There's actually something we wanted to ask you. Explain. Me? Fight as part of the Courageous' crew? I'm glad you took the time to come out and find me, but I can't imagine I'd prove all that useful to you. I may be a military academy student, but I'm not exactly a natural brawler, especially compared to you, Laura. You don't have to take up a sword to come and fight with us, though. Reen's right. Even in the military, not every soldier stands on the front lines with a gun in hand. Success comes from all kinds of people making the most of their talents to strengthen the group as a whole. And speaking personally, having you with us would put me at ease, allowing me to fight at my very best. Well, I have picked up some skills helping out with the cooking and some other basic tasks here at the camp. I don't know how much that knowledge will really help you, but I'll do all I can to lend a hand with whatever needs doing on board. I look forward to having you on our side, Monica. Glad to have you along. So, Monica has now joined us on board the Courageous.
Here we go.
Aegis, excellent. We've also got a side quest that needs doing, so let's head over this way. Let's see. So there's that. Then there's Without Leave, which is the one from General Craig. Okay, so we've now got Mint. We're all this. So now we got Monica. We're looking for Mint, Caspar, and Vivi next. So, all right. So let's speak to Lieutenant General Craig. Oh, hello there. Did you come regarding my request? Yes, sir. You want us to help you find a missing civilian, right? Although it looks as though you're busy with a meeting. Should we come back a little later? Please, don't hold back on our account. We're certainly busy, but that's all the more reason to get this taken care of. He's right. It was because we didn't have the time to handle it ourselves that we called you to begin with. What's more, wasn't it your platoon who took the civilian in to begin with, Gao? Yes, sir. My men are in charge of patrolling the area and taking any civilians found wandering into our safe custody. The one we called you here about is found wandering the highway a few days ago. After that, he remained in base camp without causing trouble until this morning when he simply disappeared. We haven't the faintest clue where he is. As I said earlier, we don't have the time to look for him, but even so, we can't very well sit back and twiddle our thumbs. That was why we chose to call on you. I see. Sounds like the perfect job for us. Yeah, fits us to a T. My thoughts exactly. As such, I'd like you to entrust the task to you if you're willing. So, how about it? I don't think this is something we could ignore in good conscience, so we'd be happy to accept. Excellent. I'll leave finding him to you then. It's possible that someone here in the camp may have seen him leave. Perhaps asking around would be a good place to start. We'll do just that. Other than that, I'll leave it to you to decide how best to approach this. But if the Provincial Army decides to attack, withdraw to safety immediately, understood? Yes, sir. Alright. You're looking for the civilian who was here, sirs? He spent most of his time wandering around the camp. Always struck me as a man who would have inadvertently stumbled into trouble. Really? Do you have any idea where he could have gone? I'm afraid not. I wish to be a little more helpful. Alright then. Thank you for your time. But let's go over here. I'll talk to you first. You're looking for the civilian who was here, I believe? I hope his sudden disappearance doesn't confirm the suspicions I had about him being a spy. I'm not sure there's much evidence pointing to that direction right now. But either way, do you remember when you last saw him? Just this morning, actually. He was standing off in the corner of the camp, muttering to himself. Couldn't make out what he was saying, but it seemed like he was looking for someone. That doesn't give us much to go on, but that would prove helpful in finding him. Ugh, no matter where I look, I can't find a thing. Why won't this war hurry up and fizzle out already? Hey, Monk, still here, I see. Oh, it's you guys. Nice to see that you're happy and healthy. Nice to see you. See you're alive at least? Anyway, we've got something to ask you. Right now, we're trying to gather up Academy students and help us fight aboard the Courageous, so we were wondering... Nope, not in the mood. Not right now, anyway. As you know, I'd normally jump at the chance, but we all know how much material it'd give me. But there's nothing but news on the radio these days, so what's the point of sending in material? Who will read it? Why even look? Oh, sure. We'll give you some space then. Guess we'll just have to come back some other time. Ugh. Damn it, Monk. You're looking for a civilian, right? Yes, he did come around here every time we were serving a meal. He seemed kind of pitiable, really. Spilled his soup a few times. I always gave this odd, insincere smile when he did. Oh, right. Do you remember when you last saw him around? This morning's breakfast, actually. Haven't seen him since, but who knows when he'll pop in again. Alright, well, thanks for your time. Not much luck here either. Well, I should probably just consult the guide. He'd save myself some time. Oh, hey! That was actually a good idea.
Right.
Oh, Fee and Sarah. Oh, hey! Cool. I picked the right characters. That's awesome. Alright, so... got a chest over there, a trial chest over there, and a chest over this way. Let's go grab this one.
Got my eye on the prize!
Crystal Flood.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here.
Yep. And there's one over this way, too. 400 Septif Mass. That is going to prove very beneficial. Alright, so we have one for Fee and Sarah. Let's do it.
Here they come. Stay focused.
My turn. Should have been paying attention.
Well, shit.
My turn.
I've got a lot of these left.
Okay, leave it to me. Now's our chance. Let's get him, Fee.
Understood. I'll handle it. I'll handle it.
Leave it to me.
Okay.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
Okay. Now. You're done.
I'll handle it.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, we're burning daylight.
Alright, well, that's not too bad. Not enough for a positive, I think. So, yay! Now those two can use overdrive with each other. Yay! Cool. Alright, I guess I should check my ordnance. See if there's anything I can upgrade while I'm here. Oh wow, Sarah doesn't have much. Let's do that. Let's give you that, because why not? Only scent? I don't want scent. Scent sucks. I'll give you and I guess we'll give you Speedbreaker too. Because why not? There. Alright. I think we missed somebody over at the proving grounds. So let's talk to people. Or not? The civilians stood out a fair bit in the base camp too. Might find out something about where he could have gone if you ask around. Oh. Well, shoot. Is there anybody else I haven't talked to yet? Oh, up at the rest area. Duh. You're looking for the young man who was in camp at the moment? Yes, he does come here from time to time. He always seems so sad. I tried to strike up a conversation with him this one time, thinking to cheer him up. And it did too. He went out seeming all cheerful and motivated afterwards. Sounds like we're dealing with a pretty simple-minded guy here, doesn't it? You wouldn't happen to know where he might be now, would you? Sorry, but I'm afraid not. We don't have too much to go on then. Alright. Really? What the hell? Oh, near the gate. There we go. Phew, that was a tough job. Oh, you're those students, aren't you? I wasn't expecting to find you here. Hello, sir. Would you mind if we took a bit of your time to ask a question? Oh, he's missing, is he? I did actually see him roughly an hour ago. Really? Where did you see him? He was heading in the direction of the fortress. I couldn't tell you more than that, though. Oh, what would he be doing there? Indeed, I can't imagine what business a civilian would have in the ruins of a fortress. It seems our destination is set. Yeah, let's go after him. Thank you for the information, sir. Oh, it was nothing. Best of luck finding him. Not a fan of these missions. Whoops. Right, because as soon as we select that, it's supposed to give us a cutscene. Showing off the ice cream scoops. This is all that's left of Corellia Fortress? It's a shocking sight. It's not as though we had any real personal attachment to this fortress, but to see this happen to it. Hard to believe those railway guns are gone too. Still, this is no time to be feeling overwhelmed by the scenery. We need to focus on finding that missing civilian. Now, where do we start combing this area? There's a whole lot of ground to cover, but we're just going to have to get on with it. I felt like I sensed something strange. Maybe it was just my imagination? Well, I think... Oh, never mind. Okay, looks like we're not gonna be seeing battle with that thing just yet. You're those Thor students. What are you doing here? We could have come under attack at any time. I suggest you hurry back to the base camp where it's safe. Actually, we're here looking for someone. A missing civilian? Sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. We just came back from patrolling the by road. Didn't see anyone at the very least. Sounds like he must be somewhere in this fortress then. Let's keep up the search. Thank you both for your assistance. Not a fan of this quest, if I'm honest. Oh, there he is. I can't find him anywhere. I even came all the way to this scary-looking place to find him. Ricky! Where are you? If you're there, say something! Could this be? Yeah, I think this is our guy. Wait, he actually looks kind of familiar. Huh? Who are you? Wait, I know you. You're those students who helped me out a few months back. Come on, don't tell me you've forgotten me. You came to my aid when I was all lost by Oryx Fort. I remember now. That was back during our field study at Breahard. Your name's Anton, right? From Laborel? Oh, he was the one we escorted back to the city. We saw him in a few other places, too. I guess he hasn't been home to Laborel since. We should probably ask him what he's doing here. So you came here looking for a friend, and you were separated from just before the war broke out? Yeah, Ricky went to Heimdall all on his own, and right after that, it got occupied by the Alliance. I've been all over the place looking for him, even to Heimdall Station, but I can't find him anywhere. I'm so sorry, Ricky. If only I'd gone with you. I see. That is quite worrying. Yeah. I know as well as anyone what it feels like to not know where your loved ones are. Elise. It's really scary seeing what's going on over in Crossbell. The last girl to win my heart is still there too. Oh, Fran, please be okay. You may have turned me down, but I'll never forget your beautiful smile. Yeah, that was just a stupid misunderstanding on your part, buddy. Eddie, like, holy shit. Well, regardless, now we know what you're doing here. I still don't think you should be coming to places this dangerous without some type of permission, though. This area could become a battleground at a moment's notice. We should get you back to base camp. I suppose you're right. I can't say that I like this place very much anyway. And it's not like I'm going to find Ricky here, so I don't mind coming with you. We'd appreciate that. Okay, we've done our part. Let's tell the Lieutenant General we found him. Anton is resting in the mess hall at the moment. He's been warned not to cause any more trouble, so he should hopefully behave from now on. I see. You've all done a fine job. Agreed. I couldn't be more pleased with the results. And it sounds as though we didn't find him a moment too soon. What do you mean? We received a report of an unidentifiable large monster appearing not long ago, inside Corellia Fortress no less. Unidentifiable? Is it some new species? It must have only just appeared, too, because we didn't see anything like that when we were there. Correct on both counts. In truth, this isn't the first time this has happened. We've been receiving reports of strange monsters appearing out of nowhere in various locations for several days now. Could they be cryptids? If their appearance really is due to the chaos in Erebonia becoming greater, could this be happening all over the country? That doesn't sound good. We would like to take care of the problem ourselves, but unfortunately we simply don't have the spare manpower. It pains me to leave them be, but we've no choice until the war situation has settled down to some degree. This is just one more reason Erebonia has become an increasingly dangerous land. I suggest you remain vigilant if you intend to continue your travels. We'll be sure to do so, sir. Good. In lighter news, please take this as thanks for helping us today. What you've done was only possible because you chose to remain neutral. We'll be counting on you if anything else should come up. Nope. We would be happy to help however we can. Just let us know. Okay, so now we have access to the optional bosses. However, most of them are more recommended if you for a party that's level 100 or above. We can beat it at level 75. But the problem is that requires a specific setup. So I am actually going to wait until the party reaches level 100 before I go about that. So we're going to worry about that later. So as you can see, if we approach this thing, we'll be fighting a giant monster. Now, he's kind enough that he will let us go if we decide to be like, nah, we don't want to fight him. So that's nice. Also,
let us ride on. I've got this.
Now we can board the bike and start moving. So now we can actually start cruising around, and that'll get us around these places a lot faster. Ugh. This bike was not meant for turbo. Hard enough to control. Alright. So, we have got an optional thingy over there. So I am going to go that way. Be hanging right here.
We have nothing to fear.
All right, let's move.
Onward.
Okay.
All right, let's move.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
Pricks. Oh, now here are some familiar faces. Whoa, it's Class 7. I'm glad we finally found you two. Long time no see, Nicholas. Hello there, Milliam. Not even a war can stop you from bouncing off the walls, can it? What are you guys doing here? Well, explain. You guys have certainly been busy. You're behind that ash-colored knight everyone keeps talking about? Figures. Class 7 always been pulling off crazy stuff like that thingy. Well, we're not that bad. You've been setting up those transmission relay devices, right? Yeah, we've been using them to gather intel. I have to say, though, getting by with the bare minimum of ingredients while doing it has been a struggle. So he says, but we have been having fine dining pretty much every day thanks to his amazing cooking skills. I'm particularly eating better than I was when I was cooking for myself at Thor's. You flatter me. Oh, can I have some can I have any leftovers? Oh yeah, we actually met Teresa while we were in Bereahard. She was pretty worried about you. So you managed to get home safe. So she managed to get home safely then. Phew. Ooh, I'll have to pay her a visit soon. How about it? Want to come aboard? As much as I'd love to give you an instant yes, I can't. I'm sorry. We still got some business to take care of first. Well, you kind of caught us while we were getting ready to set up some relay devices around here. This is the last place on the list, actually, so we shouldn't be long. Would you mind waiting until we're done? Oh, I see. Helping them out with this might make life easier on all of us. We might as well help out since we're already here, right? Not to mention things will go much quicker if we divide up the work. Are you sure? Thanks. That'd honestly be a huge help. Here you go, Reen. This is your batch. Huh, they're smaller than I expected. Well, yeah, they're designed to be attached to orbit lights. We have George to thank for these handy little guys. His handiwork's as impressive as ever. They'll be pretty hard to find, too. Nice. George is always knocking it out of the park. We'll leave you in charge of setting them up on the lights around this area. Try to set them as on roughly equal distance apart. Alright. Then we'll meet back here once you're done. Sound okay? Roger. Let's get to it then. We should remain wary that we don't get caught off guard by monsters while we're setting these up.
Let us ride on. Right.
Alright, so... there's one right here, so... we'll start with this one. Alright, next.
Let us ride on. Right.
We're just gonna put Laura in the sidecar? Of course. I didn't miss one, did I? Looks like no. Two down. Making good progress. Yeah, okay, fair. We'll go this way. Or not. Never mind. Right, it would be dumb to go that way.
Shall we?
Right.
Halfway done. Let's blow through the other three.
Shall we?
Right.
Four down, two to go.
Shall we?
Right.
Now we just need to place the last one. Where is the last one? Yes, run away from me. Because you suck.
Shall we?
I've got this.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more exclamation marks here. That means they'd have to be over here. Oh, there was one right near those two. God. But I'm dumb. Or not by those two, but rather by the... God damn it.
Spotted. I'll handle it.
My turn!
Leave this to me.
Okay,
My turn!
I'll handle it. Hostiles neutralized.
Okay. Now that we're done with that. Yay! Done and dusted. Time to head back to the meeting place.
Shall we?
Right.
Alright. Hey, welcome back. Guess you're here. Guess you're here because you're done? Yep, it was super easy. Indeed. And the same goes for you? Yeah, did you run into any trouble? Nope, we got all 6 of them set up fine. Changing orbit lights is a pretty common job for a bracer. I could probably do it in my sleep. I'm not sure if we've set them up in the right spots or not, though. No need to worry about that, actually. We've already run a transmission test and everything checked out. We're good to go. Good job, team. Does that mean you're ready to board the Courageous, then? Count us in. Things will be a cinch now that you've got the Blazing Maiden on board, and I'll be sure to pull my weight so we can get around to picking up Teresa and Ferris, too. I can't deny that making food on the Courageous has me pretty excited. I'll make sure that everyone on board gets a good meal. God damn it. Oh, I cannot wait. Thanks for joining us, Emily, Nicholas. Alright, there we go. Emily and Nicholas are now on board, and we have taken care of that request from there. So let's see. I guess we can go do Badass in Danger next. So let's call the Courageous.
Where do you want to go?
And we'll head to Legrand.
Full speed ahead!
At least we can skip the flight animation. This is why they give you the option to turn it off, by the way. I will probably be doing that, because good lord. So let's go ahead and go here. See if anybody's up here. There is the one person, but that's not who we are wanting to see. Before we do that quest, I want to see. Oh, there's a couple of people over here. Let's go see them. Oh, would you look who it is? Oh, you're back. Vivi, have you been here all this time? I had no idea. Quite a long face, though. Well, Linda and I got separated while we were escaping Thors. I haven't heard so much as a word from her, from or about her since. I'm so sorry, I didn't know. I've prayed for her to be okay more times than I can count. No, I even started watering the plants here for extra Adios brownie points, but they're still not doing very well. Ugh, I'm useless, both as a gardening club member and as a human being. But I guess it's always been like this. I've only been able to do anything because I got Lind, and now that I don't... This isn't you. Fee? You're the kind of person who loves causing trouble and pulling pranks on everyone. Like Edel, me, Lind, and even Reen sometimes. You skip classes and even your club meetings. Pretend to be Lind to embarrass her and anyone who gets involved. But in the end, you always leave everyone with a smile on their face. Works with the flowers, too. They always look so happy whenever you take care of them. So, sitting here alone, praying for someone to solve your problems for you, isn't you. Nobody would be able to stop the VVI now from running out and finding Lind herself. Fee's right. And as it so happens, we're flying the Courageous all over Erebonia now. I can't guarantee you'll find her, but if you come with us, there's a chance you'll hear something about where she might be. So what do you say? Are you willing to lend us a hand? You guys, of course I will. I don't know what's gotten into me lately, but if anyone should be out there and hunt her down, it's gotta be me. Sisters need to look out for each other, right? Bingo. Welcome to the team, Vivi. Thanks. You're awfully lucky. It's not every day Erebonia's loveliest lady joins a ragtag band of adventurers like you. Oh. I went past. Whoops! Other door. There we go. Oh, hey guys. Casper. Casper, it's great to see you again. How have you been? Doing alright here? So far, so good. I'd like to think I'm making myself useful here in the training hall, doing whatever I can. Not that that's much, though. I'm basically just taking care of the weapon maintenance and hurting more than necessary. Sounds useful to me. Allow me to thank you on behalf of everyone here. There's little more helpful than a properly maintained blade. Speaking of helping out, actually. Explain. Me? On the Courageous? Well, I'd love to help, especially if Monica's already on board, but hey, quick question. Could you use the Courageous to fly over to the west? I mean, theoretically, sure, we could use it to fly anywhere. That's not part of the area we're responsible for, though. We were told to focus our efforts on the east side of Erebonia. Even if we could go, there's a very real risk we get caught up in something and shot down. Not my idea of a good time. Yeah, that makes sense. I just figured I might be able to go and see how my family was doing over there, that's all. I forgot that you came from a town near the shore over there. I can hardly blame you for being worried. Yeah, well, whatever, I'm sorry, but I'm staying here in Legram for now. I'm hoping I'll get the chance to head over there and check on them myself. Alright, that makes sense. I wonder if we can find out for ourselves whether they're safe or not. He might be more inclined to come with us if he hears that his family's safe. I don't want to be a downer, but how are we going to figure that out? I mean, we might get some news from the radio or a newspaper, maybe. Radio's not really an option right now, but I can think of one newspaper that wouldn't be hard to get our hands on. Maybe we should pick up a copy from somewhere? We'll need Imperial Chronicles 4 if we're going to issue 4 if we're going to get him on board. So, let's head to Wataru's store, see if he's got a copy. He does! And Gambler Jack Chapter 8. Excellent. Alright, back to the training hall. Oh, come on. There's got to be something in here that can tell us where Casper's... Right here, this part. Huh? What brings you back here? Caspar, hear me out. I know you're worried about things back home, but I think chances are good that your family's just fine. Seriously? What makes you think that? Check out the 6th and 7th pages. The Chronicle? I haven't read one of those in a while. I've been too busy worrying to actually... So, I'll just go ahead and read the whole thing, because why not? Excellent news has come in from the Western Front, stating that the Noble Alliance was overwhelmingly victorious in the recent battle and has forced the former Imperial Army to retreat significantly. This marks a landmark achievement in the Alliance's ongoing efforts to put a stop to the rebels. The Army's Press Information Center has issued a statement that half of the former Imperial Army forces in the West have been extinguished, and those that remain are on the run. Thanks to our brave souls in the West, the Arab Empire's return to glory appears to be closer than ever. A ferocious week-long battle. The battle was started by the former Imperial Army, which amassed a force of over 300 heavily armored tanks and plunged the nearby areas into chaos. The elite Le Guin and Bardius armies set out to rout them, and at noon on December 6th, the battle finally began. It was clear from the beginning that General Le Guin and Brigadier General Bardius had the advantage, stunning both friend and foe alike with their indomitable strength. Realizing the odds were against them, the rebels tried all manner of cowardly tricks and stalling tactics to prolong the battle, leading to it dragging out for an entire week. What brought their futile resistance to an end was a pincer attack mounted by the two armies. The military press office reports that this was not originally planned, but they were able to work together in near perfect harmony, eventually doing away with those among the rebel forces. Perhaps what stands out most about their latest achievement is how little damage the two armies sustained. It's difficult not to be awed by the sheer skill demonstrated, and personally speaking, I'm eager to hear more about their magnificent exploits in the future. The Azure Knight astounds all. The Noble Alliance's elite Azure Knight also took part in the battle. Reports note its appearance in particularly difficult battles as it deftly turned them around in the Alliance's favor. All details regarding it remain classified, but eyewitnesses suggest that its capabilities are so out of this world that it brought to mind the great knights of Erebonian legend. With General Le Guin, Brigadier General Bardius, and the Azure Knight fighting on the same side, it's plain to see the Noble Alliance's overwhelming victory as anything other than an inevitability. The end is in sight. With the battle over and 3 more cities subjugated as a result, the moment we citizens of Erebonia have been waiting for is soon approaching, the Noble Alliance's ever-decisive victory. Reports suggest that the battle initially began near the coast in the Lemaire province, but as a result of the rebels retreating, it primarily took place farther inland. While the number of refugees unfortunately kept growing over the course of the battle, the height of danger never reached any densely populated areas, and as such, civilian casualties are currently thought to be minor. Conflict near the Twin Dragons Bridge. The lengthy conflict between the Croydon Provincial Army and the 4th Armored Division seems to be showing no signs of letting up. The 4th Armored Division was known as the strongest division of the former Imperial Army, but due to the continued resistance and refusal to stand down, the Provincial Army has had no choice but to label them as a rebel army, raising tensions to a new high in the area. The 3rd Armored Division is also refusing to end its unlawful occupation of Zender Gate to the north and has yet to respond to repeated requests to disarm. Between these two divisions, it's likely that a state of confusion will remain in eastern Erebonia for some time to come. Imperial government negotiating with Crossbell. There have been recently been reports that say the Imperial government has reopened negotiations with Crossbell. One government source suggested Crossbell's actions were cowardly and unforgivable, but does not preclude us from negotiating with them. I'm gonna AFK for food. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Let's continue. The demands these negotiations are likely to include withdrawing the state's independence declaration, dismantling the Crossbell Hill Defense Force, and unfreezing Erebonian assets held by the International Bank of Crossbell. However, Crossbell's crimes are still fresh in the minds of Erebonian citizens, and I think I speak for everyone in praying that the government will lead the negotiations with a firm hand. Courageous' whereabouts still unknown. The Imperial family's cruiser, the Courageous, remains unseen since the outbreak of the war. Plus, reports have suggested the airship is currently being used by a private group for an undisclosed purpose, but the Imperial family has been keen to remind the public that its current duties are in no way official, which may suggest that those on board are guilty of no less than treason against the state of the Noble Alliance and against the state. The Noble Alliance is urging any citizens with information on the ship's whereabouts to come forward. No way. It's actually talking about the coast. And this, it says that while the battle started near the coast, most of it took place further inland. That kept civilians' casualties to a minimum. If we assume that this is the honest reporting, I'd say it's unlikely that your home or your family were harmed. Wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the area dodged a bullet. There's always going to be a little bit of doubt until you see them again, but it should be safe to assume they're okay. It's second-hand evidence, but you can't trust the media nowadays. And you can't trust the media nowadays, but it's better than nothing, right? Oh man, thank goodness. I can't thank you guys enough for bringing this to me. I've been worried sick about everyone for so long that this is a massive weight off of my shoulders. I can see the relief in your face. But at least now I don't feel quite as much of a need to get over to the west to check up on everyone. So you got me. I'll join you guys on the Courageous and help you out however we can. Welcome aboard. Let's fight for our families together. You bet. So now we have Casper on board. Sweet. I think we can keep going a little bit more. Let's get a side quest, this second side quest out of the way, and then we'll do the required ones tomorrow. Patri... Your cargo, right? Machias' friend? I know you put in a request for help, but what are you doing all the way out here in Legram? Did something happen? What do you think happened? A bunch of noble soldiers came busting into the Oz district, and that got us real salty, so we gave them some of the old bang, kapow! But then they got mad at us and turned the tables. They wouldn't give up either, but then Patri, damn it! If I parsed that correctly, it sounds like he really needs help with something, but I guess, is Pattery's in trouble? That's about all I got, too. We should try to get him to calm down a little so we can explain things before it's too late. Maybe bringing Machias with us would help. I mean, they are friends of a sort. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Let's go back to the Courageous and get him. Is that automatic, or... Yeah, it is. Oh, nice! Those damn soldiers getting all big in their boots. In for their boots, thinking they're so tough, they deserve the kapow we gave them. I didn't think they'd be so stubborn though, or that Patri, god damn it! Well, he's still crying. I guess we won't be able to get anything else out of him while he's like this. Allow me to translate. The patrolling soldiers' arrogance irritated him greatly. In response, they tried setting traps for him using boxes and drum cans in an effort to drive them away. Naturally, this did not go according to plan, as anyone with half a brain would expect. Machias, the hell are you doing here? I don't need a dork like you to help me sort this out. I can do just fine on my own. Of course, I can tell from the tears streaming down your face that you're off to a flying start. Machias, I have no idea how you turned what he just said into what you just said, but I'm impressed. Unfortunately for me, I've had to put up with the two of them for a long time now. Oh, you pick some things up after a while. I'm fairly sure I know where how the rest of this story goes, too. When the traps failed to have their intended effect, the soldiers gave chase. As they ran, Cargo and Patiri lost sight of one another, which led to their current quandary. Yeah, that's right. Hey, we were running from him, and Patiri told me to go on ahead. We were supposed to meet up here, but he hasn't shown. Patiri! Well, at least we finally got to the bottom of what happened. Could this mean that soldiers did capture her after all? It wouldn't be a surprise with how heavily guarded the capital is. I'd save your concern. Those two always defy expectations. Don't take a word they say at face value. What's that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean, Machias? Cargo, we should make a few things clear. You two definitely specified Legram as the town to meet up in, correct? That's what I said, didn't I? I mean, we were kind of panicking at the time with the soldiers chasing us and all, but Patri took out a map and pointed right at the part where Legram is. She said we were meeting at a tiny little place in the boonies where no soldiers would ever even care to find us. Maybe you shouldn't talk about the town like that right in front of all of its residents, especially when they're being nice enough to let you stay here for free. Way to show your appreciation. Well, he isn't wrong, technically, and speaking as a resident, I don't find such an apt description offensive. Still, if they were using a map, how could there be any mistake? They're both Erebonians, so it's not as likely they'd end up in different towns. One more question, Cargo. Were you both on the same side of the map when you were doing this? Or were you on opposite sides, facing one another? Yeah, we were facing each other, so what? Have you worked something out, Machias? I think so. When they agreed on their destination, one of them was looking at the map upside down. I doubt she ever even mentioned Legram. She probably pointed to a part of the map and said, here. They probably didn't even realize how much of an understanding it would cause. It does sound quite plausible. Still, if that's the case, then Patri's gone off in an entirely different town. We should look for the town that fits the description and is on the opposite side of the capital from Legram. Good thing we have the Courageous. Okay, we're off to find Patri. Any objections, Cargo? Did you work something out? What are you wasting your time here for? If you find her, let me know right away. You better promise. We will. Just stay away from me. You're getting snot everywhere. Yeah, as you might imagine.
Where do you want to go?
Ymir.
Leave it to me!
So here in Ymir, we need to go to, we need to speak to, where's he over? Oh, here he is. Come on, spit it out. Where'd you hide Cargo? I know you did it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Wait, who's Cargo? Is that Patri? Well, I'm glad we found her, but I can't believe she actually ended up here. It looks like Machias' theory about the map was correct. Yeah, might be a good idea to let him know before we try talking to her. She really was here. Hey, Patrick, could you please stop causing problems for strangers? Machias? The hell are you doing here, huh? It's not like I actually care, but it's nice to see your stupid face. I suppose. She's acting a bit odd. Oh. I'm glad to see that you're well, too. But seriously, what were you thinking trying to pick a fight with the army? We heard all about what happened. No good can come from worrying people so much, you know. What? Look who's talking. Pardon? You got no idea how worried us was when we heard you were wanted by the army. For all we frickin' knew, you were dead in a gutter somewhere. And then Uncle Carl ended up getting arrested on top of it all. Why do you think we started picking fights in the first place? We were scared. We were pissed off. We were... Whatever. It was better for us to do it than letting some amateurs just try their luck. So that's what really happened. Sorry, I had no idea that was the case. I'm sorry for worrying you all so much. You should be saying that to everyone back home, not me. Anyway, that idiot Cargo said he was going to meet me here ages ago, but he still hasn't shown up. So you're going to help me look for him. Speaking of Cargo, I almost forgot. So she really did intend for them to meet here. Although there's no way to tell who was in the wrong now. What, you guys know something? You better not have tried to have him tied up somewhere, because if you do... What say we bring him here before she accuses us of anything else? Patrick! Carlo! Yeah! And the hell have you been all this time? I was freaking out like crazy, you damn pipsqueak. Where the heck was I? Where the heck were you? Hold your headlock time! Ah! Who are these people? Well, they're refugees from Heimdall. I'm really sorry for all the trouble she's caused. I know this is a lot to ask, but would it be possible for them to stay in Ymir until the situation improves there? Well, sure. Here, they're not how I pictured people from Heimdall to be, but sure. Wow, check it out. There's a really warm-looking pond over there. Here, watch it, loser. That's clearly a trap. Ain't no way anyone would put something that nice smack dab in the middle of town. Wow, you're right. You're so smart, Patrick. If you excuse me, I'm gonna go have a quick word with them, so they don't go causing any more trouble. Must be tough being you, Machias. I like to think we all had our fair share of challenges this time. Still, I suppose all's well that ends well. Okay, I know I'm gonna piss somebody off with this, but yeah, this quest is getting a story negative. The gameplay is whatever, but it's easy enough to figure out, so I'm like, yeah, okay. Okay, but yeah, this is just getting a negative. So yeah, as much as I know this will raise some heckles, Badass in Danger is a negative to story. I just... I didn't think I was gonna... I thought this was just gonna be a wash, as most of the side quests in Cold Steel 1 were story-wise, but... ugh. These side quests just suck. We get a bunny watch as our reward. Alright, let's return to the Courageous. Just so we can just end today's session. This has not been a good session. We have added so many negatives to the board, holy shit. I'm honestly kind of surprised how many negatives we've added to the board, in all honesty. But, there it is. Oh, shoot. Neko. I missed Neko returning. Holy crap. That's... I'm gonna have to apologize to her tomorrow. Holy shit. Anyways. Thankfully, she did... Hopefully, she didn't miss too much. Where was she... Huh. That's weird. Anyways, all the same, I think that's going to do it for us today. Tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, I will be back with more Cold Steel 2, where we will continue our trek across Eastern Erebonia in an attempt to to reunite with some classmates and fulfill more requests from Prince Albert. So until next time, Blue Wolf Alex of the Lorewalkers signing out. Have a good one. Later.